One final race, one final marathon, and 10 more hours of racing action to crown 4 champions in Braselton, Georgia. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Petit Le Mans, and welcome to the season finale for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. My name is Ola Ramble alongside Ryan Walker, and Scott Rank will be joining us later on this afternoon throughout the second half of this race. But Ryan, we come into this one, right? I mean, it's a big, big day. We've got ourselves with 10 hours of racing action ahead of us, one last endurance race, and we'll be crowning ourselves 4 champions of the overall championship and 4 as well for the Endurance Cup. So you know for a fact, this race today and all throughout the afternoon, it's going to be a wild one at just a 4-kilometer racetrack.
Absolutely, Nolan, and yeah, good afternoon everyone. It's good to be here at one of my favourite tracks in the virtual world and real life as well. So many series of raced here around this Road Atlanta track in the past. The tracks went through some configuration changes in the past as well, and what we've got here at the moment is the latest configuration and probably one of my favourites. Yeah, the final round of the championship today, and I think the name of the game is going to be patience, timing your moves, and not getting caught up in any silly incidents, because, like you say, Nolan, this championship's on the line to be won, and I think the championship contenders in all classes that are in contention for the championship overall and the Endurance Cup are going to think carefully how they're going to go about this race. And yeah, I think the best passing opportunities around this fantastic track is going to be obviously turn 1. If you can get a good exit down heading down to the start finish and heading down to turn 1, you can make a move. But then I think through the S's section you can't really do anything because it's pretty much just a one-line section of the track. You can possibly make a move into turn 6, but you've got to be fully alongside. But the best opportunity, I think, is going to be down that back straight section, heading down to turn 8, turn 9, and then turn 10A and turn 10B into that chicane. If you can get a move done on someone, yeah, you could possibly put yourself in contention in the race. But I think it's going to be, as I say, just being patience is going to be the main aim, I think.
We look towards some of the championship standings that are working into racing action here this afternoon. Of course, these are your overall GTP standings entering this afternoon. Mayor Sim's Performance just needed to finish 5th or better, and then regardless of where World Sim Racing team stands, they will clinch that championship. And then, of course, moving on down to the LMP2 standings, this right here is the tightest class on offer, with just less than 50 points separating Rising Panda Racing from Going Racing here this afternoon. Right now, Rising Panda needing to finish 2nd or better, while Going is needing to win this race and hoping that Rising Panda finishes 3rd or worse. Of course, the GT Pro standings, it's been a real back and forth slugfest between the two Fisher Motorsports Porsches in this one. But one of those cars, the number 84, has already been disqualified for wrong car registration. That effectively puts that championship firmly into the hands of the number 44 car, with Kinetic Racing trailing at the tail end of the field. And then, of course, Ryan, we close things out with GTM. Big dramas over the last few months with Screeching Moose Motorsports having backed out. It is now going to be a digital chicane, at least one, possibly a 1-2 this afternoon. But effectively, all that car has to do is start this race, and they're your champions at GTM.
Yeah, absolutely. And in other news as well, before the race even started, I was looking at some notes. In the Endurance Cup, the 93 Ferrari has already clinched the championship, so the Endurance Cup for that class is pretty much well and truly settled. But the overall championship in that class, all to play for.
So with all that said and done, only about 10 seconds are left in qualifying here. 10 hours of racing action. It's going to be a long 10-hour race, but it's going to be a fun 10-hour race, and I think a lot of drivers here are really excited to see just how this race is going to pan on out here this afternoon. So let's take a rundown now then and show you how things line on up as we get set to duke it out one final time here in Braselton, Georgia at Michelin Raceway. Started on pole this afternoon, you're going to have none other than Pedro Espadina for DS Racing Esports team. HAC Racing started the number 2 spot along with Christophe Demey. Row 2 for GTP holds the World of Sim Racing team driver Alvaro Martinez alongside Francisco Santos. for DS Racing Esports team in their sister car. NGC Esports team by Rubus Gaz starts in 5th with Joshua Wolf in 6th. Thomas Walter Fish Motorsports is 7th. Mayor Simpson Performance's Kyle Burney is in 8th. Ramos dos Chatons Gustavo Frigoto will be in 9th, with Jan-Philippe Weed rounding out the top 10 for Team Hardcore.
Yep, and he started in pole position in LMP2 as the championship contending Rising Panda Racing, the LMP2, the 46 car, with the 18 Going Racing in 2nd, and then the 123 Tri-State Racing LMP2 in 3rd, and then in 4th you've got Rising Panda Racing with the 47 car, then you've got the 86 GSE Esports Racing VSCA LMP2 car, and then 48, the 048 I should say, the Skyrace GT 048 car, and then the 14 Fisher Motorsport LMP2, and then 11 Vision 1 Motorsports car, 216 Volts Motorsports LMP2, and then round out the grid in that class is the 39 Fisher Motorsport Porsche GT84, which I believe known was funny enough, it was the team in the GT Pro class that selected the wrong car, so they're disqualified.
It just keeps going downhill for some. We'll, of course, look into the GT Pro running order now with Bruno Carrera for DS Racing Esports team started on pole. Kinetic Racing's Ada Campbell starts at the number 2 spot. General Gruber for Fisher Motorsports starts 3rd. Delta Racing's Delgado will start in 4th. TFR's Jonathan Dance starts 5th. North Sim Racing's Alessio Tranquilli starts in 6th, with Adrian Sabila for World of Sim Racing team starting at 7th for just a 7-car GT Pro field, and that, Ryan, takes us to GTM.
Absolutely, as they taking the pole position as the 93 digital chicane Ferrari, and then alongside them in the front row is the 6016 Volts Motorsports car with the 34 MSP car in 3rd, and then in 4th you've got the 555 Dogs on Web DS Racing, and then 19 Going Racing GT3, and then the 80 Digital Chicane car with the 017 Volts Motorsports Plus car, and then 16 Dangler Performance, 83 Off in the S's Racing, the 33 MSP car, and 312 Real Pixel Motorsport, and then the 515 the Prosthetic by WMS, which is another car I believe known that was disqualified before the race.
And for Wolf Motorsports Sim Racing, that is because they failed to set they failed to set themselves with a proper warm-up lap prior to the drivers getting started, which is in violation of VSCA rules. This field now working down the back straightaway here. Ryan, really quickly, what do you think we can expect to see for the 10-hour endurance race to close things out? Because it is a championship finale, so it could be a wild one.
Yeah, it's like I said at the start of the broadcast, you might see some of the championship contending cars in every class, maybe going about it differently than they would in previous races. Maybe just think of it's a long race, so there's no need to get caught up in any incidents or scraps. Just let the race pan out, let the race come to you, and just see what happens, and just try and, I wouldn't say settle for whatever position is good to take the championship, but just kind of think of it as a long race and just play it safe. Yeah, especially this is a short track as well. You might think it's a long track, Nolan, but so I think within maybe 5 or 6 laps, don't be surprised if you see the GT car starting to get lapped.
It's going to be an extremely intense race day for this entire field as they work their way down that back stretch and now in towards the final chicane. One final race ready to kick off the VSCA Sports Car Championship on Green Flag TV. iRacing safety car making its dive into pit road. Pedro Espadino launches, green flag drops, and we are underway for Petit Le Mans. Solid getaway from both the GTP and the LMP2 fields. Break it up real early in this one. And, well, Ryan, your GT field coming over the hill.
Yep, coming over the hill to start the race soon. They're coming up to the line. And, as it looks like the 992 got a perfect jump off the line, caught the rest of the GT pack pretty much sleeping at the start and got a great launch coming across the start-finish line. And it looks like we've had an issue in GTP actually, Noah.
And in LMP2, we got a couple of them going around, and one of those is one of the Rising Panda cars, but it is not the points leader, critically. That's Maxime Leonard that's gone around in the sister car. The main Rising Panda Racing car, the one that's needed that championship, still out in front. Your GT field coming down the hill and into the S's for the first time this afternoon. So far, all looking well throughout this field. Let's take a look quickly at what happened on just lap number 1 of this race. This is Pedro Espadina. Just took it too wide into the grass, and that is big problems for your pole sitter as he spins it off. And right in the background, you can see a couple of the LMP2 cars getting collected. These are two completely separate incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. And back to live. It's a replay. Sorry. Yeah, the 47 car. I think just had nowhere to go by the looks of it, and the GTP getting caught in the grass. I think it might have just caused a bit of a concertina effect. As it looks like the number 3 GTP Meyer Simspeed cars had a bit of an issue across the grass heading up to the start finish.
That's all the problems he had on lap number 1. We're all clean from there. Maxime Leonard forced into pit road early with this one. Unfortunate news for him. He's going to be down and effectively out. Meanwhile, your GT field having a time of it right now. They have so far been incident-free. Usually a lot of these problems come in the GT field, at least in these opening laps. That has not been the case, though, this afternoon. They've had a great job on getting off here without too much problems.
Yeah, there's not been really any major issues from what I've seen throughout the field, apart from one of the GTPs and a couple of LMP2 or a few LMP2 cars having issues. But apart from that, it's been a relatively clean start on, and as we come up to pretty much start the third lap, it's all been relatively clean. As we look at the battle for 5th place in GTP between Martin and it looks like Joshua Wolf.
Pedro Espadina started to claw his way back to the field for the DS Racing Esports crew in his Cadillac as he ducks around right into bow over Scours SS Racing. So your initial pole sitter trying to work back through the order here has dropped from first all the way back to dead last in the GTP category. Meanwhile, Justin Delano for Vulture Motorsports clinging on to the tail end of the North Sim Racing GT Pro car right in front of him. In typical digital chicane fashion, the number 93 car way out in front, leading all bar one of the GT field this afternoon. That is the GT Pro leader directly ahead of them. They have caught some flack for being in the GTM category as of late because they do have a real GT3 driver in the form of Kyle Lowe in that car. Not right now, but he is a part of that team and does race in that car. So I think this performance has shown that this is a car that really should be racing in the GT Pro field, and they might be looking to make that change coming into 2025.
But that's the thing as well. Some people might say, yeah, this team here, the 93 car, they have a GT Pro pace, but on the other hand, it's all well and good saying that, but sometimes some of the other drivers in the car might not be on GT Pro pace, so it's kind of what the situation's on, that you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So I think sometimes it's always better, it's probably better putting a car in or signing up in a class that you think that'll make every driver comfortable. Maybe they've got different pace levels and skill levels, so maybe racing in GTM is not always a bad thing. You might not please everyone, but it's just the nature of multi-class racing.
Nuno Barbosa for the DS Racing Esports number 555 Ferrari. Right now chasing after the MSP number 34 of Will Robertson out of Canada, just up the road. GTM field still tightly packed together, and here is the GTP leaders. You called it, Ryan, lap number 5, and we're starting to work our way through this lap traffic now, and that has caused this lead to condense down to just 0.4 of a second as they battle their way to the backstretch.
Absolutely, and this is the thing as well with Road Atlanta. You can get caught up behind traffic in a bad place. You can have about a sizable lead, and then basically you catch up to GT traffic, and that lead can just be cut away. And then, as we see right now, the World of Sim Racing 51 car is caught right up to the leader, Demey, and You know what World Sim Race? Oh, it looks like GTP has been an issue for the third place car.
That's the NGC Esports machine. Thomas Mora going around back of the field, and he's got damage on the front. And we got another one that just spun around in the back. That's Wolfgang Wildenauer in the Lamborghini, the lone Lamborghini in this field. And now another one, Kaprowski. That's Bruno Carrera that just went off of the road as well. So a lot has just happened in a few moments. This is first what happened to Thomas Mora. That's what happened to Wildenauer after, the digital chicane GTM just ran him over.
Yeah, and it's such an easy mistake to do, and just look at the 312 car as well. It was just a lazy self spin, and that's such an easy thing to do wrong with a mid-engine car. It looks like the 992 car of Carrera just ran across the grass, and that's an easy mistake to do. You want to carry more speed into turn one than you want to, but sometimes with it being a Porsche as well, the Porsche can be one of those cars that's like, nope, you're not going to do that, and they gets a bit sketchy on you.
Joshua Wolf and Thomas Martin, Fisher Motorsports versus Grizzly Motorsports, both trying to go at it right here as they work their way into the final chicane, and now fighting their way back up over the hill, funneling down. Watch the tail end as the Fisher cars are put side by side, and Wolf thinking about 3 wide for a moment. That has allowed Jan-Philippe Weed to close in. 3-way battle here for the number 4 spot.
Yep, as they come up to the S's now, and the trickiest section of the track, because you can catch a GT car in a bad place and get held up, and that causes you to lose time. But thankfully, Wolf gets by, Martin gets by, and they don't lose too much time as he catches the GT Ferrari of Kaprowski on the exit, but managed to get by without any issues. And it looks like Wolf's going for the move.
Down the inside of turn 6 and out through 7. Grizzly Motorsports picks up the number 4 position. Good show for him. Deeper in the pack, LMP2 battle started to pick up. This is the Division 1 Motorsports team defended against Tri-State Racing. They're not able to do so. They're also overtaken in that little bout. And here comes Fisher trying to cut back to the inside of Grizzly, but nothing doing.
Yeah, so it looks like Wolf got the move done for Grizzly Motorsports, manages to get the move done, and they starting to pull away slightly, but yeah, I think Martin on the other hand probably realised it's a long race, so there's no point making too much of a big deal of it as Wolf heads through tier 1 up into 4th place in GTP.
Matthew Orvech and Jeff Carollo going side by side. This is in GTM with the battle for 6th as the Vulture Motorsports Mustang breaking around Orvech for the digital chicane number 80. Yeah, it's going to be a pretty good move there as well for Vulture Motorsports, because that has just allowed them a little bit of a buffer zone now with some LMP2 traffic having cut their way through. Talk about a well-timed overtake. That was perfectly executed. And now we can let by that prototype traffic on the straight where it's a lot easier to manage. And that is just in time, too, because you got some GT Pro battles that are looking like they want to pick up the road, as well as the battle for the LMP2 race lead going, hounding Rise Panda Motorsports and looking for 3 wide. They're going to go 3 wide. Going down the inside of Christian Kemprager. And Nicholas going, oh boy, step of the tail end out, but able to get the job done. Great moves.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think both of them didn't want to give up, but on the other hand as well, they probably realised it's a long race, as we've got a replay coming up by the looks of it, the move by going, and up the inside into the chicane. He used that GT traffic to his advantage slightly by the looks of it. Gets a bit sideways on corner entry, but manages to get the car pulled up, and a good clean move, and I think Camprega on the other hand as well realised that the 46 car's in championship contention, so there's no point getting involved in any silly incidents at this early stage of the race, as it looks like the third place LMP2 car of Hyman starting to close up as well.
Remember, Camprega just has to finish in that number 2 spot, so right now they still have the points lead exiting this race, but 3rd place not too far behind. You wonder if they're going to want to get that one little bit of an extra buffer zone to work with. Working down the back straightaway. Kemprager Will he go for any kind of look? Not nearly close enough this time by. So the three-way fight for the lead remains in your LMP2 category. We also got 7th picking up in GTP. This Bravo Shatton and MSP that are looking like they want to go at it. And still with a lot of these GT Pro battles, they are starting to split apart a little bit, but not too much. One that's closing, Orvech. I feel like he might be about to continue his backslide down to 8th in category.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this car's just dropped back ever so slightly, but he's managed to regroup and get himself back onto the rear of Horowitz in the 80 car in front of him. I think the 80 car, not really, I don't believe the 80 car's in championship contention, so maybe he could try and maybe help the sister 93 car and see if he can try and help him out with trying to wrap up the championship, maybe just try and hold some of the other contenders back.
Battles picking up left, right, front, and center everywhere you look as you've got Mayor Sims Performance trying to run down Bravo Snow Shatton and put themselves a little bit further up the road. Pedro Espadina with the DS Race Esports crew has broken clear of the LMP2 field, but still stands a good 4 seconds or so off of this battle here that's developing as they get around Wolfgang Wildenauer in the Real Pixel Motorsports Lamborghini. While up the road, this fight for the LMP2 race lead, it's still not going anywhere. This is going to be a really hard-fought fight right to the end because this race is one that could be a championship decider, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if you're this 46 team, if you could try and keep with going for basically the first stint, if you try and keep in touch with him, try and maybe use that slipstream, try and do a bit of fuel saving, and then basically when it comes to the pit stop, maybe you can use that bit of fuel saving to try and go an extra lap, because if you can go an extra lap, especially around this Road Atlanta track, that can possibly work to your advantage.
So while this battle develops, fight for third is on in the GTM field. Nuno Barbosa for DS Racing Esports team, close into the back of Will Robertson. Right as they hit that back straightaway, this could be a good opportunity for Barbosa to get the move going. You see right there how much Robertson pushed over quickly to the right side of the racetrack, trying to break that draft, and I think he's done so successfully to a point that Barbosa is not going to be able to have an attack for him into this last chicane on the racetrack. But this fight, not one that's going to be going away anytime soon. And then, of course, you got Kaprowski and Carrera fighting for 18th overall, and this is just to determine who will find themselves on point for the overall GT field. But the battle for the GT Pro race lead is about a second separated. Thomas Barcelona just got around Aaronsburg for 12th place overall. That was the fight for 4th, and this is how we did it.
Yeah, that was a good clean move into the double right-hander, the first of the double right-handers who managed to get the move done, managed to get the car slowed off as well, and managed to get the move done as well. So good clean move by him. As it looks like the GT Pro battle is about just under a second between Carrera and Campbell from Kinetic Racing. So yeah, actually the top 3 are all together in the GT Pro. Actually, come to think of it, you've got Carrera, you've got Campbell, and you've got Groover as well for the Fisher Motorsport team.
This 3-way fight for the LMP2 lead still remains with Goen, Kemprager, Harmony, all of them under a blanket, and all of them trying to see who can come out on top in what is right now an ultimate grudge match. We got a battle as well. This is for the number 2 spot in GT Pro as Bruno Carrera, unless Daniel Gruber getting around Aiden Campbell for the number 2 spot. So Fisher Motorsports putting themselves up into the 2nd spot, while Campbell dropping back to 3rd with this one.
Yep, and yeah, I think Gruber's been closing the top 2, the so again, top two down in the GT Pro, and I think basically wasted no time in getting that move done on Cambo. As it looks like they've got another bunch of well, another GTP car come up to lap them, and the GTP car dived up the inside of Campbell at the last second, and that'll compromise him. And as you can see in the background, Campbell is not at all happy with that, judging by his flashing lights.
It's one of those moves, right, about race preservation. Do you really want to make that move into such a tight section of the racetrack? Do you just want to wait for that really long straight that's immediately following it and just make an easy pass then? Especially when you're only 15 minutes into a 10-hour race, right? So potentially something that they might think about going down into the future. How about this? 6th place is on for Goto, getting around Jan Philippe Weed for Team Hardcore. Bramsto Shatton puts themselves into the number 6 spot.
Yep, and not too far behind them as well, as we look at a replay to see what happened and to see the move. And yeah, alongside into the chicane, gets the move done, and I think it was a bit of pretty much Veed got the move done, and they go by a GT Porsche as well. Just got the move done, and they used a bit of the GT traffic to his advantage.
That takes us right back to this battle for the lead, but it has just broken up big time, courtesy of some GTM lap traffic that's kind of gotten in the way, but that is the nature of multi-class racing. In this battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th, Kyle Burney is starting his claw back in the field as the MSP number 3 gets around Jan Philippe Weed. So Team Hardcore dropping back again as they work down the back chute and in towards that backstretch chicane. Still got this fight as well for 3rd within the GTM field between Will Robertson and Nuno Barbosa, who still got the battle around thereabouts for the race lead for GT Pro, separated by 1.8 seconds. Perhaps predictably, Kaprowski has broken away big time in this one. Justin Delano of Ultra Motorsports has been on an absolute tear as well. To ride on board here with Will Robertson and Nuno Barbosa as they work their way down the pit straight here and towards turn number 1. So far, 3rd place. It's been difficult to get these two separated. Pedro Spadina finally ready to start his comeback drive through the GTP field.
Yeah, already up into the top 10 of GTP, and the next car in front of him is the 830 of Veed, and so I think it won't be too long before Espadina makes a move on this back straight and heading down to the chicane. If he can get a good run, it's got a good exit, but it's just a case of, again, basically, some of it comes down to how much hybrid boost you've got, or basically hybrid you've got left to use up in the back straight, because if you've got loads of hybrid left, yeah, you can use that to your advantage down this back straight, and it looks like Espadina is not close enough to make a move.
Going to drop off of that tail end for a little bit. How about the fight for 2nd? Look at the move as Luca Harmony takes the inside of Christian Camprager. The JC Racing Esports number 86, Delar P217, getting up and around the Rising Panda Racing number 46 as they work to the front straightaway. And now we've got more problems. That's Daniel Gruber, the Fisher Motorsports number 44, off the racetrack.
Yeah, I wonder if it was an issue on the exit of turn 1, heading into turn 1. He turns in, and just too wide. It looked like he carried a little bit too much speed as well and just ran wide. And this is a tricky section known as well, trying to rejoin, because you want to rejoin, but you don't want to rejoin into a pack of oncoming cars, as it looks like someone else has had issues on the exit of turn 1 on the outside curb.
That's the 4th place runner in GTM that just had problems. That cost them a spot back to the, in fact, that's cost them all the way back to 6th as Chip Michaels for Going Racing in that brand new Going Ferrari able to make a move. Goin's been a team that's been synonymous with the LMP2 category all season long. Before this final race, they decided to register a GTM Ferrari as well. So right now, Chip Michaels on the opening stint for this number 19. Not doing a bad run so far, into the top 5.
Yeah, absolutely. They've just been having a quiet start to the race, up into 6th place in class, and then a bit further up, we're looking at the battle for looking at one of the battles as well with World of Sim Racing, and it looks like the Torque Creek Racing number 6 Porsche heading through turn 1, and just in front of them they've got the Groover as well.
So Gruber, Dance, Adrian Subiela, all seeing who can make a move, as well as the Vulture Motorsports number 017. Closer to the back of Will Robertson for the MSP Mercedes. Some LMP2 traffic trying to cut through, and that will put Will Robertson offline. That allows for Corolla to reel in just about another 100th or two. They work through turn 6, now out through 7. Now it's a drafting battle down this long, long backstretch.
Absolutely, there's a bunch of LMP2 and the GTP traffic comes through as well, and as you see there, there's a bit of drafting going on with Robertson and Carolla. And will Carolla try and make a move into the chicane? I don't think it's going to be close enough. Oh, he's thinking about it, but decides to back out of it, and Robertson for now retains the position.
The fight for third is on in GTM. It is right now the closest battle we have on the racetrack between any two cars. Chip Michaels going into the grass, and that will cost him a spot up to the DS Racing Esports Ferrari of Nuno Barbosa, just a little ways behind. You heard him overshoot and run wide through the grass. How about the overall race lead kicking off again? Christophe Demay and Alvaro Martinez. They have caught LMP2 traffic down. That's going to put Demay offline. Martinez could try to go on the offensive here. Gaps down to just a 10th and a half. He's surely going to make the move down to the turn number 10 there.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Martinez is going to make a move. Yeah, both of them get a bit close wheel to wheel, and they've got a bunch of GT traffic in front of them. And Martinez uses the GT traffic to his advantage. A fantastic move.
Absolutely stellar driving there from Martinez. They put themselves up into the number 1 position. So they're having themselves a good time. But look at Tomato trying to get the cup back down the pit straight, and World of Sim Racing was not having it that time by. Looking over the right-hand side, but still Martinez showing that he is a force to be reckoned with in this one. This is a huge titanic fight, and it looks like it just got broken up by a lap of traffic. Sibilia getting around Jonathan Dance. This is a GT Pro in the battle for 5th.
Yep, he got a great run across the start-finish line heading down to turn 1 and got alongside Dance, and I think managed to get the car pulled up and done a bit of a move to stop Dance trying to get a switch back. And again, as we go back to live pictures, headed onto the back straight, and a bunch of LMP2 and GTP traffic coming through now, and not as chaotic as it has been in previous laps before. So yeah, I think these GT drivers will be breathing a bit of a sigh of relief. It looks like we might have a move going on in GTM as well. It looks like it looks like Carolla's got the move done on Robertson finally, and Robertson has to back out of that into the chicane.
Just made that lunge into that backstretch chicane, and now some GTP traffic cutting through at the same time, along with some LMP2 traffic just a little ways behind. Tell you what, we've been having a great start to this race so far. Oh, problems. That's Sevilla, the World of Sim Racing BMW that we just saw make that pass to the 5th, and now dropping back to last. Careful. And that has just caused the Team Hardcore GTP to lose a nose momentarily. It has just flashed back onto contact behind, and that's going to punt the MSP machine of Robertson into the grass.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate because Robertson was having a great run there in the GTM class. The World of Sim, the World of Sim Racing BMW just got tagged by, it looked like the Fisher Motorsport GTP car.
It didn't even look like they touched.
Oh,
that looked like some massive net code there. And right there you saw the hardcore car get involved, and then coming down the hill, MSP car checks up and they get shoved into the grass.
Yeah, I think it was just the GTP car coming through in the S's there. It just caught Robertson. It kind of just unsettled Robertson, and Robertson was just basically.
Oh, that.
As I look at the replay, yeah, I think you're right, Nolan. That was very big net code. As we get another replay and to see what happened, and I would love to try and see
that's net code. You can tell.
I would love to see an angle of that from above, like a chopper view, to see if what it was like, to see how big it was.
Well, I would too if we had one. It doesn't. There we go. We got. Yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Big
Yeah,
time.
that was net code for sure.
It would have been close though. I mean, oh, we got another one around. It's the same car. Sevilla around again at the same place.
Again, I wonder if you might have some slight suspension damage.
Oh, he just went too wide and hit the grass.
Just caught the grass on the outside of the curb, and he was lucky not to get collected.
It was a wise move, though. What he did there was he gassed it up to try, because he knows that's a volatile spot in the racetrack. So he was gassing it up there to try to get it off of the racing line as quickly as physically possible. While one World of Sim Racing car is having a time of it, the other one is way out in front, and now Wolfgang Wildenauer having it off, and he has found the wall, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if that was maybe caught that curb in the exit of the S's, and it's just made the car bounce as he goes, oh, he just caught the gravel.
Ouch. Missed the tires and went straight into the concrete. Oh no, there is tires there. Just the same color as the wall.
Yeah, as we look at the battle for the GTP leads that have gone on between Martinez and DeMay, and yeah, both these cars have managed to break away from the rest of the pack. They're pretty much third place. Santos is about 10 seconds behind. As DeMay closes up on the brake and heading onto this back straight, and I wonder if he could try and get a run on Martinez, but it looks like they're both evenly matched when it comes to straight line speed. And to bring another factor into it, they've got some GT traffic in front, but managed to get by a couple of GT cars heading down to the chicane, and yeah, it looks like they won't be held up too much. But again, Martinez holding on to the lead.
This battle continuing on. Oh, and it gets checked up with the digital chicane number 80, and that puts them side by side for the lead. Here comes DeMay round the long way through turn one, and look at that, HAC Racing right back to the lead. That is how you make a decisive move at Road Atlanta early on. Only half an hour into this race, and already this is the type of action that we're seeing. That's how you know we're in for a fun ride this afternoon.
Absolutely, and yeah, look at the kinetic racing car of Campbell at the moment in a battle with the Delta Racing BMW. It looks like Campbell might retake the position. He gets the move done into the chicane, so Austin Campbell back up into second place in the class. And as they come across the line, they've still got the Fisher Motorsport Porsche of Groover behind them. It looks like we might have a change for the lead on for the GTP lead. Can DeMay get the move done? Yes, he can.
DeMay fending off Martinez with that one. He already had that lead through turn one, and now having to fend off an attack from Martinez down into that backstretch chicane. This whole field, man, I mean, they are having a great time fighting it out. This track, oh, I love Road Atlanta so much. Such a beautiful track of racing. It is challenging, it's flowing, but it throws up some darn good racing too, especially when you get drivers of this caliber racing wheel to wheel like this. And again, 30 minutes in. I mean, there's still a long way to go in this race.
As the lead battle heads onto the back straight, and they've got a. It looks like one of the championship contending LMP2 cars in front of them. I believe it looks like Demey's going to try and go up the inside of the LMP2 car into the chicane. Manages to get the move done, and Martinez unfortunately gets compromised slightly, having to wait behind on the entry to the chicane.
So HAC Racing's lead secure for now. Battles on for the number 2 spot, Eddie Campbell. Trying to battle that out with Vitor Delgado. That's Kinetic and Delta that are right now going at it. The number 6-7 Porsche facing off against the number 12 BMW. Once again, I mean, these are 2 cars that have been put through the ringer this season at various points, but right now they're both in some really good positions here, and you can see how much Delta Racing is looking at. Oh boy, trying to close in, as that was a huge cutoff there. Luca Harmony showing aggression as he tries to stay in touch with going up the road.
Yeah, that was a little bit too aggressive, a bit too early for that at this stage of the race. But yeah, thankfully all cars involved managed to survive. It looks like Campbell's breaking away slightly from Delgado behind him, heading into the chicane.
I can't imagine why that happened.
I was going to say nothing.
You know, sometimes you wonder where the paces went, but I think that one is reasonable enough. Whoa! Look out, Demey!
Oh, I was going to say it was a bit of. Oh, I thought he was going to get collected there by a bunch of GT cars, but Demey, thankfully, I've got to say that was an amazing save.
This is down the hill in the Cadillac GTP. It's one of the DS cars ahead of him. That should be the GT Pro race leader. Oh, look for the. Oh my god, he just barely avoided that wall as well.
Yeah, I think that was a. If I was in charge of race control, I would put that down to Demey. I think it was a bit of an optimistic move, and that gap was always closing.
Take another look. This gets so close to that wall. I mean, my goodness. Didn't even scratch the paint though with that. And it slid all the way around.
That was. I tell you one thing, that definitely might have woken up Demey, but thankfully he managed to keep that car going, still running in second place. And it looks like Groover is caught up to the back of Delgado for the battle for third place in GT Pro.
Delta and Fisher once again looking to size each other up as Delta Racing fending off Daniel Gruber Fisher Motorsports for the number 3 spot in your GT Pro category. Eddie Campbell for Kinetic Racing City just up the road. Further behind, got the fight for 4th starting to pick up again as Chip Michaels for Going Racing. Closing in on Nuno Barbosa for the DS Racing Esports team as well. So you got a few teams now that are starting to reel these gaps back down. Of course, gaps constantly ebbing and flowing. There's a lot of damage on the right front of that Ferrari. That, of course, would have come from the hit that he gave to the MSP machine of Will Robertson, but I didn't imagine it would give that much damage. It wasn't that big of a hit.
Yeah, I was going to say it wasn't a hard hit. It wasn't a big hit either, or it wasn't a high-speed hit as well. I wonder if it's just I wonder if it's maybe just a case of curb bounces as well, because I know that some of the curbs have. Oh, it looks like we've had an issue in LMP2 actually. As I say that, it looks like the 86 car of Harmonin.
Yeah, Luca Harmoning having an incident here as he just went too wide. That's all it was. Did a good job to catch that though. And that happens just as Travis Linscomb Hatfield for Fisher Motorsports hits pit road. So our first green flag pit stop is underway. And with this timing, that might be a scheduled stop.
Yeah, I believe this is a scheduled stop or close to it anyway. Sometimes in a race like this with Road Atlanta being a small track, don't be surprised if you see some cars maybe pit 1 lap earlier or 2 laps earlier, just to try and get out of traffic, get some clear air, and just get a pit stop done. As Lundstrom Hanfield leaves the pits.
And right on cue, here comes Luca Harmoning into pit road. I think he's, I mean, you've just had a big moment, right? I mean, why wait at this point? You may as well try to go for an undercut strategy, try to cut out the time lost. So Harmoning is into pit road for the GSC Racing Esports crew. And no driver swap looking like for this first stop. I'm not surprised at that. I mean, usually we see some teams going for the driver switch, and actually, they are going for a driver swap. Harmony's out, and they're going to throw Christopher Seftel into the car. See, that's unusual to see only 30 minutes into the race. You would assume they would have their starting driver go out there for at least the first hour or so.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought with the starting driver, they might have tried to do maybe 1 stint or 2 stints. Possibly maybe to basically try and kind of minimise the time loss when it comes to driver changes. But yeah, I'm a bit surprised by that. A driver change 30 minutes or round about the 30-minute mark into the race. That's yeah, I don't know if it's maybe. I wonder if they're doing something similar to what they're doing in real life IMSA races. Try and get maybe stick the lesser maybe the not so quick driver in. Try and get some of the drive time done, and then basically stick a quick driver in, and then basically stick the less quicker driver in and get their driver time out the way as quickly as possible, and then stick with the quicker drivers for the rest of the race. As it looks like we've got Cam Prega into the pits.
Thomas Marcelino is also in for Tri-State Racing, so we're going to see pretty much everybody coming on down for pit stops here pretty soon. Rain DeBoer is in as well. Nicholas Gowen and Jason Ahrensberg, along with Kyle Allen for Division 1 Motorsports. They have all not come down yet in your LMP2 field. There you see Remy Loesch for Isaac Panda Racing going for the driver swap, so Cam Prager is out, Loesch is in. They're going to throw Christian Sherrard into the car for Tri-State Racing. Rain DeBoer for now staying in the car, and Piero Leone has just taken the toe to pit road for the number 69 car, but not showing that car's had a wreck somewhere. Adrian Sevilla did have problems in that car. Do you think he had a technical issue?
Yeah, I was wondering if that was a technical issue or maybe a hardware issue. Maybe he's had to pull up and escape back to the pits, but that's yeah, I'm a bit confused by that. I'm guessing it's a technical issue or a hardware issue.
There's Nicholas Gowen, the LMP2 leader, now in pit road, and here comes Jason Ahrensberg just in behind. So the last 2 cars we're waiting on to pit are now in. And here is the battle now for what should end up being about net P2. Look at Kyle Allen taking over the spot for Remy Loesch early on, looking to make a statement in his stint first out of the gate.
Yep, he's not hanging around and manages to take that position straight away on his outlap as Gowen's just about to leave the pits. I think yeah, Gowen should have these 2 cars on the exit of the pit lane, I believe. Yeah, he's well in front by around about 5 seconds. So it looks like Gowen's probably the only driver, or one of the drivers is probably going for a double stint.
Bruno Barboso and Chip Michaels still close together in their battle in the midst of the GTM field. Michael Kulaga hopping into the race car for Vulture Motorsports. They're going to drop to the tail end with that driver swap for the 216. Leaving just this battle for the number 2 spot in LMP2 for the time being. We've also got a fight picking up here between Gustavo Frigoto and Pedro Espadina. This is the Province No Chat to the DS Racing Esports crew. Remember, DS Racing were the pole sitters for this race. So they're just trying to claw their way back to the field, and they got 2 more targets directly in front of them. And how about that? Oh no, Kyle Allis coming back down to pit road. There's a problem.
Yeah, I was about to say, I just saw him dive into the pit lane there, and uh, but I'm hoping it's not. But I've heard that there's meant to be, a pit fuel bug, apparently an iRacer at the moment, which can catch some people out, and on the jacks, I wonder if they forgot to change tires.
The car is up on the jacks. So whatever the issue is, it must be something carb related. Meanwhile, Fragoto and Espadina remaining in lockstep for their own little battle. You've also got Kyle Burney up the road that's being reeled in with this battle. And Chris Schwartz actually having a little bit of an off further behind. And now there's damage on the left front of the Tri-State Racing 123.
Yeah, looking at the battles for in every class, it looks like the GTM leader Kapowski has dived into the pits.
He's not the only one. Here comes the GTP fourth place runner of Joshua Wolf, who is in as well. Kapowski hopping out of the car. Christian Scar making his first appearance in the VSCA Championship for this little one-off appearance here at Petit Le Mans. He's hopping into the car now. So the Digital Chicane number 93 are going to be hopping off. They're going to be getting right to it. And now, more problems for Kulaga and Sabila. GT Pro and LMP2 both around. And how much you willing to bet that this was with contact?
Yeah, I think this was with contact as the World Sim Racing BMW tries to get turned around. And it looks like...
Yep, just
yeah,
it out.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
That was a big one.
That car rolled, fully flipping over there for Sabila, and that might be game over.
And I wonder, Nolan, if this is the case of the typical iRacing glue.
Oh my gosh. I don't think it was. I mean, look at this angle that it hits this wall at. That's a very awkward angle to hit something. It's on board. That wall is jutting in too. I mean, that is just the worst angle he could have hit that at.
There's a head up through the S's as well now. The S's is probably one of my favourite sections of the track because it's just got a kind of it feels like, for me, from my past experience, it feels like you're on a roller coaster, and yeah, it's kind of I find it a fun part of the track anyway.
Here comes Francisco Santos Pereira in a pit road. Thomas Martin is in as well, just behind him. Kyle Burney has come into pit road for his machine. It's been a time for that number 3 car, and this could spell trouble for them. I mean, they're already a whole lap down. What's happened to Kyle Burney? How have they ended up like a whole lap back on this one?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I wonder if it's just a lack of pace, or if Bernie maybe had an issue somewhere to be one lap down.
Actually, I have just remembered the top 3 haven't pitted yet, so that's probably why when they can lap around this place in under a minute. I'm not used to that, right? I mean, most road course races, you're able to get out with some room to spare. It's not like an oval. This track is not among them. A pit stop for a GTP car here, it's about a minute 14 for full service. They're lapping here in a minute 7. So if you come down to pit road, you're losing that lap until the rest of the field comes in.
Yeah, that's a good point actually, because of the short. Road Atlanta is relatively a short track, so it's so easy to go a lap down, even if you've not had any issues. But as it looks like Martinez is into the pits from second place, and Christopher DeMay is still in the lead. Yeah, it looks like we've got a bunch of other traffic as well, or a bunch of other cars rather, they dive into the pit lane as well.
Nicholas Gowen and Remy Loesch still within a second of each other for this LMP2 race lead. It has gone absolutely nowhere for these two. I mean, these two teams have been locked together right from the start of this race, and they cannot find a way to break away from one another, even already almost an hour into this race. I mean, this is going to be a good fight. And the LMP2 battles, they usually are absolutely fantastic. We don't get many of them in a race, but when we do, they have no chill when they're fighting it out with one another.
As DeMay dives into the pits now from the lead, and this should hand the lead over to the 50 car of Fragotto, I believe. So yeah, DeMay onto the jacks, so it'll be tyres for him, and I think I wonder if DeMay will jump out or if he'll stay in for another stint, as it looks like Fragotto's into the pits as well now. So yeah, I think the last of the GTP runners to dive into the pit lane.
The top two are both in. That will put Alvaro Martinez back to the lead of this race. Wolf should pick up second. Santos third. Whether Martin will get through as well, still a bit of a question mark. Some battles picking up as well throughout the GTM category. Nuno Barbosa and Chip Mikes are still close. Will Robertson, Michael Gerrans for VSCA Racing are still a little bit close. So there's still some battles that are, the predictable crowd. Glocka and Allen right now have got themselves a bit of a duo going. And how about this? Look at the lunge there as Christophe Demay fending off an attack from Alvaro Martinez from behind.
Yep. So yeah, coming through the S's now, and I think Martinez needs to try and make a move while he can. But further back, looking at the LMP2 battle between the 216 car, and it looks like Allen as well, the battle for 7th place in LMP2.
Making a cut to the inside. Is it successful? It is not. What will be successful is Will Robertson's move. Well, never mind. As Michael Garrett, drive it around the outside. And now for the race lead, as World of Sim Racing's Martinez takes one away from DeMay down the hill and into that chicane. That was a bold move with DeMay trying to squeeze them out on the left side of the racetrack.
His battle, or heading out through the S's rather, it looks like the battle for an LMP2 is still going on as well. It looks like Gowan's still in the lead, but the 46 championship contending LMP2, LMP2 is not too far behind as well, about 1.4 seconds behind Gowan as well. So it looks like the battle for the lead of that class might be about to get a lot more closer very soon, traffic dependent. And this is a question as well, though. What do you do if you're the championship contending the LMP2 car, the 46 team for in this case? Do you want to try and go for the lead and try and take the lead in LMP2, or do you want? Oh
my goodness!
Oh, I thought I was going to end up in a big incident as well, and I think Martin was a little bit too aggressive there. I think he could have waited for the exit of the chicane, but. Yeah, I think if I was the race engineer for Martin, I would just be telling him to be just be a little bit more careful. But it's going back to my question, Owen. What do you do if you're the 46 car in LMP2? Do you try and go for the lead, or just try and stay where you are and just play the safe game?
I'd say stay where you are. You're safe in second place. You've got an 11-second gap back to third. You don't need to win. It'd be nice to win, but you don't have to, right? I think that's the big key factor here that, Remy Loge and the rest of the Rising Panda Racing crew really have to try to realize, is that there's not really a lot of benefit in pushing super hard for the race lead unless third place starts to reel them in a little bit more. Then they could use the security.
Yeah, I completely agree. As it looks like Kulaga is about to leave that position to Alan, heading down to the chicane. Can Alan get the move done into the chicane? Yes, he can. I think that a 216 car might be suffering from a lack of straight line speed because of some front end damage after that incident.
Ultra Motorsports' Jeff Carollo has come down to pit road. As the 017 Mustang will take it into the pits. So the GT field starting to come down for their first pit stops. Right on cue around that 1 hour mark, just shy of it. Some drivers have already made some stops throughout the GT field, but mostly those have been for some damage repairs, not for actual service. A developing fight as well between a pair of Porsches here for the second spot with Aiden Campbell and Daniel Gruber starting to come to fruition.
Absolutely. So this battle between Gruber and Campbell has been shaping up for a few laps now, and Gruber's diving into the pits actually. So I think diving into the pits for his pit stop. So coming to the end of his stint, I wonder if this 44 car will do a driver change, or if they might keep Gruber in for another stint, possibly. As Gruber hits his box and he's up on the jacks, we'll jump out of the car. If the car disappears, it means it'll be a driver change, but if not, it means that Gruber will stay in for another stint. But still, this battle for second place in the GTM is coming across the line with Barboza and Michaels coming across the line. Well, Michaels tries to make a move. He tries to sneak up the inside, but tries to make Barboza move offline, but Barboza manages to handle the pressure.
Barbosa and Michaels continuing their strong run. Meanwhile, Christian Gerard and Rain DeBoer still having issues of their own as they continue to scrap it out for that fifth place spot. Again, just like so many other battles, I mean, they just cannot get separated. And that's one of the additional chicane cars directly in front of the fact that is the GTM race leader, or what is due to be the GTM race leader that's currently making his way back around the racetrack. So Gerard DeBoer, a quarter of a second separated them. It's a long run down this backstretch here. This could be the moment where we see DeBoer make the move to go for a top 5 run inside the LMP2 category. He tucks into the draft behind HAC Racing, but he's not going to get close enough.
Yep, manages to keep hold of position for now, but yeah, I think it's just a matter of time before he loses the position as he gets held up by a GT3 car coming across the line. That was the 34 Mayer Simspeed car heading into turn 1, and I think Gerard. I think it's just a matter of time before he loses his position, as De Boers looks to be the quicker driver at the moment, heading through the S's now, and then heading up to one of the trickiest corners on the exit, the exit of the X's, because you've got that curve on the outside, which can make the car bounce and unsettle it. As I think Gerard again just manages to hold the position for now, but it looks like De Boer just can't get close enough to make a move.
Tri-State Racing 123. Still doing his darndest to try to see if he can fend off the attacks from Rain DeBoer. deep in the field. All the way down the hill. Chip Michaels as well, getting around Barbosa, and he'll take over the race lead as the top two come down the pit road for GTM. So that's Justin Delano that is in. Nuno Barbosa is in. Michael Garone for off in the S's is in. Most of the good grief. Most of the GTM field has now come down to pit road. Chip Michaels right now the lone driver that has continued to stay out with the race lead.
Yeah, but that could do. Michael staying out longer. That could be a case of fuel saving as well in traffic. Obviously you can use that draft on the back straight of another car, and you can also do lift and coast into that chicane as well, which could save you some fuel. So some drivers trying to go as long as possible, and that could work out towards the end of the race as well, especially if when it comes to making the final set of pit stops. But obviously, we've not mentioned it so far. There is safety cars in this, or basically full course cautions in this series. So that could throw, if you've got a strategy, that could throw that strategy, whatever you had set in mind, that you could throw that in the bin.
No kidding, right? I mean, those safety cars, they've had a tendency this season to come up at the most inopportune moments as well for so many cars. And it's been a serious strategy gamble to try to get drivers to get themselves situated wherever they can. Right now, Chip Michaels is in, and that will wrap up GTM pit stops. Bruno Carrera, the lone contender that has not come in yet, along with Delta Racing for GT Pro. And they're going to get Matthew Rice into the car for Going Racing. So a new contender into the car for this one. They will also go for the driver swap, looking to get that other driver into the car early on. I think the aggressive drivers have, for the most part, done their jobs in the early stints. Now we're seeing the pace setters come on out.
Yeah, I think basically the stuck the aggressive or quick drivers in at the start just to ease yourself into the race, and then basically the middle part of this race, like you'll probably see maybe the safer pair of hands being stuck in for their stints. As it looks like we've got some driver changes being done at the moment as well. We've got Teixeira and Delgado as well. Delgado was actually in for the start in the 12 BMW, I believe. So it looks like some teams electing to maybe keep the driver that started the race with in the car for another stint. Maybe some other teams will elect to stick in a fresh driver for their stint, just to keep the drivers fresh, give some drivers a chance to take a break and get some food, or just get up and walk about. Because if you've been sitting for a while, you can get, from my experience, you can get a bit of cramp in your hands, your back, your legs, just if you've been sitting for too long.
Carlos Miguel Duarte getting around Matthew Rice, the Frenchman, fresh into the car for the 555 DS Racing Sports team, and he went round the outside there to take that spot away from Going Racing. So a great move there will put that 555 into the fifth place spot for the GTM category. And that happens, Ryan, just as we hit the 1 hour mark into this race.
Yeah, I was good to say this first hour has absolutely flew by. It's true. It's like the usual saying goes: time flies by when you're having fun.
Sure does. And with that, we will further take a chance to thank, of course, the folks that helped to keep this race and have helped to keep the Speed Cup Series, not the Speed Cup Series, the VSCA Sports Car Championship going all season long. Twinbush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment. Located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twinbush, quality that convinces. Huge battle right now for the lead in LMP2. Look at how close Remy Loge has been reeling in Nicholas going up the road. That was so close to being a huge incident coming down the S's.
Yeah, I'm amazed that never ended up being an incident. But it looks like it looks like the 46 car is seems to be quicker at the moment. So it looks like Lois has got up to speed really quickly, closed that gap down to Gowan, and he's not hanging around by any means. Now the question is, well, will this 46 car try and go for the move and take the lead, or are they just going to sit behind, do fuel saving, and just be more than happy to sit where they are?
For now, looking like it's going to be the latter. He was trying to go for the lead, but unfortunately had a little bit of a mix-up coming in towards turn 7 and kicked the tail end out, and that costed them so much momentum all the way down the straight. So Nicholas Gowan still trying to fend off the attacks from Remy Loesch. It is not a battle, though, that is going to be settled easily. Loesch, will he go for the inside here into turn 6? He's looking, but he is going to back out. Might have something down the backstretch.
Yeah, I think if you're Loesch, I think you back off and wait until it's back straight. Try and use that slipstream to try and make a move into the chicane, but it looks like both cars are both evenly matched for straight line speed. So maybe they're running the same sort of downforce configuration.
Gowan and Loesch trying. They will continue to run. Just 1-2 for the time being. Headlights being flashed for Nicholas Gowan, warning their sister car up the road, hey, I'm here. I'm in a battle. Get out of the way quick, please. Tell you what, though, this scrap, I always love these LMP2 lead battles, right? Because, I mean, they just keep on going minute after minute, lap after lap. It's so evenly matched at the top. And that's why this LMP2 championship, whereas all the others have, you know, flip-flopped throughout the season, ever since Gowan lost the momentum after taking victories in the first 4 races of the season, it has been an absolute dogfight. And you see Loesch trying to make another look to the inside.
Yeah, I have to. Oh, Loesch is going for the move inside into the back straight. Oh, that was. Oh, that was. I have to say, that was a very opportunistic but good attempt at making a move in, heading into that second right-hander into the back straight. But I think if I was Loesch, I would have waited until the exit of the last right-hander to try and make a move down this back straight. He just compromised his exit. But yeah, I have to agree, Nolan. I love these LMP2 cars. I've done some races with these LMP2 cars recently as well in iRacing, and they're fun cars as well, because you don't have to worry about anything like you would on a GT car. You don't have to worry about traction control, ABS, or well, traction control, but you don't have to worry about ABS or even the hybrid stuff like you would get in the GTP cars. It's just pure driving. Just get in, jump in, away you go. And they're easy cars to get on the pace rev, I found.
It's been made so evident so far with how these guys have been charging all the way throughout the course of this race. And I mean, there's still nothing separating them. I mean, we're only talking about a 10th and a half. And you can tell Loesch is not content to sit around. He knows he's quicker than Nicholas Gowan, and he is trying to get around him, but he slips the back end out again as they came through turn 7 there, and that has costed him so big down this straight. I can almost guarantee you as well, Gowan is running the lower downforce setup to set themselves up for this backstretch so they can keep in front of the straights, and then Loesch can't pass in these corners because they're all so one line.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the way Gowan was pulling away, I think they're running lower downforce as well, and it definitely helps, but I think in high-speed corners it won't help as much like it will with Loesch, because I think this 46 car, they're running higher downforce for these high-speed corners. It looks like they're catching up to GT arm traffic by the looks of it, heading into the S's. And now this is where Loesch catches up, and he closes right up on the exit, heading into the S's. And but again, you just can't really do anything because it's a one-line section. But if Loesch can get a good exit here, he gets a great exit. He might be able to try and make a move into this first of the right-handers. But again, if I'm him, wait until that back straight, try and maybe slow down a bit early and try and carry that speed through the corner heading onto the back straight. Try and maximise that exit to carry the speed.
Might have done it there as Gowan slipped up the back end, but you can see that delta. Look at how it neutralizes, and now started to pull away again, even with the draft. That tells a big story right there. Gowan definitely running the lower down for a setup. I think that's why we saw this last lap here, Remy Loesch trying to attack Nicholas Goen into turn 3 at the top of the S's, because I think Goen and Loesch, they both realize if Loesch can get to him by the time they get to the top of the hill here into the S's with the massive speed that he can carry through 1 and the final quarter here, Loesch is going to pull away so much in the corners that Goen won't be able to run them down again on the straights. Goen's whole strategy here relies on keeping Loesch behind them.
Absolutely, and I think if you're a race engineer or spotter for Loesch, I think you just tell him if you can't get by, just stay behind, save some fuel, do some lifting close and save some fuel. Yeah, you might not want to do that, you might find it boring, but when it comes to the next pit stop, that could work out in their favour. Move! Oh my god!
That was a lunge and a half right there. That was a very last-minute decision to go for that attack, and it didn't work. Had he set that up a little bit earlier, though, then maybe it could have happened. But this field scrapping it out as they fight down the back straightaway. Deeper down the field as well, Matthew Rice and Michael Garone are in a battle.
Absolutely, yeah. I've been watching this battle as well for a while now, and these two cars have been close together for a while, and some of the GT battles are starting to get a lot closer now, and I was going to say as well regarding the Goen and the Loesch battle. I think if I'm a race engineer or a spotter for the Loesch, just tell him just maybe ease up on the aggression a little bit, because obviously they've still got a championship to think about, and if Loesch makes any silly moves or makes a mistake, it could be a game over for them.
How about that? Garone making a great move around Matthew Rice as Rice got put offline by that LMV2 that stuffed it in late. Take a ride on board here with Michael Garone and watch what happens to get this overtake done. See that, how he gets forced offline? And Garone able to just diamond off the corner and get a great run around him.
Yeah, great move. It's the 83 car heads up through the exit of the S's there and manages to pull away now. But yeah, I think apart from that, the field's pretty much spread out at the moment, and there's not really much else going on apart from this battle and the lead LMP2 battle by the looks of it. The battle in GTP, the gap between Martinez and DeMay is about 2.2 seconds, and then apart from that, it's spread out relatively, or get a little bit spread out.
Another battle developing in LMP2, Christian Sherrard and Rain DeBoer getting a little bit more dicey with one another as they try to get themselves situated in a battle pack of their own. So far, nothing developing in the GTP field. There are a few that are within about 2 seconds or so, but nothing that's under a second in the GTP field. And in GT Pro, it's a similar story, but the GT Pro field has been pretty shattered. And oh boy, Ray DeBoer making the move with the assist there, coming down the hill.
That was it. That was brave.
Just a touch. Look at this. Just shot for the inside and went for it.
That was pretty much a move of I'm coming through whether you like it or not.
To give him credit, there was definitely a hole, and he took full advantage of it. We don't often see passes coming down the hill like that, though, just because of how flowing and how one line that section is. It is extremely risky, to the point where most prototypes, they won't even dare lap in traffic in that section, let alone battling with each other.
Yeah, indeed, that was a good move. Nevertheless, he managed to pull it off, and the board starting to pull away now, and they got a couple of GT cars in front of him as he gets round one of them before basically the middle of the S's, and that means that Gerard gets compromised and gets held up slightly. Loses him some time, and that gives the board a perfect chance to pull away.
And how about the lead? Closing back in again as Remy Loesch has reeled Going Racing right back in. It's again a problem where they can catch them pretty easily in the corners, but they just can't pass them. There's nowhere to take it. And how about this? All of a sudden the battle in GTP developing as well. Pedro Espadina falls under fire from Gustavo Frigoto. That's not going to go anywhere as that gap's going to extend back out, but this fight's still one to watch, but they just cannot break away from each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, that's part as well. LP2 is not cooling off. I mean, Lowe's is doing everything to try and keep up with Gowan, and yeah, just watching the Lloyd's onboard as well. He's just absolutely throwing his car into every corner trying to keep up with Gowan, and yeah, I keep just anytime I watch Lois closing up to the back of Gowan, I keep thinking it's going to be a horrible accident because he's getting so close to the rear end of Gowan. Oh, oh, oh! I tilted away there.
They're trying to wreck. Oh my goodness, a huge tank slap for Loesch coming out of the curbing that last time by. And we're already at the second pit stop window for this LMP2 field as Travis Lincecum Hansfield is into pit road for Fisher Motorsports. He was one of the first cars to pit under the first stint that we had in this race.
Yep, so it looks like this 14 car of Fisher Motorsport. It looks like they'll probably do a driver change. Yep, a driver change is about to happen as Hatfield jumps out, Kohlmeyer jumps in.
Rico Kohlmeyer into the car for the first time of the race. So the Fisher Motorsports number 14 going to get himself back up and into fine form. Remy Loesch has caught Nicholas going again. Does he try to sell him a move up into turn number 3? Oh, no room! Oh my goodness! And one of the GTMs getting punted off the racetrack. That was the DS Racing car, the 555 of Carlos Miguel Duarte, and they are going to be fuming with that. That was such an unnecessary piece of contact.
Yeah, that was just that was very naughty. I think. Yeah, I could have just.
Oh
There's
my!
no need to do it. Lauska's got the move up the inside. He's got the advantage. Oh, what a move by Lowe's. He used that GTP car to his advantage with the gap opening, and Lowe's saw the opportunity and he threw it up the inside and made it stick.
But now, Gowan's got some advantage here because he's got that low downforce setup. He's going to tuck into the line with HAC and just breeze right by Rising Panda like just standing still. 3 wide down the hill, and Rising Panda forced to back out, and that was going to end in complete disaster.
Yeah, I'm amazed this battle's not ended up in like big contact between both these cars because they're absolutely going at it. There's no, yeah, there's no quarter being given.
Quarter of a second separating this pair. Still no dice. Christopher Sefdell comes down to pit road. At this point, Loesch might want to consider trying for an undercut strategy. Try to get him on fresh tires. He's going to try to cut to the inside, though, again, and he is again forced to back out. Man, I mean, this fight, it just, any second now, you know this is going to just explode.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, yeah, what's the replay now? And I think, just watch it. Yeah, I think.
Acting like he wasn't there.
Yeah, Gowan just moved across to him. That was just dopey driver on Gowan's part, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if he gets pinged by race control for that.
All right, take a look at this. I mean, where is? Let's gonna back that up a little bit more. This is gonna be moment of contact. Look at that angle that Gowan is going for. I mean, Where is that car supposed to go?
Yeah, I think.
Goen was probably going to hit the grass with that angle himself.
Yeah, that was just silly driving by Gowan, and I think you can't go moving across in GT cars when as I say that the Gowan car of 46 is in the pits. So yeah, good call with the undercut, Nolan.
Pierce Stockton hops into the car. They're going to try to get another driver in and see what he can do for this. As Michael Garone having a momentary off in as well, off in the S's car. How quaint of a name for this one, but oh, he clipped the inside curve, and that's what sent him wide and way into the grass. But he didn't hit anything, so no harm, no foul. But what we saw there from Goen had the assumption that lapped car was going to back out. He had the assumption that car was going to like brake really early, and while sometimes it's safe to do that, in places like that, that's a very dangerous assumption to make, because if they don't, you get what just happened. And Goen is lucky that they didn't go spearing off the track with them.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just luckily the iRacing glue never kicked in there, otherwise both of them would have been off into the grass or even the wall. But now the question is, what do you do if you're Goen? Do you pit this time around and try and react to them and try and cover them off?
I would.
Oh, if Goen gets a...
Especially
Sorry,
if they've got a new driver in the car, right? I mean, you don't know what that driver is going to be doing. You haven't been able to race against them properly at this racetrack yet. Do you want to take that chance?
Yeah, if I'm this 18 car and I would probably stick, if Goen racing, I would probably stick in a fresh driver as well, because I think this is probably Gowen's probably coming up for pretty much a double stint.
Off in the S's. Is off in the S's. Michael Garone has gone around again.
Yeah, I was about to say you can't make it up.
Oh, wow. Whoa, boy. That is a violent, not a violent snap, but just a long drifting slide for that one.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a meatball flag.
That's a weird one. That's a weird incident. That's something you'd expect to see in the rain, not on the dry.
Yeah, maybe just as soon as he went to turn in, he just lost the rear end. Maybe just had a bit of a lead, maybe just lost it mid-corner. But yeah, again, the battle for the GTP lead is still going on between Martinez and DeMay. DeMay was about 2.26 behind. Now he's closed this gap down to Martinez. He tries to go for a look up inside. Oh, that was opportunistic.
Trying to take advantage of all that lap traffic in front of Martinez, but Martinez saw it coming and slammed the door shut before DeMay could properly establish enough overlap. So the battle for the overall race lead is back on. Christophe DeMay duking it out with Alvaro Martinez. Nicholas Goen, by the way, has just come down to pit road. He is looking like he's going to be into the box. We'll see if he goes with the driver change as well. Martinez started to open up a bit more of a gap. It looks like he's just bent. Oh, there we go. Safety car deployed for the first time today. And that is going to throw a huge shakeup into this battle for the LMP2 race lead.
Yeah, I wonder if that's why the 46 car pitted as well, because maybe they had a feeling that a safety car was going to come out at some point, and they just wanted to try and cover themselves off. With them doing that, if that's the case, they've called it correctly.
Depends where they come out in relation to that safety car. They need to get out ahead of it if they want to make proper advantage out of that. Otherwise, they could be stuck behind it. And then you got a whole new problem, but they are going to beat it out of pit road.
And it looks like Gowen is staying in for another stint, so this is pretty much coming up for nearly 3 stints for Gowen in this car. So this stint possibly should be around about, if Gowen staying in as well, it should be around about 2.5 hours, I believe.
Well, with this I think with the field frozen, we can now take a quick rundown, top to bottom, throughout this field. See where everything is shaking on up as we continue to advance further and further into Petit Le Mans this afternoon. For GTP, Alvaro Martinez of World of Sim Racing, they stand on the top step for now. Christophe Demey just behind them for HAC Racing. Then the number 2 spots with Grizz Motorsports in 3rd. Francisco Santos Pereira runs in 4th with Fisher Motorsports back in 5th. MSP sits in 6th. DS Racing Esports team is in 7th. Robsto Shafton in 8th. Team Hardcore is in 9th. And NGCT Esports team still in this race, but they are down to 10th and right now about 9 laps off of the leaders.
Yep, and in LP2 it's currently leading by Goldwyn Racing, who have just made their pit stop. The 46 Rising Panda car is second place, with the 3rd place being held by the GSE Esports Racing VSCA LMP car, and then 4th place they've got the 14 Fisher Motorsports Dallara. And then 11, or basically, 5th you've got the 11 Vision 1 Motorsports car with the Scaris GT048. And then you've got Tri-State Racing with the 123. 216 is Volkswagen Motorsports LMP2 with the 47 Rising Panda Motorsport car, unfortunately being first of the retirements by the looks of it. And Fisher Motorsports in LP2, but again, they got disqualified before the start of the race because they signed it up in the wrong class.
Maxime Leonard still on the racetrack, but he is down several laps. He is running right now behind the GT Pro race leader of DS Race Esports, Steven Teixeira. And then you got Daniel Gruber running behind Chris Scar, who leads the way for Digital Chicane. Delta Racing's number 12 is in 3rd. Then you have Aiden Campbell in 4th. Goodwin is in 5th. Pierre Leon way down the field for World Sim Racing down in 6th. Aiden Campbell, the low retirement so far in your GT Pro category.
Yeah, and they currently lead in the GTM class. You've got the 93 car of the Digital Chicane, with Volkswagen Motorsports in 2nd with the 016 and 017 Volkswagen Motorsports Plus in 3rd. And then you've got the 80 Digital Chicane car. Then you've got the 555 Dogs on Web DS Racing, 33 MSP car, and then 19 Goldwyn Racing GT3. Off in the S's Racing with the 83, and then 34 you've got the MSP car, 16 the 16 Dangler Performance, and then 312 Real Pixel Motorsport. Unfortunately retired from the race, and the WMS car, the 515, unfortunately again did not take the start.
So racing action continues on this afternoon. 8.5 hours down here for Petit Le Mans. We are under the safety car for the first time this afternoon. What a wild ride that we've had so far this afternoon, and there's still a long way to go. This championship is only just getting kicked off. We'll see in a moment when we return on Green Flag TV for the restart.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Petit Le Mans for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Second round of wait-bys is taking place. A whole host of drivers have hopped into their race cars. Matthew Rutzen, new into the vehicle. Ricardo Santos, Forbes, Peckley, Garrido, Meredith, Pedersen, Fonte. In fact, no new drivers remain. Well, no old drivers remain, sorry, in the GTP category. For the LMP2 field, there's some newcomers. Kyle Granger has hopped into the car for Scours SS Racing, along with Jason Ahrensberg and Ryan Ware. So far, Jay Van Bepelen, one of the only new drivers into the car for GT Pro, along with Jonathan Dance. And then, of course, in GTM, Aaron Bieber, new into the car for the MSP machine. Michael Fowler, new into his car for the 016 Vulture Motorsports Mustang. And Jim McGill into the car for Tank Performance. Otherwise, they are as they have ran since nearly the start of this race. If you're just tuning in, my name is Ola Rempel alongside Ryan Walker, with Scott Rankin planning on entering the booth around the second half of this race. Coming up on Green Flag TV over the next few days. We got 4 broadcasts in just 2 days. This is, of course, the first and the longest of the 4. Not even an hour after race action ends tonight here, we are swinging down to Concord Speedway for round 2 of the SRA Mini Stock Series. 135 laps should be a good one. That's then headed up by the Classic IndyCar Series with the Pay for Cyclist Systems 200 for the Phoenix Raceway for round number 13 on Sunday afternoon at 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time. And later that same evening, the SRO Next Gen Cup Series runs out to Interlagos for round number 12. Only 2 races to go in the regular series season. And then, of course, the High Tide Racing League MF Race Designs Premier Series returns to the Brickyard for the 3rd year in a row. We're racing at 6 o'clock p.m. Pacific time, 9 p.m. Eastern time for round number 6. So, Ryan, things are looking interesting in racing action this afternoon. Looking like Jeff Carollo will be the car to take us to the green flag as the lights go out with the iRacing safety car.
Yeah, it's been an interesting first hour or so. Plenty of good racing in every class, and yeah, especially the LMP2 battle between the Going Racing and the Rising Panda. It's, yeah, there's been plenty of wheel rubbing as well, and like you say, it looks like it's Carollo and the leading GTM the car that's going to take us to the green flag, and yes, this will be an interesting restart because it's pretty much mixed traffic as you see in the picture there. So getting by these GT cars is going to be yeah, pretty interesting after the restart.
iRacing pace car is in. It's now in the hands of Carollo. He'll take off early. Green flag is back. And racing action continues. Going Racing quickly. Getting to the head of the field along with Pure Stockton for Rising Panda Racing. Deeper in the pack, Matthew Rutan, the one of the drivers that's got to worry the most. He cuts through a whole host of lap traffic, trying to stay out ahead of Ricardo Santos with the DS Racing Esports team. Cutting into the, down into the S for the first time today. So far, no problems. How about Aaron Beaver making the run on Duarte? That is for 5th in GTM, holding up some of the GTP runners.
Yeah, as they come through the S's now, it looks like it looks like the 33 car. There was a bit of door banging there.
Prototype's trying to get through, and they're still in there, but boy, MSP squeezing them out on the right-hand side. They're able to get things sorted. Aaron Beaver survives with that and moved to fight another day. Up the field, still a mass gaggle of GTPs, all in their own little scraps, trying to fight their way through all of this GT and LMP2 traffic. A lot of them had to start down towards the tail of the pacing line. But they're doing a good job on managing to cut through the mess. How about Jay Van Mepellen? He's going to fall, and now Ricardo Santos making the move. He's going to get by Rutan for the lead.
Yeah, that was a good move as they head into the S's now. Got the move done and yeah, took advantage of that. And maybe Rutan's maybe not as not probably just I wouldn't say a slower driver, but maybe just doesn't have the same pace as Santos does. But yeah, Santos is managing to pull away, and it looks like Rutan has actually had an issue.
Big problems. He's into the wall. He's lost a panel somewhere from the looks of it. Something went flying across the racetrack.
I wonder if it's on the X's. Oh!
Up over the hill, same place as before. That's going to be huge damage, and that could be game over for AJC's bid at a race win.
Yeah, I wonder if that was just the case of being on cold tires as well.
Quite possibly. Other battles further down the field. How about this one in GT Pro? Pierre Leon, Javen McPell, and John of the Dance in a three-way battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. There's a GTM Mustang that's in the midst of this too. Pierre Leon, Javen McPell, and John of the Dance. Neither driver looking to let the other get away, as they have been quickly shuffled back and out. Sure enough, the battle for the LMP2 lead. Didn't take long for that to get kicked off again. And now Teixeira. Oh, Teixeira! Oh, look out! Oh, boy! Huge hits.
Dear.
Which Digital King car was that just hit them? That's the big question. That's the number 80. That is not the points leader.
Yeah, it's not the title contender 93 car. So yeah, I thought it was the 90. It was the 93.
That's a separate incident. That's got to be something completely different then, surely.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see a replay of the 93 incident, what happened if we can get one. But still, the battle the battle in GT Coast going on as well for third place between Dance, Leone and it looks like Van.
Pedersen jumping off the racetrack for a brief moment. Well, Dance, Papella, and Leone not making any kind of moves down to the final chicane, and here comes the Nordic Sim Racing car, and there is the 992 after that massive hit. Take a look on a few of the incidents that all went down at the same time. This is the Brabazon Shatter car having an off at the same time as all of this was going on. But then this is where it really hits the fan. Just spinning off the road into the wall.
Yeah, just what the 992 car.
Just no brakes.
Yeah, it just looks like one of the digital chicane cars. Just never made an attempt.
That was the 93. My word. Talk about clumsy.
Yeah.
He just never held the brakes. Just rolled right back onto the racetrack.
Yeah, I looked at the replay from on board, and it looks like the 992 car just coming up now and just
no time to react.
Yeah, that was just the 992 car just never held the brakes. That was pathetic.
It's gotta suck to have your race end like that, especially when you're in a position to win the championship. I think they should still have it regardless, but I mean, really?
I mean, it's always been a rule I've been told. It's always been a rule I've been told. As soon as you hit the wall and you end up rolling back, hit the brakes as soon as possible.
And Pedro Vargas having this problem. It just keeps going.
Well, yeah, Road Atlanta is never fails to produce mayhem, and that's what we're getting after the restart.
The Garrido with this issue, and this is, oh, that's a technical problem. You can tell that is a technical problem. That has caused them to drop all the way down the field.
Yeah, it looks like it was a connection issue, or maybe a bit of a hardware but connection as well, or maybe even a PC crash.
So Dennis Denisio, Kyle Granger, Rico Kohlmeyer in a three-way scrap for the third place spot in the LMP2 category. And we got this fight for third as well. Down in GT Pro between Jonathan Dance and Jay Van Bepelen. And looking like a bit of side-by-side up over the rise. Kohlmeyer going for the move into the final corner on Kyle Granger. Oh, that's a block on the Acura. Kohlmeyer was not happy about Brabazon Shatter trying to lap them there. You can't just mirror drive a GTP out to the grass like that, though.
Yeah, that was a bit naughty. As it goes, it looks like the battle for the MP2 lead is starting to spice up again.
Josh Goen continuing to extend his lead now as he will drive up and around Piers Stockton. Still got Jay Van Bepelen and John of the Dance nose to tail as well. Quarter of a second between the two of them. Torfig Racing and Fish and Motorsports cars going at it. Although starting to break apart again, Jonathan Dance and the GFR guys, they really have their cars set up for that, as you can tell by just how much distance they gain. Allen Pellet to the downhill section. And now here comes Stockton going for the lead. 3 wide around lap traffic, trying to go around the outside to make this work. Going from the bottom, slips up. It's a drag race down the backstretch.
Yeah, it looks like Goldwyn will have the advantage though, because obviously he's running lower downforce, and he might be able to use that slipstream of the GTP and the GT car in front of him.
No problems here. Pierre Stockton though with an extremely bold move. As he tried to look around. Look at this. I mean, that is threading the needle right there to get that car into a gap. And they're at it again. Down through turn 1 this time. Round the outside. That's what Rising Panda needs. Oh, but Torque Freak cuts them off at just the worst point. That was Rising Panda's chance right there. They had to get him through turn 1 so they could maintain that lead, stay ahead, and then pull the gap as they came down to the backstretch. But they just failed on what has arguably been one of their best chances all day long. So that one, not because of them that move failed.
Yeah, and Stockton's pretty much giving it everything to try and get by Goldwyn, but every time he gets by Goldwyn just goes straight back by him, because on this section especially, because lesser downforce, more straight line speed, and Stockton's pretty much just a passenger.
And another battle down the backstretch between Gabriel Peckley and Nicholas Pedersen. The MSP number 3 takes to the inside. He'll break at the top 5. That is right now what that car needs in order to win this championship. They just need to finish in the top 5, and it is secure. So that is exactly what they're hoping to see. And then in the midst of this, you've still got Rice and Porte that have not been able to get away from each other.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're coming through the S's now. It looks like, you've got. I thought we've seen I saw a GT Pro car in the pits, but both these cars being close together for quite a while. With Rice and Durati as well, they've been close together as they get lapped by one of the first LMP2 cars.
Scott Meredith now under fire from Nicholas Pedersen. So this number 3 car is moving right now. Pedersen is here to make noise. He gets by 6th place that last time by. Now he'll get around 5th, and now he is up at a 4th. So he's looking to take that number 3 car back to the front of this race. They're already up 4 positions from where they qualified. It was really not a great qualifying effort from MSP today. All of their pace so far has come in the race, and they've just got one of their star drivers in the car.
Indeed, yeah, Pedersen's pretty much been the star driver of this car. The number 3 MSP car, pretty much been the star driver this season, and he gets held up slightly through the S's. Has to get held up slightly, but that gives Meredith a chance to try and close up on him. But yeah, Pedersen's probably been the quickest driver out of this car, and this season, and remember that finish to the Daytona 24 that he was a part of, where he made that fantastic move to take the win, though, and I think you and Austin were calling that finish at the time, and it was, put it this way, that was a breathtaking finish.
One of the best of the season, arguably, as well. Pedersen's not a driver that's afraid to make those aggressive moves when they need to be made, but he's also good in the fact that he knows when it's good to back off as well. So Pedersen could very well be a force to contend with here this afternoon. And right behind him is your LMP2 leading battle. And then, of course, you still got all of these GTM fights down the road that are nowhere close to being decided, including Matthew Orvech and Aaron Beaver that are right now nose to tail. AJC, by the way, is pulled behind the wall. They're done for the day.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, it looks like Jonathan Dance is into the pits as well for Torque Freak Racing. So I believe this team will probably make a driver change because Dance has been in that car since. Actually, I take it back. I think Dance has been in the car for a while, but not too long, I believe. As it
That's
comes
a
through the pits.
drive-through.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a drive-through. So I wonder if that was a drive-through for maybe say, was it maybe a safety car infringement? Or sorry, I take that back. A restart infringement. That's I take it back. Torque Freak Racing were given a black flag for incident responsibility.
So Josh Goen continuing to extend his lead as Pierce Stockton dropping back with the courtesy of some lap traffic interfering in the fight. And the traffic that interfered is the fight for 5th in your GTP category between Scott Meredith and Gabriel Peckley. Grissom Motorsports and Bravo Shatton still showing no signs of yielding. How about Michael Fowler and Will Robertson? They're about to start going at it again. This is down for 7th in GTM.
Yep, and it's good to see the 34 car of Robertson still going, and considering he was running well up at the front, well up at the front in the GTM in the early stage of the race, but unfortunately, just some minor incidences made him lose some positions. But just slowly getting back through the field and stuck behind the 16 car of Fowler at the moment. The 016 car of Fowler at the moment. So. Starting to slowly get through the field and just getting back into a rhythm.
Meanwhile, Stockton is close to the back of Goen once more. But it is still just that ever-present problem of not being able to get the run going where he needs it. He's going to have to really send something here if he wants to secure this move. I mean, these are two teams that have been going back and forth with the points lead all season long. And now a battle for second, actually. Fonte getting around Forbes in GTP.
Yep, and you've got a replay of the move coming up, and it looks like Fonte makes a move up the inside, and Forbes didn't make too much of a big deal of that, and I think he realised that Fonte's probably the quicker driver.
I think you're right, and I think that was a very wise move to back out and let him have that one without too much of a fuss. Stockton's close, but it's not close enough. He's trying to go for it here. He's going to have to take this one into the S's, though, for sure. I mean, there's no way. He has to make this move in an extremely aggressive spot. Otherwise, he's got no chance of catching them on the straights. I mean, it's quite literally a near impossibility, considering he can pull away from them despite them being tucked up in the draft directly behind.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. I think it's pretty much it's all well and good sitting behind doing some fuel saving, but you can only do that for so long. Sometimes you've got to try and make the move to try and basically basically make it work to your advantage. But as I say that, it looks like Stockton's got a run down heading down to the chicane, but again, he's actually close enough this time around though, and they might be able to make the move.
It'd be a bold look. He's going to try, but he gets the door slammed shut on his face.
Yeah, he thought about going for the move, but he had to back out of it because there was no way he was going to be alongside. It was either do a send and risk taking a going out, or just basically having to sit behind for another lap. And as soon as he tried to have a look, he compromised his exit.
The old Senna conundrum. Do you want to put them in a position where if they don't back out, you'll wreck, or do you just keep it as it is? Fights on at GTM as well as oh my goodness. MSP and Vulture Motorsports getting a bit tied up here as they've got one of the GTP cars trying to cycle through. And now a fight is on for second as well. Aaron Beaver getting around Matthew Orovich, and now Fowler puts himself under fire.
Yeah, and it looks like Beaver's got the move done on the. Sorry, Robertson's got the move up the inside done of Robertson, and I wonder if he'll be able to pull away now. Sorry, yeah, up the inside of Fowler.
So this was an extremely aggressive move here that Will Robertson made to try to get around Michael Fowler. And this was, again, coming out from turn 5 and down towards turn 6. I mean, look at that was a huge slide for that Mustang. He's lucky that he didn't send himself fully around. And that just created a big mess all the way down that backstretch. I mean, it was a tough fight. And while Danny Performance and Jim McGill try to get around Fowler, there's the battle for the LMP2 race lead right on cue. Even when we're watching other battles, we can't get away from those two. As down the inside of McGill goes, Fowler goes McGill. Fowler's got a good drive though.
Yeah, and don't forget this Ford Mustang's got good straight line speed. It's good to straight line speed, so he might be able to go back by McGill and retake the position, as they've got an LMP2 car coming by there, the Fisher Motorsport LMP2 coming by, and it looks like McGill's got the move done.
And as well as that, here's Stockton trying to see if he can get a run going. He got alongside the final corner, but it wasn't enough. Looking left, looking right, trying to find a hole. He's going to get denied, though, as Goen continues to fight them off. An absolutely mammoth battle right now, and this is a fight we are going to be cutting in the way from all race long. It's going to be more race. It's going to go over so long, we won't be able to cover the whole thing. We're just going to have to kind of cut to the highlights whenever we get the chance. Because if we just focused on this, we would never be able to see anybody else in the race.
Yeah, and as I say that as well, the battle for LMP2 is a lot closer now again, and Goldwyn and Stockton, they went by that GT car, and I think Stockton basically kind of like stuck his nose in there because he didn't want to lose too much time. But as they head down to the chicane, will Stockton try and make a move? He's not close enough.
Hero Urixoy from Ultra Motorsports comes down and into pit road, so this Mustang looking like it's trying to go for a bit more of an over-under on the strategy. They're going to get a new, it's their sister Ultra Motorsports car that is into the machine as Fowler continues his strong run. In fact, just overtook them on the racetrack. Some GTP battles close it in. Niels Forbes and Nicholas Pedersen close it in. Just a little behind them, we got Scott Meredith and Gabriel Peckley that's still closing in as well, but down to a quarter of a second here. Lorette's going to fight for the last podium position on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely, and Pedersen's been closing down Forbes really quickly, and I think if Pedersen senses an opportunity, he'll make a move as quickly as possible and try and pull away as they head down to turn 1. And they headed through turn 1, and it looks like Forbes pulls away slightly, but I think this is the part of the track where Pedersen closes up really quickly and gains a load of time, and if he can try and get a good exit on the exit of the S's, he might be able to try and make a move heading down to the double right-hander. But I think if I was him, I would wait until the back straight.
Forbes and Pedersen still within half a second of one another, but just like we've been seeing in the battle for the LMP2 race lead, just where you close in one section, you lose all of that time in another. But the draft is a little bit stronger in these GTP cars as well, and that's what's allowing for Pedersen to stay nice and close in the back of this Fisher Motorsports number 4 Porsche, keeping him honest in the event that he makes even the slightest error.
Yep. Oh, Pedersen's got a run as well, heading down to turn 1. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can. So Pedersen up into 3rd place.
Great move down into turn number 1. Pedersen recognized he needed to get that move done quickly. Found the opening and just went for it. So the number 3 going to get up into that third place spot. And now he'll start to try to drive away. Now the question is, will Peckley be able to do the same with Scott Meredith?
Yeah, you never know. As looking at Meredith as well, and I wonder if Meredith can close up to the back of Ford as well, because I think he's been closing down on this battle in front of him. Not quickly, but probably a few tenths of a lap, as he's got Peckley behind him as well, just closing him down.
Peckley continuing to work through lap traffic. One of the digital chicane cars lifted a bit early to allow for these two to get through. Gap comes down to 0.2 of a second. We're quickly extending back out as they hit the top of the hill. And we fire back down through the roller coaster that is the Esses. All the way down the hill, out onto those ever treacherous curves. We've seen a few cars getting caught up there in just these first 2 hours of this race. Oh, by the way, 2 hours deep already. It doesn't feel like it, but 2 hours have already just flown by. And now, Peckley is right up the gearbox of Meredith.
Absolutely. It looks like Peckley's gone. Sorry, I was going to say I thought Peckley was going by to make a move, but they're going by LMP2 traffic. But yeah, it looks like Meredith and Peckley are both evenly matched as the battle in the GTM for 6th place between Robertson and McGill's shaping up as well. And I actually say that as well. I think Jim McGill's closed down Robertson really quickly.
MSP sister cars. GTP running behind the GTN. They'll make quick work of that. That does force Pedersen to lose a bit of that ground, but good coordination there to sort that mess out. Neither car lost a world-ending amount of time, but Jim McGill still looking to put that Dangler Performance car up to a good position. They have had a time of it all season long. It has not been the year for Dangler Performance, and I think the race that comes to mind the most when you think about them was that absolutely astonishing barrel roll that they took, being cartwheeled up and over about a 21-car wreck during the 6 hours of the Glen. It's been the low light of the year for them for sure, was that wreck right there, but it kind of sums up how a lot of this year has gone. They have some highs and then it just comes crashing down around them. They are still looking to get some good results, and this is their last chance to do that this afternoon at Petit Le Mans.
Absolutely, as Watson McGill at the moment heading up to the S's, and yeah, it looks like the Grizzly Motorsports GTP car coming up as well, and it looks like Mitt trying to think who it is in the other GTP car coming through the S's. So yeah, both of them get held up slightly, but yeah, I think apart from these battles going on as well, it looks like it's well, I don't want to jinx it, it's quieting down slightly, and yeah, I have to agree. 2 hours is flown by, and it's flew by really quickly.
Will Robertson and Jim McGill continuing to let this battle develop, and it looks like Robertson finally finding his rhythm again as he has started to pull away. Similar story in other battles throughout this field as everything started to kind of break apart as we run. This battle for 4th right now, closing in just a touch because of lap traffic getting through, but just as the battles break up, Something comes in to shake up the order. Pit stops are underway for the LMP2s. Pierce Stockton, the first one to take to the lane. But Granger in right behind. And Inicio.
Yep. So yeah, I think again this 46 car is pitted early, and it looks like they're going to do a driver change and stick in the Cam Praga back in. So I would just wondering about as well. I wonder if this team's decided to pit early again to try and get an undercut. But the last time they tried that, the safety car ended up coming out, so it kind of compromised their chances. Is it the battle for fifth place in the GTR? By the looks of it, was getting a bit close there.
Yeah, that was a bit of contact coming down the hill there as Michael Garone suddenly caught Duarte in a hurry here thanks to some lap traffic. And you'll take a look at this as this is on board with Duarte coming down the hill. Comes in from the left and getting into each other just a little bit. Got to be careful for that. But that will put off the SS Racing up into the 4th place spot for GTM.
Yep. So yeah, it was a bit close, a bit of door banging going on there, but thankfully they both managed to survive, and they've got a bunch of GTP and LMP2 traffic coming through as well, and they got some other GT cars heading up to the chicane as well. So yeah, it's probably the easiest track or easiest part of the track to get by GT traffic, because it's nice and wide, and you don't get held up too much. But yeah, I wonder if just look at the pit stops as well. It looks like the LMP2 pit stops rather. It looks like Cam Prager came out in 5th place, but obviously Goldwyn still has to make his pit stop. So if Cam Prager can get some clear track, he might be able to jump him, as it looks like a bunch of GT and pit stops are starting to happen as well.
Matthew Rice for Gold Racing is in. In fact, both Gowen cars are in, because Kohlmeyer takes over the race lead when Josh Gowen comes down to pit road. So we've seen 2 different Goins into that race car. Up on the jacks, Eugene Maltsev hops into the GTM car deeper in the field. Looking like Josh Gowen going to stay in the car for this run. So going to go for that double stint now. Off the jacks, and there is the GT Pro race leader. Delta Racing is in.
Yep, yeah, Delta Racing into the pits as well. So I think Delgado's been in the car since the start. So I wonder if they'll do a driver change as well. If the car disappears, they'll do a driver change. And yep, as I say, that driver change is about to happen.
Lucas Ferreira going to jump into the car. So we got one more going for a move. Kyle Allen having a brief off. Up at the top of the hill. Whoa, boy. Just overshot. No harm, no foul on that one. Lost about a second or so, but no problems from there.
Yeah, he done a good job though. He decided to basically, instead of fighting the car, he decided to let the car run wide and risk not fighting it in case it spun, but managed to keep going. And it looks like Gollins came back out in front of came back out in front of Cam Prager as well. So I think Gollins saved time by not doing that driver change.
The problem now that he has is being trapped behind Kyle Allen, who was unable to get any kind of run going as a result of Cam Prager being right in front of him here. So he's going to continue to have to rely on Kyle Allen to keep that pace up so he can keep pace with going up the road. The problem for Gowen is, like you said, 3 seconds up the road. So this is a battle that's going to have to wait until we see Gowen for a driver swap and somebody stays in the car for Rising Panda for more than a stint. Jason Ahrensberg comes in for Vulture.
Yep, and I think this team will do a driver swap as well, and That's I tell you back. It looks like Arensberg might be staying in for another stint. So that's as I say that they're actually doing a driver change. So it probably took a few seconds to register. But
Putting
yeah,
Kulaga back into the car for that one.
yep. So yeah, Gowan's be in the car for another stint. So that will be pretty much close to. I'm guessing it's how long has he been in that car for? He's been in since the start, hasn't he?
No, they've gone through one or two changes, but kind of going back and forth every single pit stop with it. Santos and Fonte closing in. So we got the battle for the overall race lead on our hands as well now. As Ricardo Santos dukes it out with Danny Fonte. GS Racing versus World of Sim Racing. Problem is, neither of these would net WOSR a championship. With Nicholas Pedersen still well deep into the top 5 now. And they're only 0.4 of a second separated for the top spot. Seven hours and just over 45 minutes to go. Almost a quarter of the way now through this race. Time continues to slowly tick away, as do the laps. But the action that we have seen ever since the start has still gone nowhere. I mean, this race, it's been a good one. There's still a long way to go as well before the end. I mean, we are nowhere near done talking about all of these great battles that we've been having. Weather at the moment, you're looking at about 2:30 in Sim PM. So this is a race that will be finishing under the cover of darkness.
Yeah, and that's a question for that's a question as well. Who do you stick in for? Who do you stick in for the finish, or basically for the closing stage of the race without finishing in the dark? Obviously, you might have some drivers that like to, you might want to stick in your really quick driver for the finish, or you might like to stick in someone who likes to race in the dark and maybe has done practice. So yeah, that's a tough question, or basically a tough thing to decide with regards to the end of the race. Obviously, it depends on whereabout you are in the race as well. So it looks like Stockton's the 46 car has been held up slightly there, but he managed to get away with it.
Got around, that was actually the battle for the 4th spot in LMP2 as Kim Prager gets around Kyle Allen. Garrett Spence into pit road as well. It's been a lot of really good runs so far throughout the course of this race. And right now, digital chicane, well, the 93 car might be down and out, but with Scar back out on the racetrack, it is still effectively a guaranteed championship. But we've got one of their drivers that is right now standing by to, well, give us a little bit of a chit-chat. We'll bring Ryan Kaprowski up into the broadcast booth. And, well, Ryan, I think let's start with the elephant in the room. That was not ideal what we saw between you and one of the DS cars coming up and over the rise of the exit of turn number 5, and it's a tough break for that 93 car, but still 7 laps down. The good news is the championship was already pretty much locked up coming into tonight.
Well, once again, guys, thank you for having me. Yeah, no, for the 93. Honestly, like, I don't know what it is about this season, but like we can't seem to catch any breaks anywhere, anytime. So we're kind of just looking to get this season over and done with on the 93 side. As far as the 80s going, yeah, I know that they had a little incident in the beginning of the race. I personally haven't seen it yet because I was in the car when it happened. But yeah, they still got that going for them. Essentially, they just need to finish the race to get that championship locked in. However, you know, it is endurance racing. Anything can happen. So, you know, we're not really trying to celebrate too early, you know.
Well, regardless, it's pretty much going to be either the 93 or the 80 who will take that one. Obviously, Screeching Moose Motorsports, the big competition They withdrew all the way back in August, so it's looked like it's been a good run for you guys ever since. Nobody's really been able to touch that car either. Overall, kind of talk us through what the season has looked like for that car, and what do you think is going to be in future for the organization?
So we're actually talking about what our future's looking like, ongoing, like, as we speak. Still nothing concrete as of yet, but we would like to return. We're not quite sure yet in what capacity, but we'll definitely have at least one car out there for you guys.
Overall, are you thinking of, you mentioned you're not 100% confirmed, but if you do make that return, would it still be in GTM, or would you be making the upgrade to GT Pro?
Just based on our current driver lineups, it would only really make sense for us to step up to Pro. As well as, we don't want to be taking all the fun away from the AM guys, because it looks like in the midfield they're having, the times of their lives right now, and I would rather give, the fight for the championship and the lead to guys who are actually competitive versus, us just running away with it, So, and it seems, we would still be competitive in the pro class too. Yeah, that's still something we're trying to figure out.
Well, it's been a good season for you guys so far, and while it might be a quiet finish with the number 93, you should still walk away out of this one with GTM Championship. Congratulations, I guess, in advance, and hopefully you'll be able to finish this night out strong.
Yep, appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
Ryan Krause with the Digital Chicane crew. We're not enough to give us a bit of a chat up here in the broadcast booth. So a momentary fight for the overall race lead as we were talking to Ryan. And this was that pass as Danny Fonte tried to make a run of Ricardo Santos down the hill. But Santos just more confident on the brakes, able to get the spot right back.
Yeah, it was good defensive driving by Santos there. He done well to hold it, or basically break later and keep hold of the lead. And looks like Fonte's been held up by LMP2 traffic slightly, so this will give Santos an opportunity to just have a little bit of breathing space as he comes up to. Oof. Oh, I thought he was going to try and go by that G. Oh, that was a bit sketchy.
Getting a little feisty there. It's not the first time we've seen it get a little close like that, and I'm sure it won't be the last throughout the course of the afternoon. We're past the 1 quarter mark through this race. Still a long way to go. Going in Prager. It's at this point about a tale as old as time. Sizing up another lap car to get around as Kim Prager. Well, we're back to it, trying to see if we can probe and find an opening. Forbes is in. Haven't seen red headlights on a Porsche. You know what that means there, Ryan?
I have no idea.
That's a new one.
It's probably the first time I've noticed that in this race so far, to be honest.
It could be the pit limiter, is it? Because I mean, we've seen cars come down without the pit limiter, or with the pit limiter, and they haven't had those lights. So I don't think it's that. Low fuel, maybe.
I know. In the setup, there's or I believe of the GTPs in the setup, you can change the headlight colours. I think so. It might be that.
Yeah. Well, maybe.
I know with the GT cars you can do that.
Yeah, they usually use that to distinguish Pro from AM cars in the real world. Ricardo Santos is into pit road. Jacob Lehman is in as well. So 1 Porsche, 2 Cadillacs, all coming down to the lane for their now 3rd stops of the night. The 3rd stop that has already been made for most of your LMP3 runners. Some have dipped into 4 for teams like Michael Adamczyk and Fisher Motorsports, along with Garrett Spence for Tri-State Racing. The next run of LMP2 pit stops, I don't think it's going to be that far away either. We're about 16 laps into the run. Their fuel window's been able to last around 25.
Round about that, I believe. As they goes around one of the MSP cars and they gets a bit sideways there, and yeah, again this battle for the LMP2 leagues came right down as I say that as well. Fonte dives into the pits.
Fonte and Pedersen both hit pit road. Next 51 of the 3 will make their 3rd stops of the night. Scott Meredith will come in as well from 4th in your GTP field. Gabriel Peckley staying out for one more. He is going to look to try to see if he can't get some time leading this race for Bravo Stowe Shatton.
Indeed, yeah, looks like Fonte staying in as well, and it looks like Pedersen staying in as well, and it looks like Grizzly Motorsports doing a full service as well. So yeah, different strategies going on at the moment.
I think you're right. It's just a setup choice because you can see Scott Meredith's headlights are blue and Pedersen's were green there, but now they're white. So that is a pit limiter thing that they're doing. Whenever they engage the pit limiter, that's when those headlight colors change.
I never knew that. Because I know in the past with the GT cars you can change in the setup you can change the headlights to, I think it was something like you can change them to, was it sprint or endurance headlights? Something like that.
I'm sure that I've noticed it somewhere down the line in this series and I've just forgotten. Because sometimes for some of the finer details I can have a memory of a goldfish sometimes. But well, there we go. I've relearned something new today. Adamczyk and Granger, they're in a battle for 3rd in the LMP2 category, and they are in a pretty heavy beehive right now of traffic. And Granger, well, he was 3/10 behind. Now he has dropped back to almost 2 seconds after he had to slam the race to avoid running over the DS Racing Esports car up the road. Really have not been able to talk about the GT Pro category so much today, but right now there's nobody in this field that is within 10 seconds of each other. I mean, that restart really split this field up. There's only 4 that are on the lead lap. Campbell, Van Mapellen, Dance, and Ferreira. Otherwise, Soares and Leon have all had incidents. They're back out onto the racetrack, 10 and 13 laps down. Subiela had that big crash, and we now see him down and out altogether from this race. One of the lone retirees. There's Peckley. Peckley hopping out. And he is not hopping out. An awkward camera angle. Trick of the eyes. So Gabriel Peckley will be remaining in the race car for Bravo Stowe Shatton. Going, once again, being hounded by Ken Breaker, trying to find a way through.
Yeah, this battle's been pretty much shaping up for a few laps now, and Cam Prager's not been hanging about by any means, just trying closing that gap back down when he can. And again, it's that same old frustrating thing though, and it's all well and good closing up in the corners, but as soon as you get onto the straight, the Galwin just has the advantage.
It's a frustration that all of Rising Panda Racing has been struggling with for the last 2 hours of racing. Ever since they got linked up nose to tail, They have been trying and trying and trying. They just can't find a way to get through. And I can tell you right now, it is not happening into that chicane. It will never happen into that chicane. If they really want to make this move, they have got to try to get them. I think in turn 3, top of the S's, I think that is the only way they can get by them and make it stick.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, I don't know, it's probably frustrating for the 46 crew, but it's one of those things, if you can't get by, you can't get by, and I think it's going to take, so it looks like Camprego's got a great run at it, so as I say that, Nolan, it looks like he might be able to try and make a move on the outside.
Trying for it. Oh, in contact, and around goes going. Well, that's one way to get by him, and that's going to put a quick end to that battle.
Now, I wonder if that was a slight bit of side-by-side contact.
Oh, maybe not.
I would love to try and see an above view of that incident to see what happened as the turn in. There's no.
That's really close. I mean, he's pinching him in, but I don't think he touched him.
I think Golan got caught up in the curb.
Yeah. I think you're right. I don't think he touched him at all. This would be a great angle to show it.
It looks like
it's close, but they never touched.
They never touched. That was just that inside curb catch and go went out.
That is wild. Fabio Soares in GT Pro is at a problem. This car's already 10 laps down, but he's just been hit by Bravo Shattered and nosed it hard into the wall. So another big wreck for DS Racing in their 992 entry. Same deal, just got turned in on like they weren't there by a car setting up for turn 3. It's what, the third time we've seen an incident identical to that? And I mean, again, they're all the way up to the curve. There's nowhere else they can go.
Yeah, see, it's one of those things with that corner. It's so you can't really do anything if you're a GT car, and if you're a GTP or an MP2. Oh, so it looks like we might have a change for the lead.
Yep, battle contact for the lead. Santos fends off Fonte. As Fonte got into the door there a little bit of Santos there to keep him behind. But this gap for the overall race lead down to just a quarter of a second. 2/10 now. Fonte's closing in as they catch lap traffic at a bad point on the racetrack, but he's not able to attack him into 3. So yet another prototype battle coming to a head. As the top 2 now separate only half a second, and he closes it in further back in the field. It's a battle between Meredith and Peckley. This is for 5th and 6th.
Yeah, both of these cars have been close together after their pit stop, or basically their latest pit stop, and both teams done a driver change as well. I think with Meredith and Peckley jumping in. Actually, Peckley's been in the 50 car for a stint, I believe, or one stint so far.
Yeah, Peckley's been in there for a couple of stints now. You can see Santos still trying to fend off Fonte. Michael Garone, looking like he might have had an issue at some point here. Showing that he entered and exited pit road about 3 different times. And that is because he had to reverse into his stall, and then they went for a driver change. So Joseph Akapian is into the car for the off in the SS Ferrari. And there's another move in the lead. Fonte down the inside of Santos. Can he get the job done? Scott more overlap this time. Round the long way. Contact between the two. Santos kicks the tail out, but Fonte able to drive around the outside to take the lead.
Yeah, there was a bit of it looks like one of the that's Pinkley.
Bravostow Shatton is in the wall big, and that might be some instant karma for that earlier incident with one of the DS cars. Another battle down the road. Take a look what happened there in a moment. But for now, Adamczyk battled it out with Kyle Granger. As Gabriel Peckley continuing to tumble down spots. Here, Leon having an issue for the number 69 cars. He's just rejoining the racetrack. There's a lot going on all of a sudden.
On again.
Same deal. That's the 4th time now that we have seen that identical incident there. And again, nothing the GT Pro did wrong. That is all on the GTP, just pushing over like they aren't there. Granger takes the spot from Adamczyk as well.
Yeah, that's the thing as well. You can't just move across a GT car as if it's not there. It's basically I know it's easier said than done, but you've got to leave some room. Oh, it looks like this is the replay of what happened to the 50 car.
Just lost it out of turn 1 and hard into the wall. A big impact there. That has put this field in a bit of a bad way. Adamczyk and Christopher Seftel are now tucked up nose to tail. Battled it out for the 4th place spot. Quarter of a second between these two in the fight for the 4th place in LMP2. There's the GSC Racing Esports number 86. Looking like he's about ready to do battle.
Yeah, it looks like Seftel might have a run as well, but they've got some GT traffic and the other LMP2 cars in front of them. It looks like Seftel might try and make a move. I thought he's thinking about it, but just trying to distract Adamczyk, trying to make him make a mistake. But it looks like he doesn't have any luck, and he gets a bit compromised by one of the MSP cars.
Yeah, that's going to put him from being 6/10 back to 1.6. So a bit longer for that battle to come to fruition. Meanwhile, Nicholas Pedersen continuing his strong drive back through the field. Top 3 overall, in fact, are now within 1.2 seconds and ready to do battle. So we got another grudge match getting set to kick off. Peckley, by the way, has taken it to pit road as Bravostow's Shatton day looking like it may have just come to an end. Fonte, Santos, Pedersen. None of them able to make a move down the hill into the final chicane. But Santos is starting to reel that gap. Oh my goodness, what happened there? Santos just lost a lot of time through turn 1. The biggest thing I think of would be lap traffic. I mean, that'd be a lot of lap traffic to hit. That's going to break up the battle. Quick to go 7/10 to 1.5.
Now it's going to allow Pedersen a chance to make a run and try and make a move.
Coordinated effort there, perhaps, with the sister cars?
I wouldn't. I put it this way, no comment. So, but yeah, probably not. I think it was just one of those things through the S's that you get held up by a GT car and it costs you time. As I say that, Pedersen's about to make a move.
Round the long way and can't get the move going through the chicane. Up over the rise and down the hill. Santos maintains his run with Nicholas Pedersen running in 3rd. DS Racing Esports team number 42. Looking like it's going to remain in lockstep just a little bit longer.
And again, getting held up by a GT car as well, and Pedersen gets held up as well, and they can't really do anything.
Well, one of the busted LMP2 or LMP2's GTPs is back out on the racetrack. That is Garrido, the DS Racing Esports team. The pole sitters, after having yet more problems, are now back out and onto the racetrack. Peckley is still sitting in pit road, as I suspect they will be for quite some time yet before they can get any kind of speed out there on the racetrack. Then still got this fight between Adamczyk and Seftel that's really closing in a little bit more. So Michael Adamczyk trying to keep Seftel behind. Fisher versus GSC in the battle for 4th in LMP2.
Yep, and Seftel not close enough, and just again showing his nose, just trying to intimidate Adamczyk, and not really succeeding at the moment. So I think Seftel's best opportunity, if he can try and close up, is on that back straight.
It's down to 0.3 of a second, so it is a gap that is continuously closing the more time goes by. Thomas Moore with some problems, as he's going to go for just a little bit of a slide, fresh out of pit road, and now, well, just as we cut away from that, Seftel made the move on Adamczyk. This is how it happened. I think Adamczyk just got too wide over the turn 5 curb, and that killed his momentum.
Yeah, he got a great run and managed to hold on the outside, so it was a great move by him, and Adamczyk looks like he's trying to come back, but the Seftel just pulled away slightly, as they've got a GTP car coming up the lap. Then it looks like the Grizzly Motorsport car.
Boy, Adamczyk did not show a lot of give there, and you can see how much the Grizzly Motorsports car backed off. He had to back out entirely because Adamczyk swept right across his nose. Really slammed that door shut in his face. But this yet another battle that continues to develop. So we will let this run out. And tell you what, we'll let you ride on board for a few laps here. Fisher Motorsports machine. Oh, we got voices of rest. We'll be back in a moment. This right here, a battle for 4th that has started to slip away. trying to get around with some good momentum here. Paulo Calvo getting around Urksoy down in towards the final chicane. Urksoy drives right back around him with that little bit of a switchback. But here comes Calvo. Not willing to go down without a fight, hunting for the inside of the 017. But Urksoy's got him through the final corner. That was the pass for second in GTM. And that was a great move at that. And then, of course, you got the battle for second started to develop as well up the road in GTP.
Yeah, absolutely. And GTP as well. This battle for second place has been going on for a few laps now. It seems to be every time this gap closes down between Santos and Pedersen, it just traffic seems to get in the way, and it makes us gap bigger again. But I think Pedersen, if he gets some clear air now, he'll be able to close that gap down to Santos. And every time that Pedersen's got an opportunity to try and make a move, it's just, like I say, traffic keeps getting in the way.
Kyle Granger of Scour's SS Racing will come down into pit road for his next stop. He will hop out of the car. Rain DeBoer jumping back into the car for this team here. Adam Chicken Spence still within now 0.6 of a second. So Garrett Spence really reeling in the Fisher Motorsports team here. We got a battle for the 5th place spot back on in LMP2. As Adam Chick continues his backslide, he's a good 7 seconds off of Sefdell up the road. It's not been an ideal run at all for Adam Chick in this stint, but still holding on to a top 5. Even if he loses 4th, he'll still have that by about half a lap or so. So shouldn't have to worry too much about it. Sefdell coming to pit road. These two staying out.
Yeah, so the next set of pit stops might not be too far away for the LMP2 cars. So Seth still pitting at the moment. That's a bit earlier than expected, I believe. But Adam Chick back up into third place now, under pressure from it looks like Spence. So it looks like Spence will probably take this position on the back straight. I think Adam Chick is probably not as quick as his teammates. So he's probably been designated the job of being a safe pair of hands and just trying to keep the car in one piece. So if he loses positions, it's not the end of the world. But as I say that, it looks like the LMP2 leader into the pits, Cam Prega.
And then this battle developing again for the lead of GTM. Thomas Baker for MSP struggling to keep Errol Urksoy and Paulo Calvo behind. One of the Fisher Motorsports GTPs trying to get through. There's an LMP2 and another GTP behind that are also trying to get through. Once again, that's the issue with GT traffic, right? Just as you start to battle, some prototype's going to come along and mess your whole day up because they're trying to have their own race. And now, Vulture's gone from offense on MSP to defense against Digital Chicane. Another near pass for position for second in GTP.
Yep, I was about to say as well, it looks like Pedersen's close back up to Santos, and it's just a matter of time before he makes the move. But yeah, this battle for the GTM lead between Baker and Urexoy and Calvo has gone on as well, and not too far behind this battle from the top 3 is a 19 car of Maltsev as well. So it could possibly be a 4-car battle coming up soon.
Again, that battle for the number 2 spot, DS Racing and Mayor Simspeed Performance still clinging on to 0.4 of a second, now down to 3. Pedro Vargas hops into the car for the NGC Esports crew, 6 laps down in pit road. And now, Tri-State's trying to make a run on Fisher. Adamczyk under fire, spins and overshoots a touch. They're forced to back out to avoid turning Michael Adamczyk, and that will allow Garrett Spence to live to fight another day.
Yeah, that was a good, respectful racing between both of them because they left each other just enough room. And Adamczyk still got the position, and Spence is just behind him, but he's not close enough to make a move. And it looks like Galwin is into the pits from the LMP2 lead, but Adamczyk and Spence go around for another lap. So this should, I think, promote Adamczyk into the LMP2 lead possibly as they come up to that GT traffic.
While this is going on, the fight for second is on. Nicholas Pedersen gets around Santos in the final corner. Finally sized up the passing, got the job done, but now being held up by their GTM sister car, or one of them at least. Pedersen's still able to make short work, and Santos going to drop back. This was the full pass. Just got such a good run out of the chicane and down the hill. I mean, that is some great driver Pedersen to put himself onto the top step of that little battle at least.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a good move by Pedersen. He saw the opportunity, got a great run in the exit of the final corner, and they took the opportunity when he could. And this battle for second place between Meyer Simspeed and Govan Racing and Digital Chicane is still going on in GTM. And the leader, Urexa, has managed to pull away and build up about a 2-second gap.
Thomas Baker, Eugene Maltsev, Paolo Calvo. Still in the three-way scrap for the second spot. All the while, the battle for what is right now the LMP2 race lead is looking to dice through. These are drivers that are right now running on their 4th and 5th stints. These two have yet to come to pit road under this pit stop stint. That stop only going to be a couple laps away. One of the, that's Bravo Shatta, the car that we saw going into the wall earlier. Now with no front nose clip on that car, and you know that will not be helping the aerodynamics of that machine. Here comes Kulaga into pit road.
Yep, and this battle in LMP2 is still going on as well between Adamczyk and Spence, and Spence gets held up slightly on the exit of the S's, and I'm quite surprised that the 50 GTP car's not being called into the pits to repair that.
The battle for the top two is starting to break away in LMP2. The battle for second in GTM. It is still within the top two, but Calvo has dropped off a good bit, so it looks like Digital Chicane might not have too much of a say in how this battle pans out. It's going to be down between Goen and Mayer for the time being. It's right now the closest battle on the racetrack, and it's side by side. Maltsev takes the spot from Baker.
Yeah, but I think Baker. It looked like Baker just lifted off slightly earlier, so decided not to make a big deal of it and let him go. And maybe Baker's doing a little bit of lifting cost as well.
boy, the 33 car really stepping out the tail end. Meanwhile,
Oh,
my goodness,
that was a pretty much one of those moments to hold your breath and hope for the best.
Pretty much, yeah. Calvo making quite the lunge to get around Baker here. Thank you very much. I'll take that one away. All the while, you got this fight for second looking to develop. Garrett Spence will hit pit road. The driver, the 123 for the Tri-State race. Little RP 217 is into the pits. Now we wait for Adam Chick and Capolucci for Vision One Motorsports. And then that is effectively it for this pit stop window. Number 11 car going to come down as well into the pits. So Garrett Spence, Capolucci are both down and in. There you see Fabio Soares making his trip down to pit road, one of the GT Pro runners. That's well down the field after incidents earlier in this race. And Spence not able to beat DeBoer out of pit road, so Scours S Racing gets around the 123.
Absolutely, that was a good pit stop by them, and they managed to keep ahead. And yeah, I think it's pretty much a case of pretty much having to try and fight on track to get the position back. And yeah, good pit stop by the 048 there of Bauer.
There's Division One Motorsports LP2 out of pit road, back out on the racetrack. We are about 4.5 minutes away from that 3-hour point. Only 1 hour away until the first of the endurance points will be awarded this afternoon. With another batch coming in at the 8-hour mark, and then the remainder at the end of racing action this afternoon. Scott Merritt at the Jacob Lane within 3.5 tenths of a second. Michael Adamczyk, the LMP2 leaders into the pits. 3 tenths between Lehman and Meredith in the battle for the number 5 spot with the GTP category. It's been a pretty solid drive. You see how much Lehman's been reeling this gap in, right? I mean, pretty consistently a second or more from lap 137 to 139, but at that rate, it's not going to be long before he gets around it.
Yeah, Lehman's been closing this gap down every lap, so I think it looks like Lehman might try and make a move, but Meredith goes defensive. And I think if you're Lehman, I think try and wait until the back straight to try and get an opportunity.
So Rain DeBoer and Garrett Spence continue to try and slice through each other. Now this fight continues on. We take this chance here to take another rundown, top to bottom throughout this field. Now that we are almost 3 hours deep into this race, at the head of the field, World Sim Racing Team continues their strong charge with Pedersen in the number 2 spot. Santos is in 3rd. From there, Fisher runs 4th, Grizzly in 5th, Hardcore in 6th. with Vargas, Garrido, and Frigoto all laps down, and right now HIC Racing, the lone car that is down and out of this field. That takes us to the LMP2s.
Yeah, so the LMP2 car, the LMP2 field at the moment is currently being led by Gowan Racing with the 86 GSE Esports Racing, the VSCA LMP2 car in second, and the 048 in third. And then you've got the 14 First Motorsport Dallara, and then 123 Tri-State Racing with the championship contending 46 Rising Panda car, and then 216 Volta Motorsports LMP2, and the 47 Rising Panda LMP2 car, which was caught up in an incident earlier on but still going on track. And then basically the First Motorsport Porsche GT84 car not racing in that class, and then they pretty much got disqualified from before the start of the race.
Delta Racing takes up the top step alongside Kinetic Racing's Aiden Campbell for GT Pro. JMM Appellate runs in third. Vision Motorsports, Torque Creek Racing is in fourth. It's all the cars on the lead lap as DS Racing and North Sim Racing well down the field have both had their fair share of problems earlier today. With again, World of Series of BMW right now being down and out.
And the GT Amp class is being currently led by the 19 Gowan Racing car. The 80 digital chicane car in second, and then the 33 MSP in third. And then in fourth was Off in the S's Racing with the Dogs on Web DS Racing in fifth. And then the 34 MSP car in sixth. And then seventh is the Dangler Performance with Volta Motorsports in eighth. And then ninth is Volta Motorsports with the 017. And then the Digital Chicane with the 93 rounded out the field. And two retirements from the races, Real Pixel Motorsport and the Wolves Motorsport Road 515, which technically did not take the start.
And then, of course, that will take us to where things are at as it stands out on the racetrack. Tonight's race and every race throughout the course of this season have been brought to you by none other than Twinbush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twinbush, quality that convinces. Some racing action still underway. Nicholas Pedersen coming down to pit road. They get the stop from third this afternoon. So he goes up on the jacks.
So yeah, looking at the 048 car of De Boer at the moment, down in third place, and I thought he would have pulled away quicker from the Adamczyk, much quicker. But fair credit to Adamczyk, he's managing to keep up with him, with Spence not too far behind him.
Tenths of a second between the fight for fourth and fifth, and about another 8. You wanted to include De Boer up there in the number 3 position. The 44 doing a good job of running his own race just in front of these drivers, and there you can see Fisher making the move as the GT Pro held up Scours SS Racing, and near contact as they came down to the turn 6. Adamczyk hanging on. He'll tag to the tail end, and all of a sudden, 3 cars under half a second from each other. Looking for some 3 wide to boot. There's nowhere for Spence to take the run. And Adamczyk drives around the outside of Rain DeBoer to take up the spot.
Yeah, that was a great move by Adamczyk. He saw the opportunity and managed to make the move. And it looks like DeBoer might lose another position to Spence, but it looks like Spence has got to run down the home straight. And I think we make the move into turn 1. It looks like he's going to go for it. Oh, it's going to be close.
Under 7 hours to go and under 1 hour until we award the first Endurance Championship points of the night. Currently, the way things sit, Jason Burney, by extension, Mayor Simmons Performance, does not have the championship secure. They do have a race win, which right now they desperately need. Fonte and WSR, they need to finish the race. Meanwhile, MSP needs to finish in the top 5 if they want to have a chance. For now, the way it looks like in LMP2, Rise of Panda would not take the championship as it stands. It would go the way of Going Racing as it sits. So this is going to be an extremely big race, so those two can get linked up once again. Of course, Fisher Motorsports, it was pretty much wrapped up entering today. With both the Fisher cars having had pretty solid drives all day today. One of them is out, yes, but the other one's still within a shout. Kinetic Racing does have a small chance, but they would seriously need for a big problem to fall the way of JVM of Helen right now. And then, of course, I talked about it before, but the 93 digital chicane car, all they really have to do is finish the race, and they're champions. I mean, that's all it is. Rain DeBoer falling to Garrett Spence.
Yeah, it looks like Spence. Oh, it looks like DeBoer just about ran into the back of one of the GTPs and slowed himself up, and that gave Spence a chance to take the position. So it was a good heads-up move there.
One car coming to pit road, it's Jacob Lehman for Team Hardcore. So the Hardcore crew going to make another duck down and into pit road. And the number 830 Cadillac GTP is going to be having himself with another pit stop. Now the question is, driver swap, Ryan? What do you think at this point, yay or nay?
Yeah, it could be a driver swap. I mean, Lehman's been in that car for a while. As I say that, yeah, there's a driver change, and it's a weed that's into the car.
A young fully weed into the race car. Ricardo Santos in just behind. And the number 42 going for a driver change. Santos hops out. Marco Villela is in. So another new contender into the car for the DS Racing Esports team. Down the field, Thomas Baker and Joseph Alcapian, MSP and off of the SS Racing, are having a time of it. 33 and the 83 are doing a pretty darn good job of getting things rolling as Baker trying to fend off Akapian here. You'll ride on board as they work their way down the hill. 3:10 separated the two of them in the battle for third within GTM.
Yep, and Baker's still keeping that position at the moment, but I think occupying, they might try and make a move into chicane. He's got a great run, but not close enough because that Mercedes does have some good straight line speed.
Maltsev, the GTM race leader for Going Racing, has come down to pit road. We'll keep tabs on this battle for third. See if there will be any kind of changes. As they work up and down the hill. Still not seeing much in the way of slowing these drivers down too much with the way things have been going for them. Off of the SS Racing, trying to keep pace here with Mayor Simmons' performance. It's a difficult thing to do, though, at this track, especially when you have drivers that are differentiating so much of what lines they run. Some of these higher speed corners. You really have to work to kind of probe where their weaknesses are and try to find a way through that way.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing as well. You could be a quicker driver, and maybe the driver in front of you is not as quick, or maybe doesn't feel as comfortable with pushing that much as I say that. It looks like we've had a change of position with Spence and Adamczyk again switching places.
The three-way fight for third here in LMP2 is starting to pick up. And this is how this one came to a head. Wow, a quick duck to the inside of Forget Spence. Oh, he bodied them out wide. So they made contact there. Coming through 6 and 7. Alvaro Martinez, the overall race leader, Ryan, has come down to pit road. So it looks like our next bout of pit stops is starting to take off. See Scott Barrington just behind.
Yeah, and it looks like Martinez is staying in, and it looks like the Grizzly Motorsport car coming into the pits as well. With I'm trying to think who that is. Is that that's Meredith? Sorry, my apologies.
Scott Meredith no longer going to be running that car, as David Schmidt going to be jumping in for the first time all race. So Schmidt beginning his stint in what will be his first, just over the 3-hour mark. See the car hops down off the jacks. And it will begin to make that slow trip back out onto the racetrack for now. It's still a fight between second and third, Thomas Baker and Joseph Akapian. Not too much between them in GT Pro. Spence and Adamczyk still tight-knit in LMP2, sorry. Man, look at how close Adamczyk is. The back of the Spence trying to go for the move, gives him the bumper. Trying to go for a bump and run an LMP2 car like we're running at Martinsville.
Yeah, yeah, I was thinking to myself, steady on it, Michael, it's not NASCAR. But yeah, I saw that what Adamczyk was trying to do. I think he was trying to get in the power early and trying to get a bit of a run, but yeah, he just kind of compromised himself as he go 3 wide through the Torque Freak racing car.
Yeesh, I mean, talk about aggression. picking up here. You wonder if maybe that was Adam Chick sending a message to Garrett Spitz about, hey, you know, when you body me out of the way to take that spot, yeah, that's not cool. Doesn't feel too good, does it?
Yeah, and I'm just looking at Adam Schick's car as well. It might just be me, but I think he's got a little bit of front end damage as well.
It wouldn't surprise me. He did take a bit of a lick with that. Jan-Philippe Weed made the pass for 5th. This is on, I was on Garrett Schmidt in the GTP category. Ryan battles everywhere you look still, and I mean, there's not too many of them right now. I think we've really settled into the rhythm of this race. It's on a longer green flag run. The first run we had about an hour and a half. The safety car now really shakes this field up, but right now, nothing in sight, but still got a few good battles elsewhere on the racetrack.
Absolutely, especially this battle in the GTM as well with Baker and occupying as well. Oh, it looks like one of the GTPs had an issue. That was big damage.
That's a huge crash there for Garrido for the DS Racing Esports crew. Again, the pole sitters of this race having more problems.
And
that's with hell.
Oh, I don't know. I think he might have drifted out wide into the Kinetic Racing car.
He's on board with Campbell. There's room. That's a difficult one, right? Because I mean, he did push across the nose, but Campbell's got nobody around. Did he really need to try to get the throttle on that early in the corner?
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I was going to say that's a tough one to call. So it looks like one of the I keep forgetting the team name. My bad.
Rising Panda cars.
Rising Panda. That's the one. Yeah. It looks like one of the Rising Panda cars has had an issue, and thankfully it's not the championship contender. The 46.
They were right behind going, the car that the other sister car has been fighting with. They tried to look for the inside.
Yeah, that's a bit naughty. If I thought he was going to rejoin there, and I'm not happy with the rejoin. That was a bit sloppy.
I mean, I don't know why you're trying to make that move when you're 10 laps down.
Yeah, that's what I was about. That's what I was about to say as well. That looked like that was maybe trying to help the 46 car, trying to be a nuisance. If that was me, it might just be me, but I think that was a bit unsporting, trying to make a move from a few laps down. I mean, I get if you're quicker, but on the other hand, it's kind of trying to hinder another championship rival.
Well, regardless, that's an issue for the stewards after the race if they want to take a look at it. But for now, no harm, no foul, I reckon. Battle's on for second. Three-way once again in GTM. Thomas Baker's been at the head of this pack for the last little while, but his issue is that he's never able to break away. I think Baker's lacking a bit of that long run pace that he really needs to try to challenge Calva with the lead.
Yeah, maybe it's a case of Baker not being as confident, not wanting to push too much in case he makes a mistake. But on the other hand, you've kind of got to, if you if you want to try and pull away from the pack behind you, you've kind of got to start like pushing a bit more and finding a bit more pace. So it's a bit of yeah, you want to push, but you don't want to push at the same time in case you make a silly mistake.
Cuts to the inside, Okapian gets around Baker. Just sized him up and made the pass, and that puts off the SS Racing a car that has been put through the ringer today, up into the number 2 spot. It's never over until it's over, evidently. Remember, this car was spinning around, hitting walls, and now it's onto a podium. And the safety car has just been deployed. Well, about 10 minutes ago, Ryan, we talked about how this was the longest green flag run of the race. Well, that run's just been spoiled.
Yep. Yeah. I wonder what that full course caution was for. I did see one of the Rising Panda cars rejoin the track, heading onto the back. Oh yeah, I forgot. My bad. Yeah, I keep forgetting it's a random caution. So yeah, but on the other hand, it does shape things up, so it gives a chance for the pack in each class to bounce back up. So the 46 car, which is down in the, let me check, or quickly check, I should say, the Rising Panda car is down in the 46 car is down in 6th place, so that gives it a chance to possibly close back up.
So with that all said and done, we are 6 hours and 40 minutes deep into this race. Take a step back, we return. It's more racing action on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flying TV. Bang to the pace car driver, hard at work as he turns the, not the Atlanta Motor Speedway, Road Atlanta in Braselton, Georgia. Today's broadcast, as every broadcast throughout the season, has been brought to you by Twin Bush USA, your expert for automotive workshop equipment, located in North Las Vegas, Nevada. Visit them today or find them online at twinbush.com. Twin Bush, quality that convinces. So the field continuing its steady roll through racing action this afternoon. Lights have just gone out. Aboard the iRacing safety cars, we are looking to go back to green flag racing this time by Ryan. It's been a good one so far, and a race that has just flown by. We're already over 3.5 hours deep. Still, though, 6.5 hours to go. It's a lot of time for something to happen.
Yep, and yeah, the thing with this, the latest restarts, the latest restart is the GTPs, or a couple of GTPs out at the front, so it should make it easier to get off the line. But yeah, it's been a great race so far, and plenty of action up and down throughout the field in every class. And I think this race start as well, it's going to be a bit chaotic, but hopefully not.
Well, we like chaos up here. It gives us things to talk about. No? Okay. Well, Alvaro Martinez is going to get set to work through the final chicane. Get things set up for the restart. Down the hill. Stomps on the loud pedal. We are back underway. Well, a solid drive so far. A good getaway. The top two packed up line astern. While a battle is on for the number 4 spot at LMP2 in contact between Harmony and Vaughn. Sam Vaughn, new into the car for Tri-State, forced to drop back in that fight. While Martinez and Villela continue their grudge match for the overall race lead. Looking for the inside is NGC this time by World of Sim Racing, trying to fend him off.
Yeah, I was so close to end up being contact, and yeah, Martinez and the Villela, and yeah, going at it, and I think it looks like the 42 is about to make a move into the chicane. By the looks of it, it looks like he's got a great run heading down to the chicane, but I think Martinez might try and make a move back up the inside as I say that, he decides to tuck him behind.
Didn't have a chance to try to make that move work. just wasn't able to get a good enough drafty run to get back around him. Scours SS Racing caught in a bit of a hectic mess right now as he tries to fend off Travis Linscomb Hatsfield. Further behind, a trio of GT pros are line astern. John Goodwin, new into the car for 12 Racing, trying to attack newcomer Nicholas Soul along with Vincent Olivier. None of those drivers have been in the car so far today until this pit stop window under caution. And now they are charging through this field to try to make something happen.
Yeah, as watching the top fruit racing car of John Goodwin as well coming up through the S's, and yeah, currently stuck in a bit of a battle with Vincent Helbier, who's behind him, stuck behind a GT. Is that a GT? Yeah, GT, a fellow GT Pro car by the looks of it, which is a few laps down. So, yeah, it's pretty much a battle between Goodwin and Helbier.
The race leader, Delta Racing, and their BMW are right now 8 seconds up the road from this pack. They've been unable to find a way to get through. Not for lack of trying, though. I mean, these guys have been going at it. There's a battle up the road. Off the S Racing's Aero Urixoy getting around. No, sorry, that's Joseph Alcapine for Alpha. Yes, is getting around Aaron Beaver. For Mayer Sims Performance, but here's an LB2 coming through. That's a bad point to do it. Contact just a moment. Somehow it's not disaster, but Beaver cutting back to the inside of the run down to turn number 1. Oh, so close. Contact again, and sideways goes Beaver, and he's forced to yield. Now he's off the racetrack. He goes off track. There's another one that's off the road behind. Big problems for Aaron Beaver as well as John Goodwin.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, and it looks like both them went side by side, and yeah, it looks like Goodwin just got forced off slightly.
And then this is what happened to Beaver. Oh, caught there. But this is where it goes wrong. Just lost it on the brace. Just hit him way too hard and did keep it off the wall. Nicholas Soul from Fisher Motorsports starting to pull away from these two. Olivier and Goodwin right now are in a fight all of their own. The Torque Freak Racing Machine, after being nudged off the racetrack, now behind former race leaders, Kinetic Racing. 6 hours, 21 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. As John Goodwin trying to run down the Kinetic Racing car just in front of him. Kinetic's a tough cookie to crack. They have not been vulnerable for much of this season.
Yeah, he's right on board of Goodwin as well, just in front of him. Is Herbier as well. So yeah, it's a battle for third place at the moment between the Kinetic Racing and the TFR cars. It looks like Goodwin closes right up on the braking, and yeah, the traffic causing a bit of mischief at the moment.
Traffic, the ever-present problem in endurance racing for drivers to navigate, where some see it as a nuisance and others, in particular in the single seating category, want nothing to do with it. In endurance racing, it is a mere fact of life. It's one that every driver has to try to navigate and manage. And if you can't do so quickly, you end up being left behind, much like how Goodwin's doing now, since he's been caught behind the Daniel Performance Mercedes for about half a lap now.
Yep, and as they come onto the back straight now, it looks like one of the digital chicane cars trying to make a move on the Goodwin, maybe just to try and unlock himself. But further up the field as well, we've got a battle for second with the 80 digital chicane and off in the S's car and DS Racing the cars and Meyer Simspeed and Volkswagen Motorsports coming across the line now, and this pack's been pretty much close together since the restart. And yeah, it's close to call as come through turn one, and I think at this stage of the race now, the race is relatively settled down as they look at a replay to see what happened between the Meyer Simspeed and Fisher Motorsport GTP cars. And I'm not sure though, and I'm not sure. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the Fisher Motorsport and Meyer Simspeed cars are kind of in the same team, I guess, or basically Meyer Simspeed's a sister team.
Not to my knowledge. It'd be the first time hearing of it, at least. That was the pass for third between Fisher and MSP. Tamir Elbaga and Justin Delano having a bit of a spat for their own position while all that was going down, as now Delano trying to close the back of Tamir Elbaga. Down to 1/10 of a second, practically bump drafting down the straight. Pokes out, makes the look down the hill into the chicane. That's tight. Can he hang it around the long way? Oh, he's turned him! Elbaga punted into the gravel trap. And that is not the way you want to see a pass being made.
Yeah, that was a bit of a clumsy move, as it looks like Elbaga's trying to get going again, and that was just sloppy driving by all the drivers involved, and it was just unfortunately the other MSP Mercedes got caught up in that as well.
Delano, I mean, it's a bit difficult to call, right? Because I mean, he was going for the look. You see here, down the hill. Did he have any kind of overlap still? I mean, did he have the nose in? I don't think he did. I mean, it was clearly there, but not enough to call that your corner, I would say. That collected the other sister cars, so both MSP cars for GTM were involved in that. Cut back to live pictures, and as we do, we see Andrea Lacoya in a pit road, not in the pit road, but into the grass. So another off, and that is, oh my goodness, that's a risky rejoin. Has that been with more contact there?
Yeah, I was going to say, that looked like, contact was in.
It was?
Yeah, he tried to go up the inside of the 33 MSP car, and that was a bit. Yeah, that was basically the MSP cars tried running into the corner, and the 69 car tried to make a move when the gap was closing.
So that is a GT Pro on a GTM car.
Yes.
But to play devil's advocate here, Lacoya right now is, we're talking about 6-7 laps down from the car that he just hit. So that GTM car was not getting the blue flag for that. That is a very important thing to know. There would have been no blue flag there, so no way for him to know there was a faster class car behind him. Unless the spotter would have told him. But even then, I mean, the guy's 6 laps down, and you're both running GT3 cars, you wouldn't expect him to make a move like that there. Slovakian and Nelson Narciso in a scrap for fourth. Two Ferraris going at it, Ryan.
Yep, two Ferraris got at it, and yeah, the 83 and just behind him as well. It looks like you've got the triple five as well with Narciso as well, and yeah, pretty much be close together. And I think yeah, they were quite lucky not to be caught up in that incident in the chicane as well. But just behind them as well, they've got it looks like the 84th. The 44. I'll wait a second because we've had an incident with the 48 car as well. They've been tagged around into the S's, and we've seen quite a lot of that. Oh, was that one of the championship contenders? That was one of the Rising Panda cars.
It was not. It was a Rising Panda car, but it was not the championship contending car.
Okay, so it was a sister car. Okay, so yeah, I was about to say as well though, and we've seen plenty of incidents in that corner as well, and it's just, but some of it's been clumsy, some of it's just been slight hiccups.
It's a nervous thing to see out of your mirror for Ethan Swan.
Yeah.
At that point, you're just thinking, please don't hit me, please don't hit me. Multiple battles, most of them within the GTM category right now. There is the one, though, for the race lead, the overall race lead, between Marco Villela and Alvaro Martinez. Twin Cadillacs. Trying to do battle for the top spot, but getting interrupted by a little bit of lap traffic still in the mix. Taking us back to that fight for fourth that we saw earlier. Still struggling with a huge host of lap traffic with combined LMB2 and GT Pro traffic trying to get through.
Indeed, as they come up to the S's now, and the 83 car closely followed by, it looks like one of the GT Pro BMWs. So yeah, the 83 currently in fourth position with occupying in fourth, and just ahead of him is the 17 Ford Mustang, or 017 Ford Mustang, I should say, with Urexoy.
Paolo Calvo, just up the road in the digital chicane number 80. Still hanging on for the number 2 spot. Nowhere near Chip Michaels for the Go-In Racing crew, who has found 11.6 seconds up the field. Urexoy having really worked to keep good grief. Calvo trying to keep Urexoy behind, but Urexoy is keeping him very, very honest right now, not letting him really make any kind of mistake, or he's going to be right there. He's going to be trying to attack for that move. We are also, by the way, 11 minutes away from the first points of the Sprint Cup being awarded. Oh, trouble for the race leader. Villela off the road, and he's going to drop back 4 seconds and more. So the race leader overall has just gone around and dropped it.
Yeah, I wonder what happened. I wonder if that was a case of if it was the bump on the exit of the S's outside.
No.
That was on the outside curb.
That was entering. If you look right there, you saw how much that car got unsettled and just around it went.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he would try and pass a GT3 car in the basically
Look
on
at
the X
that.
or in the middle of the S's. That's a bit risky. As I say that, Nolan, it was that curb in the middle of the S's that caught him out.
Yeah, you can see him hopping over it. And that's what spun him all the way around and off the racetrack on the far side into the kitty litter.
Yeah, he's probably counting his lucky stars as well that he never hit the wall, because that was a if you get it wrong in the exit of the S's, you can bounce across the curb, and on the gravel it can catch you out.
It's one of the most treacherous places on the racetrack is at the bottom of the S's, because those walls are looming. And if you go off there, you are in for a real bad time. Much like how Vulture Motorsports is right now with Justin Alano finding out that same thing.
Yep, and it looks like he might have lost it possibly. Did he get tagged around? It looks like he might. Oh, he just lost it.
Noses it big into the concrete and backs it in for good measure.
Yeah, it was good heads-up driving as well. When as soon as he bounced off that wall, he hit the brakes so he didn't roll out onto the track. So yeah, good heads-up driving by him. It was just unfortunate he hit the wall in the S's.
Rexoy still trying to keep Joseph Ocapien behind. Further down the field, how about Nelson Narciso? Battled it out right now with Aaron Beaver. Beaver still missed that front cliff being collected in an incident regarding their sister car. And yet still running strong, still running inside the top 5. Well, fighting for top 5 right now. Now I think Beaver's got the ability to go for that spot.
Yep, absolutely. I think Beaver's got the pace, even though looking at the front end of his Mercedes, he's got no front splitter, so that might affect the handling in some of the high speed corners.
Working down the back straight, setting things up for a side-by-side grudge match. Oh, cuts him off, forces Beaver back to the right. Aaron Beaver stuffs it into the door. Tracking out wide, they make contact again on the exit. Aaron Beaver swinging through, down to the inside. And he's going to take away the tops. Oh, not quite. They continue to battle it out for the number 5 spot. Now hugging the inside through turn 1. Does he get it? Oh, they hit each other again. And I think finally Beaver's got the job done. But not without some fierce fist fighting.
Yeah, but I was a bit surprised watching that, considering some of the door banging they'd done. I thought it ended up being contact, but still plenty of good racing going on as well. It's a battle for third place between the Herbie and Goodwin is still going on as well. These two have been pretty much stuck together for what feels like an eternity, and just in front of them they've got one of the fellow GT Pro cars in front of them. I think trying to figure out what car that is, but I think that car in front is maybe a lap down, or a few laps down anyway.
The car in front is actually the battle that we were just tuning in on. So that's one of the GTM runners that's up there. There you see the Going Racing LMP2 get through. The Bristol Motorsports GTP trying to get through. You're not developing battle for the. Oh! Whoa! Look out! Huge crash. That's one of the S's cars. That's Ocapien. And out of the top 5 goes the 83 right in front of the GT Pro race leader. And now this battle is under fire. Look at Nicholas Soul trying to make the move. We'll see what happened. Acapia in a moment. But for now, the battle for the GT Pro lead is on.
Yeah, there's a head down the back straight as well, and it looks like Sol might have a run as well. As they've got some GTP and LP2 traffic coming through as well. So yeah, I don't think Sol is going to be close. Oh, I thought it was going to be big contact there.
They're able to survive for now. What happened to Acapia? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, nope, that was all self-inflicted. He just got loose. There's nothing that LMP2 could do. All things considered, that is not as bad of a wreck as I thought it was when we first saw that car.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if that's a meatball flag though, because I did see that on his left rear they had a bit of a left rear tolling damage.
Well, they have just come down to pit road, so I think that answers that speculation right there then, Ryan. They most likely did indeed have a meatball.
As Herbie and Goodwin are still close together as well, and just looking at the GT Pro class, there's only how many cars? There's only about 4 cars in the lead lap. The rest of them are either retired or laps down at this stage of the race. That's pretty amazing.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, the GT Pro class, it's not usually a class where we see the most thrilling battles unless we're at Daytona, but boy, when, again, much like the LMP2s, we don't see them fight much, but when we do, they fight. And we just saw that big time as well, as we had a lot just kick off in a very, very, very short time span. And all of this with 3 minutes to go in the first segment of Petit Le Mans.
Indeed, as it looks like Herbert's trying to get by a GTM car as well, and it looks like it's a 555 car he's trying to get by. It's the Narciso, and currently being held up in the X's, and not ideal.
Well, Aaron Beaver, Tamiro Baga may have just had a momentary off. The fight's also on for the number 2 spot. Oh boy, that's a bit of a tight one there. A few cars getting a bit of a close moment there coming through that corner. How about the fight for second? Calvo under fire. Here's Eric Soyle looking for the inside. Does the Mustang take it? He does.
Yeah, that was a good move by the 017 car. Managed to get the move done as they've got one of the Rising Panda LMP2 cars coming through. Come through to the lap them, and I think it's the leading the Rising Panda car leading LMP2 at the moment. The 46 manages to get by.
So Eric Soy. Still doing a fine job now, pulling away more drivers. How about the NGC car putting them 3 wide? It's a common occurrence in endurance racing. But only 60 seconds left on the clock, and then we award the first batch of points to the Endurance Championship competitors. And it gives us 1 more hour closer towards the tail end of the season, with 6 hours on the mark. And that's it. Points are awarded. Martinez will take top points for the first segment for GTP. It'll be Remy Loesch and Rising Panda Racing for LMP2. Lucas Ferrer and Delta Racing for GT Pro, and then Chip Michaels for Going Racing. So, Ryan, overall thoughts on this race? I mean, we're 4 hours deep, 6 to go. 2 safety cars so far, and plenty of action to go with them.
Yeah, it's been a great race so far. Plenty of action going on as well. Some incidents going on, and yeah, plenty of battles going on for the lead in some of the classes, especially the lead for LMP2 at the moment. It's the lead for LMP2 at the moment has been chopping and changing between the 46 and the 46 Rising Panda and the 18 car of Going Racing as well, and it's been great to watch. And I think that's a battle that's going to go right down to the finish, I think.
This fight with GT Pro, though, has been nice and tight, though, for a while. Now, that 992 car had big issues earlier today, so he's not involved with this battle. You're looking for that blue and orange car, and then the nice green car behind Efficient Motorsports. And Bernie with issues at the bottom of the hill. Little how do you do there? As he rejoins from off the road. Whoa, boy, hang on.
That was a
wild ride there.
Now, I wonder if that was on cold tyres or if he might have caught the outside curb or the grass.
Neither, he just lost it.
That was weird because as soon as he went to turn in mid-corner, it kind of just came round on him. Excuse me. That was he done well to keep that with the wall, that's for sure.
Oh, and now the 992's around. That checks up the leaders. It checks up the top 3. Bruno Carrera goes around. And that caused a massive shakeup. Kinetic Racing reels in Fisher, but unfortunately Delta, well, unfortunately for Fisher and Kinetic, Delta's able to pull out the 1.7 second lead because of that.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see what happened on the replay as it comes down to the chicane. It looks like one of the GT Pro cars tried to. Oh, it was the 992. It just kind of tried to make a move and checked up and lost it in the chicane. And after that, I think it's a bit of mayhem takes place. Or sorry, that was a separate incident. But yeah, it's a bit of mayhem in the chicane for some of the GT Pro leaders, and I think it caused Freyer to lose a bit of time, but it thankfully still got about a 1.3 second advantage.
You know, that plays to the whole situation, right, again, because that is a car that is trying to unlap itself. I pose the question again. You are 11 laps down. Do you really think being only 10 down is going to make that much of a critical difference? Was that move really worth it? I don't think it was in my eye, and it disrupted a great battle for the lead.
Yeah, I think when you're basically like 10 or 11 laps down, there's no point trying to get through the field and making silly moves. And the 992 just unfortunately tried a bit of a desperate move, and also it could be probably just a bit of frustration kicking in.
Four tenths of a second between Sol and L'Herbier. Bit of a weather update. It's just shy of 4:30 p.m. incident time, about 2 hours later than when we last checked it. Track's gone down by 4 degrees centigrade. It's down to 27 from what it was at 31 when we started racing action today. Track is cool, and you can see shadows growing a little bit longer. It's we are looking set to see that sun set over Brazelton, Georgia. No rain on forecast for us here this afternoon, Ryan. It was looking to be completely dry throughout. I think a lot of the field doesn't mind that after we first saw the rain at Sebring, and then it came back to bite the field big time at Road America with absolute monsoon conditions.
Yep. Yeah, I remember watching those races, and that was those races were very chaotic to say the least. And yeah, I think we did get a bit of rain at Miami Homestead as well, but only in qualifying, and then the race was pretty much
right.
the race was pretty much bone dry, I believe.
You're not wrong. The Miami Sunrise 6 Hour just a couple weeks ago started on a wet track, and it didn't really start to dry out until we saw the sun come out.
Absolutely, as one of the GTPs, the 42 of Viella, dives into the pits, and yeah, it looks like he'll stay in for another stint. They just doing fuel and tires only.
Vilela staying into the car for one more. Two-way scrap between Calvo and Beaver, with the GT Pro race leader currently in the way. Otherwise, 0.6 of a second separates MSP from Digital Chicane. Further down the field, Dangle Performance started to lose more ground to the other MSP car of Tamer Elbaga, who got punted around earlier by the Wolf, or by one of the Mustangs at least. I think it was by Vulture. They have since then been trying to recover all of that lost ground. It's been about half an hour since we went back to green flag racing, and still a lot of these battles hanging around a lot longer than they did off of the last restart. I think the position of where everybody was at and the fact that they didn't have to deal with as much lap traffic right out of the gate has allowed for a lot of these battles to remain even tighter. As you see Dangler scrapping it out with Romaninski. Jim McGill was initially in the car for the last stint, and they changed that under the safety car period.
Absolutely, it looks like excuse me, it looks like he's under attack from it, or basically being chased down by Elbaga as well, and heading through turn one. I think Elbaga and Romaninski are probably both evenly matched drivers, and as they head through the X's, I think Elbaga will probably try and take the position as quickly as possible if he gets a chance. But as they head up through the X's, and on the exit of the X's, one of the trickiest sections of the track because of that curve on the outside, which can unsettle the car. But yeah, apart from that, this class at the moment is pretty much spread out slightly as well. But after the incident in the chicane, it's quieting down slightly. As I think we've got some pit stops happening, one in GTP and one in the LMP2.
He also had a pass as Aaron Beaver did manage to get around Elbaga for that spot. This is how he did it. Whoa, boy. Big problems there for the 80 cars. He got into the side of the GT Pro leader. And MSP said, yep, we'll take that spot away. And in fact, Calvo's just lost another one. That's an aggressive look down the front stretch into turn one, but Digital Chicane not fighting that all that much.
Yeah, there's no point in fighting it too much, especially when you've still got a long way to go in this race. You've got under just under 6 hours to go, so plenty of time to make up positions and gain time towards the end, as it looks like some of the LMP2 cars are in the pits and just about to leave.
Alvar Martinez, the overall race leader, comes down to pit road. Oh boy!
That's the chicane car. Is that the 80?
It's Calvo, yeah, and he's missing the front clip. That implies he's found the wall somewhere, and he is having major technical problems right now.
It looks like,
Is that clip old damage, or has he always lost that?
I'm not sure. I wonder if it was a.
I wonder if it's the technical problem. Maybe it lagged out in a massive blink out.
I wonder if it was maybe something to do with getting a black screen, or maybe if he's using VR, he's maybe had a VR failure.
Possibly, because I mean, the clips on the car there. I mean, it's fine here. Oh, you can see. Oh, he was pushing it along. It was already hanging off.
The one.
Oh, right there. That's where he got the damage. Was from when he hit the 12. Because look, now it's hanging by a thread. So this whole time, that clip has actually been detached from the car, and he's just been pushing it along. Kind of, you know, it kind of reminds me of an incident that happened once when I was doing track marshalling down at my local track. You have one person clip a cone. Usually when you clip a cone, it ends up, you know, just lying around at the racetrack somewhere. Not this one. It ended up trapped underneath the car. He dragged it around for 3 laps before it got spat out on the other side of the racetrack. Needless to say, that cone was no longer functional after that ordeal. So this battle in GT Pro continuing on as normal. Still not showing any signs of this 3-way scrap for the number 2 spot from dropping away. When you want to talk about just how hectic this race has been, I mean, this is a race that's not going to grow to be any more. It's going to continue to just get more and more hectic the longer this goes along, right? I mean, you know for a fact that these drivers are going to be having a time of it this afternoon. And I mean, look at everything that's going on here. Side by side, John Goodham for Torque Racing gets around Kinetic Racing. So put Kinetic back up to 3rd, right by Grizzly. Oh, they turn Grizzly. Do they save it? Oh, they're still trying. David Schmidt with the save of the year right there.
Yeah, I would love to see that again because that was impressive.
Right on board with Schmidt.
Yeah, he heads into turn 1. Looks all fine, and then all of a sudden he goes by some of the GT cars, and then I wonder if he just gets clipped, and somehow he manages to keep that car in a straight line after getting on the marbles.
And Sam Vaughn having this moment a couple laps ago. Just swung out wide, but was able to rejoin with no problems. That was the Kinetic Racing GT Pro Porsche that hooked him. Gotta watch that, because you've seen it doesn't take much to rip the bumpers off of these cars.
But yeah, the battle between Romanowski and Elbaga is still going on as well, and yeah, the Elbaga's not been able to get by like as quickly as I thought he would, but I think he maybe just happy to sit there at the moment as they've got LMP2 traffic coming up to lap them as well. It looks like it was one of the LMP2 cars that had issues in the turn 1 of the lap earlier, and it looks like Romanowski ran wide slightly on the entry to the S's, and he loses a position.
Romanowski dropping back outside of the top 5 in GTM. Timur Elbaga will look to continue to drive through. And that leaves Sol and Lurbier. The lone battle within a second. This is for the number 2 spot. The number 3 spot, sorry, in GT Pro. Mark Stevenson, by the way, in pit road, and it's a very long stop. They've been in there for the last 5 minutes getting some extensive damage repairs. Well, they're hoping to go out on a high, but it looks like it'll be a rather quiet exit from the championship, even if they do take the championships this afternoon. What a tough break for Digital Chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been it's pretty much been an up and down race for them. Obviously, with the 93 being caught up in that incident on the earlier on and on the exit of the S's, and the 80 car also having issue as well. And it's not all doom and gloom. I mean, the 93 car just needs to keep going and just needs to finish to take the GT Pro Championship. The GTM Championship. Sorry.
GTM race leader Chip Michaels is into pit road. So one of the going cars is in, and he's going to hop out. Matthew Rice jumping back into that Ferrari. Boy, well, I thought for a moment that Fisher Motorsports just dropped out altogether. Having a bit of a near miss. Jason Burney is in. So yet more pit stops all underway. It's a swap of the Burneys. Jason out, Kyle in. Pedro Vargas also jumping back into the car for NGC Esports. And again, we tune our attention to the three-way battle for second in GT Pro that has been in lockstep since the start. Ooh, Kinetic Racing getting a little impatient.
Yeah, I was about to say I saw them getting a bit impatient there, and I think Vincent's probably getting a bit impatient as well with Soli as well. They've probably just been held up slightly, but on the other hand, he can't really afford to do anything silly, because as you see right there, John Goodwin's taking the opportunity to close them back up and not wasting any time.
Well, they're doing a good job of it still. Regardless of how everything is panning out throughout all of this. We want to talk about a good run. I mean, these guys have been having pretty good runs so far throughout the duration of this race. And I mean, they had a nice long green flag run there as well, which allowed for things to kind of develop a little bit more. Thomas Martin just coming out of pit road right behind Marco Villela. Goodwin and Lurbier still the two main contenders in this battle for second and third and fourth, while Sol continues to ebb and flow with traffic. Whoa, look out. Justin Delano way out wide. rejoins. No harm, no foul. What happened here? Just too deep. It's a new mistake to make, and honestly, that is one of the easiest quarters to make it at on this racetrack.
Yep, as they head onto the back straight as well. It's Goodwin still on the back of Herbie here, and it looks like Solly's just leaving the pits as well. He'll still be in fourth place, so obviously because the other cars behind him are retired or just basically laps down. So yeah, not really, no need to worry about losing any positions from behind. It looks like Herbie and Goodwin are being held up by a GTM car as well. It looks like it's a fellow GT Pro car. It looks like the 992 of Suarez. So yeah, who decides to let him go?
The number 67 Kinetic Racing Porsche, still maintained at the number 2 spot, has not been able to do much to run down this Delta Racing BMW up the road. I mean, I'm a bit surprised, honestly, that they haven't been able to catch up to Ferrer much throughout the course of this race. I mean, they've been doing a good job of running clean with each other, but this Delta Racing BMW has just been on a new level today. Ever since he took the lead, nobody's been able to get close in GT Pro.
Yeah, GT Pro has pretty much been it's the 12 of the 12 BMW of Freya, just not really being under attack from anyone. It looks like one of the MSP cars stuck behind him, the one with the no front spotter, that was caught up in an incident earlier. So it looks like this BMW has pretty much been the classic field at the moment. Once it got away and built up a bit of a gap, they've not been touched by anyone so far.
The Kinetic Racing and the Torque Free Racing Porsches continue in their own little dogfight down the field. They're about a whole front stretch behind Ferrer, and then some extra change. In the meantime, take a look on board. Still nice blue skies. You see a little bit more orange, well, not quite orange, but some yellow started to form. You see the sun there? It's started to make its slow crest down towards the horizon. And I think it's safe to say that that sun, it's going to continue to only shrink more and more throughout the course of this race. And that's going to become a problem for drivers when they start to work their way down the hill here. I mean, let's just ride on board with Sam Vaughn here in his LMP2 car. And this is going to prove my point excellently, especially when it starts to get closer to the horizon. Take a look. Already, you're staring directly into the sunlight here as you come up and over the hill. But then look, as you come down the hill again, it is going to be directly in their vision by the time it really starts to set. That's going to cause big problems in about an hour or so.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. Excuse me. That's the thing as well. If you run something like VR, or maybe if you like to run HDR, for example, you'll really see the sunset basically in the S's starting to hit you right in the eye, because basically I've run with HDR on before, and especially at tracks such as Sebring, where you've got the sunset down the back straight, head into Sunset Bend. When the sunset gets really low, that'll hit you right in the eye on corner entry, and that's not something that you want, especially around here.
Kyle Allen hops back into the car for Vision 1 Motorsports. So they'll put a driver that's been a good pace setter for them back into the machine. How about this? Haven't checked in on GTP too much as of late. Stefan Rossman running down, or being run down by Kyle Burney. We talked about it before, right? Kyle Burney, he is the overtaker. He knows how to get the job done, and he's looking to get the job done on Team Hardcore now for his MSP number 3.
Yep, absolutely. He's got a great run onto the back straight. He might be able to make a move on Rossman. So he's got a great run. He might be able to get the move done into the chicane. Is Bernie close enough to make a move? That's as I say that. No, he gets the move done well before the chicane.
Great pass there, and as well as that, a pass for the GTM race lead. Now, some drivers have already come down to pit road, so right now, 1st through 6th in this pack. They are a wee bit off cycle. It's a bit weird, though, with how everything's been shaken up. For now, all the cars on the lead lap on the same side. Romaninski just came down the pit road. This was how Aaron Beaver got around Earl Urexoy for the race lead through turn 1. Oh, boy. Got a little close. So up over the rise, we'll tune in on the battle for the number 2 spot. Driving it in deep, and how about that? Right as we cut to it, Torque Freak Racing coming to pit road.
Yep, I wonder if that was a call for, if that was a decision to pit early and try and get an undercut on the 67 Kinetic Racing car and see if they can try and get some clear track, because it looks like yeah, TFR into the pits, hit the box, and I wonder if they'll do a driver change. Yep, as I say that, John Goodwin out, Jonathan Dance back in.
So Jonathan Dance jumping back into the race car. Just behind, that's Tamer Elbaga now into pit road. Carlos Miguel Duarte has come down as well with the GS Racing car. You see the Triplified Dogs on Web number machine coming in. Excuse you.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to make my. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's fine. It's fine.
Oh, I forgot to mute my microphone. Oh, Jesus.
Oh boy, I had to mute myself. I was just laughing like a nut there. I'm sure somebody in the house is concerned about me now.
Yeah, I never even realised I forgot to mute my microphone until you started laughing. Oh, Jesus.
Whoops.
That's me lost my job.
Eric Kalaga is in Propulsion Motorsports. Ethan Swan hopping into the car. In fact, hopping out of the car. Chris Scar going in for the Digital Chicane crew, and Olivier remaining in the machine for Kinetic Racing for the time being. Oh my gosh. Well, I just learned something. If I move my microphone up a bit too high, it automatically mutes it. So, well, there we go.
Jesus.
I've learned something new today. We've all learned something new today.
I'm actually crying. I'm sorry to anyone watching that had to hear that.
It could have been worse. There are worse things. There are worse audio mishaps that have happened on a broadcast. Case in point, the USAC CRA sprint car race I had last night, where the entire thing was coming only out of my right ear. Love that.
Or it could be worse. I remember if something that happened on another broadcast. When they were broadcasting the 24 Hours of Le Mans back in, what year was it? I can't remember the year. And then someone walked into a commentator's room and he's like, "Do you mind I'm broadcasting?" Oh, oh Jesus, good.
You
Oh,
get all
come on,
sorts
mate.
of stories when you do these longer endurance races.
Oh. Or, oh,
5.5 hours to go. Torfig Racing, despite going for the undercut, they did not manage to gap Kinetic Racing. They were able to cover them off. So Kinetic continues their run in third. And Thomas Baker right now in the pits.
Yep, Thomas Baker into the pits from second place, and yeah, I think I wonder if I was going to say they've not done a driver change, so they've kept him in the car for another stint. So yeah, some teams and some drivers are electing to maybe do long stints, maybe do a double stint or a triple stint, and then other teams are elected to maybe single stint of drivers just to excuse me, stick a fresh driver in for every stint.
Delta Racing looking like they're going to keep Lucas in the car for now. This, I believe, is the last car to pit in the GT Pro category. We'll see where he's going to come out in relation to Nicholas Soul and others. 5.5 hours are left on the docket this afternoon. Still a long way to go. Less than 30 minutes away from halfway at Petit Le Mans. It's a long stop. It's longer than Fisher's was by almost 10 seconds, but right on par with Vincent's stop for Kinetic. There's Nicholas Soul, Fisher Motorsports number 44, to the lead. Well, how about that? Carlos Miguel Duarte still right behind Thomas Baker. Baker, a fresh face in the car for the MSP crew for this race. Ryan, do you think Duarte gets him?
Hey, you never know. You might get him. I mean, Duarte might get him if he gets a good run here. Obviously, Baker's still getting his tyres up to temperature, and I think Duarte could, if he gets a chance, he could make a move on the back straight heading down to the chicane. That he always say with that slight front end damage, he might have his straight line speed might be compromised slightly.
I got Thomas Baker still having a good run of it, making a solid drive for the number 4 spot, but looks like he is starting to drop off the tail end. I think you're right. I think that front end damage might be hampering him perhaps a little bit more than he would like to admit. But still, it's the only battle right now that is under a second, and it is still a good one.
Yep, there's a head through turn 1, and it looks like one of the digital chicane cars trying to make their way through, and they I guess they're just trying to keep it on the track and keep out of trouble. And yeah, this is the 93 car. It looks like this is one of the MSP cars coming up through the S's now. And I think if you're maybe the spotter or race engineer for this MSP car, I would just say to him, just let this car go and not fight him since he's various laps down. Sorry.
Oh boy, look out! Big Constantina there, and Kyle Granger got all sorts of jacked up in that mess. There's a few drivers that are a little bit cross with that.
Yeah,
that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, that could have been a big disaster. I mean, everyone checked up, and I think it was all caused a bit by Baker just slowing up more than expected. So it looks like this 93 digital chicane car is trying to keep out of the way of everyone coming through.
Five hours and 25 minutes to go. Time is still slowly but surely ticking away. Brian, this might be a good time to take a ride on board with one of our drivers here for a couple laps. Who are you thinking?
What was the question? Sorry, I had to take my headset off for a couple of seconds.
I was just thinking this is a good time where we can give our voices a rest and we can take a ride on board. Who are you thinking might be a good driver to ride along with?
Who do I think would? I would say, not just because I love the car, but I would probably say the leading LMP2 car of the Rise of Panda, the Stockton. And as I said, it comes into view.
Talk about good timing on that one. Pierce Stockton, we'll ride on board with him for a few laps, and he'll take you for some trips in an LMP1 around Road Atlanta. 24 minutes away from halfway at Petit Le Mans. Well, got a little hairy there in the battle for fourth, as you saw the full pit stop with Christian Kemprager now behind the wheel of the Rising Panda race machine. They are trying to see if they can't chase down Travis Linscomb Hatfield. The Fisher Motorsports still are P217 up the road. They got right to the gearbox on that last lap, but it got a little bit more nervy from there. Well, that's all we're going on. We've also been tracking this battle for third here between Thomas Baker and Carlos Miguel Duarte, as they look set to scrap it out for the number 3 spot. If you're just joining us, welcome to Petit Le Mans for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. We're 15 minutes away from halfway in this 10-hour endurance race. My name is Noel Rempel alongside Ryan Walker. Scott Rankin having to extend his stint a little bit in his own official Petit Le Mans race, so he'll be joining us in about an hour and 15, give or take, depending on how things pan out for how his stint goes. But Ryan, for now, we talked about how good this race has been, and it only continues to get better, especially with this battle in GTN now picking up for that third position.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a great race, and it's been a great race as well in every class. But this battle has been going on for quite a few laps as well, with Baker being caught quickly by Girardi in the 555 car, and I think plenty of battles. Like you said, Nolan, there was that battle in LMP2 between Linscomb Hatfield and Kemprager, but that's kind of just quieting down a little bit because of traffic getting in the way. But Baker, as we see there, being lapped by the sister MSP GTP car, and as I say that, Hatfield runs wide heading onto the backside, and this is going to give Kemprager a great opportunity to make a move.
Should be able to take this one with relative ease down the backstretch here. We've seen how much that Kemprager is good at having some top-end charge. Although looking like it still is not enough to actually take that one down to the corner. So, man, I mean, the Rising Panda Racing really running an ultra-high downforce setup. If even alongside with a car like that, they can't get a run going. And there you see Linscomb Hatfield making the trip to pit road. So once again, Fisher Motorsports' LMP2 entry takes to the pits for their 8th stop of the night. And they're going to go for a driver change as well. Rico Kohlmeyer jumping back into the car. Problems for David Schmidt and Grizzly Motorsports as they're off the road.
Yeah, I just caught a glimpse of that as well, and it looks like I wonder if that was a self-inflicted mistake. He runs wide onto the marbles, and as soon as you get on the marbles, Nolan, you're pretty much a passenger.
It was nowhere close to making that run. Ramos Shatton comes down to pit road, or they're just leaving pit road, sorry. Kohlmeyer's on his way out. Dennis Denisio for GC Racing Esports going to take to the lane. So they'll be the next cars in, and that should get us another driver swap, I would imagine.
Yeah, just watching to see if they do a driver change, and it looks like
they will.
Yeah, they will make a driver change. Yep, car disappears, so that's definitely a driver change.
Harmony. For the first time today, Luca Harmony's into the car.
Yeah, so I wonder if this 86 cars had a plan for the race, maybe try and basically leave their quicker driver for towards the end of the race, or basically stick the driver in towards the end of the race, and they see if they can try and get some more pace, gain some positions, and see if they can try and maybe finish on the podium.
Kyle Granger is in for Scours SS Racing. He looks like he is going to be remaining in the car. Stefan Rossman is in for Team Hardcore. They're going to get a driver change in. Put Jacob Lehman back in the car. Maxime Leonard being replaced by Ryan Ware. So Ryan Ware, a driver. So I'm actually really surprised to see this. Ryan Ware has frequently been running in the number 46 car all season long, especially in some of the sprint races. He ran in that car a lot during the 24 hours of Daytona and the 12 hours of Sebring. I'm very surprised to see him running in the second car today. I would have expected him to have been in the number 46 where he's been all year.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by it as well, but I guess on the other hand, it's one of those things that if you've got a excuse me, if you've got a second car, you might have wanted to race in the second car, this car right here, the 47, and maybe he didn't want to. I wouldn't say it would have happened, but maybe he wanted to let the drivers that are in contention for the championship race in the championship contending car, which is a 46, and maybe he wanted to step back and race in the 47. But yeah, that's just my guess anyway. But yeah, if one of the drivers comes for an interview, they might be able to answer it.
Yeah, well, you never know. We might get a visit. We got one from Ryan Kaprowski earlier today. It was a bit of a chat after it went a little bit wrong. Well, we'll see how things are going to pan on out. Jack Hedgecock's into the pit road for Going Racing. That's the LMP2 leader. And this will be one of the last scheduled stops for the LMP2 field, at least for the time being. Jason Ahrensberg hops back into the car for Vulture Motorsports.
Yep, it looks like this 18 car might do. I'm checking to see if they'll do a driver change. It looks like fuel on tyres at the moment. And I think if the car doesn't disappear, it looks like Hedgecock will stay in the car for another stunt. So, by the looks of it, it's just fuel on tyres.
Careful. Marco Villela making a quick realization. Oh crap, I'm running this in the slow lane, not in the fast lane. You can give me a hit for that. I mean, they've penalized that before in the past. So it's not unheard of. Hedgecock stays in the car. He'll make his way back onto the racetrack. Will DS Racing go for a change? They sure will. Villela hops out. Ricardo Santos jumps in. Santos into the car. We'll see what he's got in store for the DS Racing crew, and if he can get that car back around to a podium. There goes Kyle Burney for third. And that is a close moment with David Schmidt making a 3-wide with GTM and LMP2 traffic.
Yep, so a bit into the pits, it looks like it's just actually, was that just fuel only?
No, I mean, it's, no way. I mean, the car was up on the jacks, so.
Okay, so.
Yeah, you can just do the tires quicker than you can do the fuel. Because remember, these cars only have, 3, 4 people working on them at any given point.
Oh yeah, my bad. Yeah, I was watching another pit stop, and went back to their pit stop, and I saw the car on the ground, and I thought it was just fuel only. I thought that might be a bit crazy because I think pretty much fuel and tyres are pretty much pretty much or close enough to being done at the same time, roughly.
Well, the GT runners not too far away from pit stops either. Looking near the end of their pit stop window, but while we got this brief moment, we'll take a rundown through the entire field, top to bottom, and see where things are lining on up right now throughout Petit Le Mans as we approach halfway. Road of Sim Racing stands on top of the GTP boards, along with Finch Motorsports in second, and then almost a full lap behind as MSP, they run third, just barely clinging on to the lead lap. GS Racing Esports team right now 1 lap down in 4th, along with Grizzly Motorsports in 5th. Team Hardcore runs in 6th, with NGC Esports team by Rubens Goss in 7th. Bravo Shatton all the way back in 8th. 8 laps down for the leaders. Garrido 16 down for DS Racing Esports team, but they are still in the running. And that, of course, will take us to the LMP2 field.
Yep, LMP2 currently being led by the 18 Going Racing of the at the moment, and then the 46 Rising Panda car in second, and then rounded at the top 3 is GSE Esports Racing VSCA LMP, and then 4th is Vision 1 Motorsports with 5th, currently being followed by Tri-State Racing, the 123 car, and then the 14th is Motorsport Delara, in 6th, and then 7th you've got the Scours GT048 car in 7th, and then 8th you've got Volta Motorsports LMP2 with the 216, and then the last of the runners is the 47, the Rising Panda LMP2 car, that's pretty much the remaining runners in LMP2 and the current runners at the moment with no retirements.
Thomas Martin comes down to pit road to the GTP category. Meanwhile, Nicholas Soul runs in the lead of GT Pro for Fisher Motorsports and has taken over what has so far been a strong lead from Delta Racing. They're still looking to claw their way back to the top step. They're only 5 seconds behind Soul as it runs. Kinetic Racing runs in 3rd with Jonathan Dance. Photographic Racing back in 4th. Those are the last cars on the lead lap. But the 992 with big problems earlier on. They are 11 laps down. North Sim Racing is down in 12th. David Schmidt has been forced to take a tow to pit road. We'll look at that in a moment. For now, World of Sim Racing, the only car down and out in the GT Pro category.
Yep, GTM currently leading by Gowan Racing with the 19th car with the 2nd place, currently Volta Motorsport Plus, and then 3rd place is Dogs on Web DS Racing with both MSP cars with 33 and 4th and the 34 and 5th, and then Dangle Performance with the 16 and 6th, and then the Digital Chicane car, the 93, currently in contention for the championship and on course to take that championship. And 7th, and then 8th is the Off in the S's Racing with the 80 Digital Chicane car, and 9th after being caught up in that issue on the exit of the S's, and the remaining runners is the 016 car of Volta Motorsports, and retirements from the race is a 312 Real Pixel Motorsport, and the Exotic by WMS car 515 did not take the start of the race. So that's the runners in the GT AM class.
Teammates looking like they're about to go for a position swap here while the MSP guys figure out what they want to do. Coming up on Green Flag TV this same night as when you finish this race, only about a half hour after we wrap things from Road Atlanta. We're going to be swinging down to the Concord Speedway. Don't humbly on iRacing as Mini Pocono for the SRA Mini Stock Series in their 2nd round. Tomorrow, Austin Edstrom and I bring you all the action for the Classic IndyCar Series in their 13th and penultimate round at the Phoenix Raceway for the Pavement Recycling Systems 200. And that will be followed up that night by the SRL Next Gen Cup Series from Interlagos, where Scott Rankin will take you the second to last race of the regular series season. All that and more on Green Flag TV. So the teammates continue to scrap it out amongst one another. Thomas Baker and David Slider now running 3rd, well, not 3rd, 4th and 5th as it stands. Oh, coupled off the track. 2 GT Pro cars. One of them's Kinetic, and the other one is Lakoya. What the heck has happened here? There's been a lot of issues while we were going through all of that. Let's take a quick look first at what happened to Lucas Ferrer.
Oh, caught that outside curb.
Easy does it. And then this was David Schmidt. I mentioned he had to take a tow to pit road. And, interesting. Looking like possibly connection issues because he did not get out of the car, so he might have just had some tech problems there. But then this is what, oh no, it's out of pit road. Oh no.
I mean,
oh boy.
I would say that's probably. I'll give in the defense of the.
This is bringing back very unpleasant memories. Do you want to know why?
Go on.
That's an identical incident to what happened to Screeching Moose Motorsports coming out of pit road in the GTM car. They were fighting for position, though, between 2 different classes, and Screeching Moose was ruled at fault. And that penalty is what cost them the Sprint Cup Championship at Virginia. That's why they withdrew from the championship, because they disagreed so heavily with that call. So, that's going to be interesting to see how that gets ruled, if that gets protested post-race. And I'll say it again, and this is the same opinion that I had back there. I don't feel like this is too much different from that. Is the other car coming out of pit road? Yes. Is it technically slower? Yes. but they're still entitled to the racetrack, and you can't just turn on them like they're not there.
Yeah, I mean, on the other hand as well, the pit entry on Road Atlanta is a difficult pit entry because basically there's not much.
He didn't do anything wrong. I mean, he's up against the right side of the racetrack. Again, he wasn't even up to speed. Again, I ask again, what is he supposed to do any differently in that situation? He's not just going to stop in the middle of pit exit and put himself at risk on the racing line, because then how is he going to get up to speed to actually start to blend into traffic?
Yeah, it's one of those. I think after looking at the replay from my end as well in game, I think if I was in charge of race control, I would probably put the blame down to Kinetic Racing. I mean, you can't just.
Well,
I agree with you, Nolan. I mean, the car coming out the pits, they can't go further right than they can because on the right there's grass, so you can't really do anything. So Kinetic Racing, watching the replay, I think they just came across, assuming that they would back out.
Some of the stewards might disagree with you on that one, because again, when this happened at VIR with Screeching Moose Motorsports, and Screeching Moose was the ones coming out of pit road, they were ruled at fault. Said they should have stopped, let the faster car through. So some stewards might disagree with you on that.
What, come to a full stop?
God. I'm not the one that makes the calls. That's just the call that was made. I'm not saying I agree with it, but that's the call that was made.
I think that call sounds like a lot of baloney.
Well, it's sometimes you get it right, anyway. Sometimes you get it wrong. It's at the end of the day, it's not our call. All we can do is talk about it. We can't make the calls though. So Kinetic Racing, they're into the pits. They might have gotten some pretty hefty damage with that, and it wouldn't surprise me if they did. 'Cause that was a pretty hard hit that they took right to the passenger door with that. I mean, if you hit a car so hard that you're being spun around, you might get some suspension damage from that if you're in a GT3 car like this. And it's worth noting, there's nobody in that race car right now.
Yeah, but on the other hand, they're quite lucky they never got like major damage because with the Porsche, the engine's on the rear of the car or mid-engine. It's a mid-engine car, so you can get away with it with not getting too much of a meatball. But yeah, I think Kinetic were unfortunate just the way they hit the wall there. But it's one of those things. Like I say, the pit entry at Road Atlanta is such a difficult one because you've got to keep right, but it's the racing line. As I say that as well, Kinetic Racing are coming out the pits.
So they have come out of the pits. Olivier is still in the cars. They have not gone for a driver swap. They've come down, fixed the necessary repairs, and got back out onto the racetrack. While that's all been going on, Patrick Ballard has hopped into the car for off of the SS Racing. So the Canadian taking it back to the racetrack, and he'll lose the spot as well to Mark Stevenson in the digital chicane number 80 Ferrari just up the road. All of that drop, by the way, has taken us past the halfway point. We are now under 5 hours to go in a 10-hour endurance race. The sun continuing to set behind the horizon. And if you take a look at how the weather is looking right now, you're looking at about 5:30 p.m. in sim. Sunset expected to be at around 7, give or take. So you're looking at that sun dipping below the horizon in about an hour and a half.
Yeah, and this is the part of the race where that part of the race you're talking about, Nolan, towards the end is when the sunset starts to come down, and basically that's when it starts to get dark as well. As you look at the the Fussell Motorsport GTP car of Martin at the moment leading the race. But I was going to say that's where the part of the race where you might see the quicker drivers or the drivers that are adapted or that learn to adapt to like the sunset and the night time being stuck into the car for the finish. So yeah, I'll be interested to see what decisions some of these teams go with regards to the finishing drivers.
In terms of the class lead, none of the battles that we had been seen developing have, gotten back to it. Jack Hedgecox and Christian Kembrager, two drivers that were initially hounding each other throughout the first 4 hours or so of this race. now sit 10.3 seconds apart. And in fact, Kyle Bernie has just come back down to pit road, and he's not the only one. Pedro Vargas is into the pits as well. So MSP and NGC both come down to the pits in the GTP category.
So, I wonder if the MSP will do a driver swap, maybe take Bernie out and then stick Pedersen back in. I'm just watching the pit stop at the moment to see if anything happens. So,
Thomas Morrow hopping into the car for NGC.
it looks like it looks like Bernie's sticking in or staying in for another stint. So, yeah, just fueling tyres only.
One battle started to close in again. Stevenson got around Patrick Ballard as they left pit road. Ballard now looking to close in the gap. So we could get a battle between two cars that are 7 laps down in GTM. But we're only separated by about half a second on the racetrack. Problem is they've got a GT Pro second place runner between them.
Was already on board into the chicane as well. It looks like, yeah, the 80 digital chicane car, 7 laps, yeah, as you see there, 7 laps down, but just going around doing laps, and some people might be thinking, oh, why would you go around doing laps when you're basically like 7 laps down? But it's like that. It's like that saying. It's saying on that you never get anywhere by giving up on endurance racing.
Well, especially here, because don't forget, once you get a full course yellow, you can get a lap back, possibly 2, because they give 2 rounds of wave bys to sort the grid after the fact. So there is a chance to get back into a proper, you get into a proper race afterwards, and that could very much have a huge impact in how these races pan out. There you see Boiler taking to the inside of Stevenson. Number 83 taking over the spot from the number 80. So 2 Ferraris exchanging blows. Patrick Boiler gets back through on Stevenson after they were passed coming out of pit road. You know, one driver that I really want to put shine a light on for taking advantage of that rule, Bravo Snow Shattuck at the 24 Hours of Daytona. They were down 10 laps. By the time they got to the end of the race, they were back on the lead lap because they had gained the waiver rounds from all the safety cars in a 24-hour race. They know better than anyone what you can do if you just stay in the car and remain faithful, that something might still go your way.
Yep, absolutely. I remember that. I think it was the start of the early stage of that race as well. They lost the front end and had to get repairs. And like you say, and they got the waiver rounds. The waiver rounds worked to their advantage, and they managed to somehow get themselves on the lead, back on the lead lap, and they managed to finish on the podium. I think they finished in, what was it, 3rd place, I think?
They did finish 3rd at Daytona, because something happened. I think they went down a lap again, right at the buzzer. I'll check when they finished 3rd. I know they got a podium. I can't recall where. It may have been Laguna Seca at Course de Monterey, if I'm not mistaken. I might be, though. I'll dig into it. I know they crashed out of Sebring. They crashed out early at Sebring, like in the first hour. But yeah, they finished 2nd at Course de Monterey. They were about a lap behind Composite Performance, but they did finish. They did finish on the podium there. That was with Gustavo Fragoto and Gabriel Peckley in the car.
Oh yeah, I remember that now. For anyone that's not, yeah, that was a wild race. That was a wild finish as well.
It's not a race that the stewards were too happy with. That's where we got a lot of the rules implementations. In particular, The instant limit came as a result of that race.
And that finish to the Daytona 24 was absolutely epic as well, especially in the GTP class. If anyone's watching and you've not watched the VSCA Daytona 24, especially the finish, I highly recommend you go and check it out, because that finish in GTP was absolutely wild.
Battles on for 4th in LMP2, Garrett Spence and Rico Kohlmeyer. Ready to go back to war. Tri-State Racing Efficient Motorsports, seeing who will go head-to-head. 10th and a half between them. And this could be a good drive, but some technical issues looking like for Spence. Starting to set in. 0.4 of a second between the pair. As Kohlmeyer continuing with that big charge. Now with a lot of draft down the straight, can he make something happen? I asked the same question about Stevenson as he is caught back to the tail end of Boiler.
Yeah, was he going to go for a move up the inside? Oh, I thought he was going to go for a move up the inside. He thought about it, but Boiler goes wide slightly, and that might give Stevenson an advantage or opportunity to take the place. And yep, as I say that, he does.
Further behind them, Spence and Kohlmeyer still going at it. So we got 2 battles on the racetrack that are starting to close in. On the same piece of real estate, Tri-State goes wide, and Kohlmeyer shoots for the gap. Rico Kohlmeyer, Fisher Motorsports, takes one down the inside at turn 5 into 6. And the 05 gets the job done. Rico Kohlmeyer back to P4.
Yeah, and just behind Kohlmeyer as well. It looks like it's one of the Rising Panda cars as well. It looks like it's the second place Rising Panda car. But and also this battle between Stevenson and Ballard is still going on as well. And I think Ballard as well just more than happy to sit behind at the moment.
Stevenson, Boilard, both of them trying to see if they can't size up a move as they scrap it out for the 8th place spot in GTM. So far, Patrick Boiler did a decent job on just clinging on to the tail end of Mark Stevenson. He's probing, right? He's trying to find a way through. He did it once, so he knows that he can find that vulnerability. This is not unstoppable force meets a movable object. He's just got to try to find the hole. Although swinging wide like that certainly isn't going to help his chances.
Yep, and watching one of the Ferraris come across the line now, heading down to turn 1. It looks like we've got more pit stops going on now. With it looks like Stevenson and the 80 Digital Chicane Ferrari diving into the pit lane, and I think this could be a driver change as well.
And Mark Stevenson bailing out in his battle with Patrick Boiler, trying to see if he can't get a leg up throughout pit strategy here. We mentioned that those pit stops with the GT field were not too far away. They last pitted around the lap 180 mark, kind of around the lap 190 mark, at least for those on the lead lap. And I mean, they're well deep into about the 200 range by now. Stevenson still remaining in the car, and I don't think he's going to go for the driver change. I think Stevenson will remain in that one for another stint, and he will. Mark Stevenson coming back out on the racetrack. So a good drive there for Mark Stevenson as he'll get himself back out onto the racetrack. 40.8 seconds in the box. This fight for 4th and 5th is still close, about a second separated. Well, it's got Carlos Miguel Duarte and David Slider started to close it a little bit more. 1.6 seconds between the two of them. Kind of checking in on the lap times. It fluctuates a little bit, but I mean, look at how much Slider closed in 2 laps ago. I mean, I think Slider, if something goes wrong here with Duarte, he could have a look.
Yeah, quite possibly. You could have a look heading down to the chicane, and yeah, heading into the chicane, it looks like Slater in the 34 MSP Mercedes is not too far behind him as well, so we could have a bit of a battle coming up soon between both these cars. Yeah, especially well, not GT Pro as such, but GTM, Nolan, it's pretty much been a battle throughout the field, and plenty of position changes going on, and yeah, positions going up and down all the time.
Here comes the GT Pro race leader in the pit road. That's Nicholas Soul in for Fisher Motorsports. Up on the jacks. And Stefan Nobes hopping into the car. First in for Nobes all day long. So the Englishman going to get set to make yet another hit in this final race of the VSCA Sports Car Championship. And a little ways further back, Colmeyer and Granger, they've closed in again. Scowers is in striking distance.
Yeah, as you see there, Scowers not too far behind, and yeah, he's got a run down, heading down the home straight, and can he get the move done into the chicane? Can he get by the GT car, and just gets the move done up the inside, and yeah, manages to keep in contact with Colmeyer.
Keeps in contact, but he's not able to he's not able to really close in. He did make an effort, but I think that lap traffic there kind of slowed him up just a touch. Andrea Lacoya having another issue. Whoa, just hopped up on the curve and slid that car out into the grass. And then nearly took out GSE when they came back on the racetrack. I mean, look at this. Whoops. Take a quick cut to the right.
Yep, heading down the home straight as well, and yeah, Colmeyer still keeping hold of that position from Granger, heading in through the chicane, and I think yeah, Granger as well. I think looks like I was going to say it looks like the quicker driver, but actually both of these drivers, judging by the lap times, look pretty well close to being evenly matched.
So Colmeyer and Granger going to continue to duke it out with one another. Remy Loesch is into the car now for the Rising Panda crew. Christian Kemprager hopping out of the car. They'll drop down to 3rd, and they will lose the lead lap, I would imagine, with this. But they should be able to get things back sorted relatively quickly. Obviously, once everything cycles back through. This is one of the longest green flag runs we've had so far. We've had only 2 yellow flags. One came about an hour and 23 minutes in. The other one came at 3 hours and 23 minutes. And, well, now we are 5 hours and 23 minutes. So, in fact, we just crossed over the point for the longest run of the race so far. Oh, Harmoning around. The second place run in LMP2 finds the grass.
Yeah, it looks like, I wonder if this is a mistake of getting out. No, he just lost the rear end on corner entry. I wonder if that was a. I wonder if he caught that curb on the outside.
I think he just chucked it in with a bit too much aggression.
Yeah, I think it was just a case of carrying too much corner speed, and the rear end was like, nope, just decided to come around, and yeah, just a self spin, but luckily managed to get going.
Battle for second is on again to GTM. David Slider catching Carlos Miguel Duarte. Had to really wait there to try to make that peak for all that GTP traffic and LMP2 traffic to get through. Finally makes the move and ducks to the outside and makes the spot. Duarte trying to fight back into the chicane, side by side, through turn 10, through turn 11, up through 12. And down the hill, 2x2 into the final corner is balled up on the curb. Is gonna be Slider and force the tuck back in line. Duarte hangs on.
Yeah, that was a great move, and yeah, managed to hold on as well and get the move done, and yeah, took the position. So yeah, even though it's got that front end damage, it looks like Duarte is not being held or he's not being hindered too much.
Jonathan Dance at a pit road. TFR number 6. Porsche is in. Will he stay in the car? Will we see a newcomer? We'll see a newcomer. Neil Middleton, for the first time all day long, hops into the machine.
Yep, so it looks like pit stop's still going on, and the pit stop finishes, and it looks like Dance has jumped out, and it looks like it's Neil Middleton jumping in for I believe it's his first time in the race.
Oh boy! Eugene Maltsev off the road. I think he just found the wall. Sub with the rise. 2 wide to the exit of 5. Hops over the grass. Oh, he does clout the concrete pretty hard there. Watch the angle. This car goes into the wall. That's not nothing. I mean, that's not something you can just brush off. He's gonna have to take great care now with that right-hand side to ensure it doesn't get any more damage.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like yeah, I'm just looking to see if there's any major damage, and it looks relatively clean-ish. So yeah, but managed to keep going, and yeah, there's got LMP2 traffic coming through one of the Rising Panda cars, heading down to turn 1, and it looks like the 69 car is trying to make a move, and
no!
that was not the wisest move in the world.
And one of the digital chicane cars has been collected. Andrea Lacoya goes off the racetrack and collects up the 93 of Chris Scar. And again, I want to point out Lacoya's laps down.
Yeah, I've noticed that a few times with the 69 Porsche.
There wouldn't have been a blue flag for the 19 car there. So this is the tricky thing. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. So Chris Scar had a moment all by himself.
Yeah, just a bit of a sideways moment for Scar, but thankfully managed to get it slowed down and not go wide or collect the 69 Porsche. But yeah, I don't get it with this. I've noticed that several times with the 69 Porsche that they seem a bit too eager to get by and unlap themselves instead of just being a little bit more safe and a little bit more respectful.
Good save. He kept that front end fully on the racetrack as well. A little hairy, but... Okay, so here's the difficult thing with that incident. And this is one that I'm not so sure is cut and dry. Andrea Lacoya is in a faster class, technically. Technically he's in a faster class than Patrick Boyle. Under normal circumstances, that would have been a reasonable move to make, try to lap somebody. The problem is he is 5 laps down from Boiler. He's behind him in overall position. He's running 34th, Boiler's in 30th overall. So who's at fault? Is it the fault of the quote-unquote slower class car for not yielding to a faster class car? Or is it his fault because he's laps down and he's just almost gotten into the side of a car that's 5 laps ahead of him overall? I think that's the important thing to note. If this was like a prototype, you'd have to say, oh, let him through. I mean, yeah, he's laps down, but it's a prototype. But these cars are in GT3s. There's no type of BOP that's so separate from these drivers. It's based off of driver pace. So otherwise, they're in the same category. So how is that judged? And that's, I think, a question that is going to be asked after this race, if that's an incident that gets mentioned.
Yeah, it's a tough one to go. I mean, I can understand that the 69 Porsche wants to get by, but basically, but on the other hand, like you say, the car's pretty much about 5 laps down, so there's no point. I don't see the point of taking any risks to try and unlap yourself. It's basically, I can understand if you're a quicker car and you want to get by, but on the other hand, what he did there, it could have ruined another car's race. That was basically could have ruined another car's race and put them on the wall on the outside of turn 1. But yeah, that's a tricky one to call.
It is. And again, no doubt going to be one for down the road. Watching the battle that's developing for the number 3 spot here between Neil Forbes of Fisher Motorsports and Kyle Burney of Mayer Sims Performance. This is for the final podium spot. Both these cars still on the lead lap in the GTP class. Oh, that's a lot of lap traffic ahead of them, though. And this could be Burney's chance to strike.
Yeah, Burney might have the run here because obviously it looks like the Fisher Motorsport car of Forbes basically got borked slightly on the exit, heading onto the back straight. Well, Burney try and make a move. He's got the run. Is he going to go for the move? Oh, he thought about it. He had that bit of, he made that impression. He was going to try and have a look, but Forbes defended in the middle of the road perfectly.
Eric Kulaga for Vulture Motorsports comes down to pit road, and there's the move. MSP all the way to the grass takes that spot away. Kyle Burney with a great drive to get around Neil Forbes, saw the opportunity with lap traffic and took it down the pit straight. And another developing fight in LMP2 with Kyle Allen, Thomas Marcelino, and Rico Kohlmeyer still yet to be settled. Oh, and now big problems for Rui Souza. The DS Racing car is into the wall, big!
Yeah, that was a big one. That was oh, he's trying to turn into the corner. Oh, he just lost it mid-corner.
It's a hard hit right into the concrete.
That would be, it wouldn't surprise me if this car's, the day for this car is done.
Well, we've said that. Careful with that, because we've said that about 3 or 4 times this broadcast. And they've still been going. They've been really trying to get this thing around. It just hasn't been their day. I mean, they started on the pole, had such a good qualifying effort, and it's just fallen apart.
Yeah, just unfortunately, like you say, they had a great qualifying and a good start to the race, but unfortunately, it's just for some reason, it's just ended up falling downhill, and yeah, it's just the way it goes sometimes. But still, we've got this battle in the LMP2 as well between it looks like 3 cars in the LMP2 for it looks like 3rd place.
Yeah, this is a big fight right now. This is for 4th right now for Allen, Marcelino, Kohlmeyer, And then right behind, you see Scours S Racing started to throw their hats into the ring. This battle came out of nowhere. And Vision One Motorsports going to drive away from all of them. Kyle Allen takes over that spot. Thomas Marcelino is in this as well. That's Julian Manicus behind for Scours S Racing. That's looking to become a fourth contender in the grudge match.
Absolutely, as ahead through turn 1 now, and it looks like, yeah, Colbyer, yeah, he was, I think he was in third at one point, and then basically, no, sorry, fourth at one point, and then basically he's lost a couple of positions, so, yeah, maybe just struggling slightly with tyres, or maybe just the two other cars he's battling with, Vision 1 and Tri-State, or maybe just that slight bit quicker, but also he's got Scours starting to close down on him as well. Oh, I thought Colbyer was going to get in the marbles there. That's not, the marbles is not the place you want to be, especially if you get on them. You're pretty much a passenger.
And now Kyle Allen once again under fire by Tri-State Racing. Thomas Marcelino trying to cut back to the inside of Vision One Motorsports to go for the spot. And Marcelino fights his way through to fourth. Kyle Allen right behind for fifth. And you still got Colmeyer and Manicus clinging on to the tail end of this four-car scrap with 4.5 hours on the clock.
Yeah, as they head into the back straight now, it looks like Marcelino is starting to pull away slightly from Allen behind him. So it looks like Colmeyer still staying in touch with his battle, but he's been caught right up with by Manicus now in the 048.
Fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh, all under a blanket in the LMP2 field, and this is right now one of the only battles on the racetrack. It's quite an isolated one as well, I'm noticing right now as well. When you take a look at out on the racetrack about how things are looking, look at where they're at right now. There's not a lot of cars behind them. There's not a lot of cars in front of them for now. That's about to change. So they're having a pretty good time just being able to run their own pace right now for a little while, for a couple of laps, before they catch some more GT traffic up the road.
Yep, and as we look at Marcelino now coming into the back straight now, and yeah, Colmeyer still under pressure from Manicus as well, heading onto the back straight, and I think Manicus, if he gets close enough, he might try and make a move into the chicane, but Colmeyer, as I say, that just pulled away ever so slightly, so maybe Colmeyer in this Fisher Motorsport LMP2 car might be just maybe using less downforce.
So Julian Manicus started to see how things are going to be sorted here. You ride on board with him. He is at the tail end of this four-car scrap, and it started to be broken up a little bit more by some lap traffic, but it could also serve to close it in some cases up the road, depending on how and when they're caught and how they look to get around it. Right now, Marcelino getting out in front because of where they caught the Torque Free Racing car. Now Vision One Motorsports is checked up, and that's backing them right up into Fisher Motorsports and Scours S Racing. They're all going to blitz by him on the same straight, but that could serve for a big drafting battle coming down towards the final chicane.
Yep, as they head onto the back straight now, and yeah, Manicus took the position from Colmeyer, and yeah, saw the opportunity, took the opportunity, and made the move up into sixth place now. And I don't know if Colmeyer is struggling with tyres, because he was up there in fourth for a while, and then all of a sudden he just ended up dropping back. So I don't know if it's a case struggling with tyres, or maybe just not feeling as comfortable in the traffic.
Kyle Allen still tucked up right in front of Julian Manicus. Going side by side to the outside. That's brave! Contact just a little bit. Manicus squeezes Allen out to the left. And somehow that doesn't end in a complete mess of twisted steel. Thomas Marcelino now the next driver of the road. Manicus is on a rampage right now through this field.
Yeah, he's been absolutely on it, and Manicus is absolutely pushing like crazy, and just watching him, he's carrying tons of corner speed in some of the high speed corners, and as you see right there, he's already onto the back of it looks like Marcelino, so he's not close enough to make a move, but I think if he's close enough into the chicane next time round, it wouldn't surprise me if he makes a move into the chicane.
Battle is on for fourth. Allen and Kohlmeyer still right behind. This is right now one of the big battles out on the racetrack. Neil Forbes did have an off a couple laps ago. This is when all that scrapping was going on, and that was fourth place being lapped, being pushed out wide by the leader.
That was a bit I was going to say that was a bit rough, but I would say a lot more ruthless by the 51 World of Sim Racing car. That was a bit, that was a bit naughty in my book. That was he could have left a little bit more space. But as they head onto the back straight now, Manicus is still not close enough to Marcelino, and not close enough. So again, it could be a case of the 1-2-3 car running less downforce, maybe going down the same route as the 18 Go One Racing car, and maybe using less downforce to get some more straight line speed down the back straight.
Four hours, 23 minutes still on the docket as, boy, this race has been absolutely flying into how this thing has been going. So we'll see how this one's going to pan on out as the 4th and 5th place spot are trying to get things rolling. Thomas Marcelino and Julian Manicus will continue their grudge match. Quarter of a second between them. I'll tell you what, this battle has been great. I mean, these guys have been having a time of it so far all throughout today. 0.3 of a second. And we'll see how this one is going to pan out. Looking like Kyle Allen and Rico Kohlmeyer started to drop off a little bit, making this more of a two-horse race. See some of the GT Pro traffic getting through some of these GTM cars as well. But now that allows Manicus to reel the gap back down. Final corner of the racetrack.
He's got the run.
Oh, trouble behind, hard into the wall. It's Kohlmeyer.
Oh, what on earth happened there?
And that takes them out.
Yeah, I was going to say, it wouldn't surprise me if that's a meatball straight away, because it looks like, oh no, oh, he got collected by one of the it looked like the MSP GTP car checked up, and then basically the MSP car from GTM was turned in. That was a bit of that was a bit yeah, I don't think Kohlmeyer will be happy about that.
That is one of the fastest points of impact you can possibly hit on this racetrack. Whenever you see a car going straight there, you know you are in for an absolutely monster of a hit. Trying to track down, this was David Slider. That was what he saw. That's a terrifying wreck to see. And all of this, how about this? The battle for the GT Pro Race lead is reeled in. Look at Gnomes and Mateus Carvalho going on.
Yep, and Nobs gets held up by his the sister car in GTP as well in corner exit. So yeah, Nobs is under pressure now, and it looks like I think Nobs might be struggling with the Porsche, the old tyres as well, because the Porsche can be a bit notorious for being a bit tail happy with as the fuel burns off.
So Stefan Nobes and Mateus Carvalho continuing to try to see who will come out on top of this battle in the GT Pro race lead. Haven't seen a good GT Pro battle flare up too much in the last couple hours or so. How fitting then that the first one we get in the last little bit is for the race lead, as Delta Racing and Fisher Motorsports looking set to go at it again.
Yeah, Carvalho's got to run down to the chicane. Can he get the move done? He's getting closer and closer, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move into the chicane. He thinks about it, but decides to back out of it.
Stefan Nobes and Mateus Carvalho continuing their big charge, and further down the field, further up the field, Marcelino and Manicus. They still have not managed to break away from one another. Although they are starting to lose a little bit more touch. Oh no! Trouble for the GT Pro leaders! The few seconds we cut away, and Stefan Nobes is turned around facing backwards.
Yeah, I wonder if it's to do with contact. It might be a bit of contact, and I think it is. Is it? No, actually, it's not.
That's self-inflicted.
Yeah, that was the same mistake that happened to another GT car on that outside curve before the exit of the S's. It looked like he got in that curve and onset with the car.
Take a look at how close this was. I mean,
oh,
yikes! That had to have been, what, an inch, 2, maybe?
So that was one of those moments where it's pretty much hold your breath and hope for the best.
Meanwhile, look who's back.
Yeah, Marcelino and Manicus yet again. So yeah, this battle for 4th place in LMP2 is starting to shape up again, and yeah, as Manicus has got to run down the home straight, or not the home straight, the back straight I should say. Yeah, but again, not close enough.
It's not the only battle we got going on the racetrack as well. You've also got this scrap between Aaron Beaver and Paul Romaninski. And this was the battle for 5th. Bit of a flash in the headlights. And that will let the 33 car through. So that was the battle for the 5th place spot throughout the GTM category, and Scott Meredith going to take his machine down into the pit road from 6th place overall. There's Bravo Shatter clawing his way. He's now working his way through LMP2 traffic. Thomas Marcelino for Tri-State Racing, battling it out for 4th. Scott Meredith trying to go at it, and there's Danny Fonte taking his car into pit road.
Yep, so Fonte into the pit lane, and I think this could possibly be a driver change, but obviously I'll keep an eye on the car. If it disappears, that'll be a driver change. It looks like still in the jack, so it'll be fuel and tyres only as it looks at the moment. So as I say, that Fonte looks like he's staying in for another stint. As we've got about 4.25 hours left in this race, so yep, Fonte to do another stint by the looks of it.
That battle for 4th, man, I mean, it is...
Yes, it's still going on.
that's the thing about these LMP2 battles. I mean, throughout the season, this is notoriously been one of the classes that gets broken apart the quickest and oftentimes the earliest. But when you get two cars in this category that are able to fight each other and link up in a battle pack, they will not leave each other alone come hell or high water. They will be fighting until the sun goes down, and that might be a very literal phrase with how this race is turning out here at Road Atlanta.
Yeah, and it's like we were talking about earlier, and I was talking about earlier as well. This is why. Oh,
yikes!
Oh, that was a bit of a yikes moment. But it's like we were talking about before. These LMP2 cars are so fun because they're not like the GTP cars. I guess they're pretty much like GTP cars, but with less power and basically the less power. But basically they're kind of similar to GTP cars in a way. But with these cars, are pretty much, you don't have to worry about like hybrid stuff or anything like that. It's more down to the driver. It's more down to the driver to extract pace out of it, and you don't have to worry about any like hybrid stuff.
Dennis Denisio still trying to keep ahead of Thomas Marcelino as well. That's Scab just about a second away. This is the battle for third in the LMP2 field that is starting to develop. As we continue to close in on a 4 hour and 4 hour to go mark at about 13 and a half minutes. Marcelino, we talked about it before, the fact that he is on a mission, and right now, look at how quickly he's run down Denisio, already cutting to the right side and making the drive down to the turn 6.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move, and Marcelino managed to get that move done, and got by Denisio really quickly, and wasted no time. But as I say, that Denisio is wasting no time in trying to take the advantage to regain that position as they're side by side. But it looks like Marcelino has managed to keep hold of the position and managed to pull away now. So yeah, but that was a great move. But he wasted no time in taking that position back and pulling away now.
Fresh out of pit road is Kyle Allen for the Vision 1 Motorsports crew. While Denisio... Oh no, look out! Dennis Denisio going around, he may have had help, hard to tell. At least from that angle, but he spins it around, keeps it off the fence somehow. Does a pretty darn good job of it. Let's ride on board with Julian Manicus, see if he gave him some help.
Yeah, just watching it. Oh, he did get tapped.
I don't know. I mean, I still couldn't really tell. Yeah, we'll back this up here just a little bit. I think, this is about the best angle to show it.
I think it might have just been a slightest touch.
I don't know. I don't think they did.
Or
I think he may have gotten him arrow loose, but I mean, look at that. They never touch. It came really close, but I don't think there was ever any contact.
Or if it wasn't actually contact, it might have been the slightest bit of net code.
Not wrong.
But it's a tough one to call. But so unfortunate because that was it was shaping up to be a great battle between Marcelino and Denisio.
.4 seconds separating now this battle for third. Kyle Burney, the overall race leader, will come into pit road. He's going to sacrifice that 9-second lead for another stop and get himself back out onto the racetrack. And trouble for Forbes. Fisher Motorsports Porsche finding himself backwards. He's trying to lap Scours. And looking like he just chucked it in there a little bit too deep.
Yep, as this battle for second place between Forbes and Santos still going on as well, and as I say that's a lap car they're going by. It was an LMP2 car they were going by, so my bad. Forbes in second at the moment, and Fonte's still leading, and it looks like Birdie's jumped out and Pedersen's jumped back in.
Thomas Mora's into pit road as well for the NGC Esports crew. While Danny Fonte looks set to make his strong drive down the pits. Fonte continuing his run with the race lead. His last pit stop, lap 276. So he has already come down to pit road recently for his latest stop. Neil Forbes is one of the cars we are still waiting on to come down to pit in your GTP field. Pit stops fully underway as it stands. And still not looking like we're going to be having any problems from anybody so far throughout this field here, Ryan. I mean, this race, it's been good, and I have a feeling we're only going to be going further out from here. I mean, this, I think it's been so far been about as good of a season finale as you could possibly hope for a championship like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when it gets to maybe the last 2 or 3 hours, I think that's when you'll probably expect the action to really spice back up, or basically fire back up into life. And talking of pit stops as well, Forbes is into the pit lane for Fisher Motorsports, so I think they'll probably do a driving change as well. As you talk about, Ron, the red lights are back on, or the red headlights rather.
They sure are, aren't they? So we're going to see how things are going to pan out from there. But right now, still a long way to go for this one. Forbes into the car. Does he go for the driver's swap? Does he stay in the car? He's been in the car for a little bit already.
Yeah, he's been in the car for quite a while, so it wouldn't surprise me if they do a driver swap. But
there's poor Adam Chick. Yeah, that's a tough break for that machine, but credit to them for still staying out there and trying to get some laps in.
Yeah, it was unfortunate because this team right here in LMP2 was having a great run, and then unfortunately it's just like endurance racing does sometimes. It can basically bite you in the backside. And it looks like Forbes is staying in the number 4 Fisher Motorsport GTP car for another stint. So yeah, I wonder if Forbes is trying to get much of his driving time out of the way, and then basically out of the way and they get it done, and it means he doesn't need to jump back in for the remainder of the race.
Be ideal, but so far have not seen anybody try to commit to something like that just yet, but possibility is always there. David Slider, Aaron Beaver, 2 MSP teammates still within 3/4 of a second. Haven't really gotten too close, but one of those cars clearly has more muck on the debris than the other one. You can tell who's been doing the job of breaking the draft and kind of clearing the raceway.
Yep, and they look at the replay to see what happened, and it's the same corner again. Yeah, same corner as before, ages ago, that he ran wide and trying not to rejoin on the racing line.
Oh no, now Beaver spins out. Way
Oh, no.
off the road.
Please don't say that's the same sort of incident we had earlier.
Count it, number 5. 5th time that's happened this race. Man, that corner's an unfortunate corner for slower classes apparently today, especially the GT cars. They're getting done dirty in that turn.
Yeah, there's been plenty of incidents in that corner. So it's like the Rising Panda Racing, the 46 car is into the pits from second place, or just made a pit stop, and Stockton's still in the car. Or Stockton's just jumped back in the car, I believe. As I look at the 33 car of Beaver coming down the hill to the start finish line, and I think that corner we were talking about, though, I think a few teams have had issues in that corner, but pretty much it's pretty much been GT cars that have been tagged into a spin in that corner. Just cars, just GTP cars or LP2 cars just moving over and not realising that the GT cars can't really go anywhere else.
We got closing in on 4 hours to go. Danny Fonte continuing his strong run up in the lead of this race. What do you think here, Ryan? Let's take a rundown through this field one more time, and we'll recap where everything kind of stands as it stands for the moment here on this one. It's been a strong run so far throughout this field. Right now, World of Sim Racing team leads the way. DS Racing Esports team running in the number 2 spot, 47 seconds down the road. 58 seconds back, it's Mayor Sing's Performance. 1 lap down, you got Jan-Philippe Weed. Neil Forbes, Fisher Motorsports running in 5th, and it's Grizz Motorsports in 6th, NGC in 7th. Bravo Stowe Shatton in 8th, Rui Sousa in 9th. So far, again, HAC, the lone team, down and out in your GTP category.
Yep, and in LMP2 it's currently the 18 Go1 racing car leading the race from the 46 Rising Panda racing car. Just a reminder as well, the 46 car only needs to finish in second to take the championship in LMP2, so at the moment it's looking good for those guys. And then the 048 of Scouris GT in third place, with 4th place currently being occupied by GSC Esports Racing, VSCA LMP. And then 5th place you've got the 123 Tri-State Racing car. Then in 4th place you've got the number 11 Vision 1 Motorsports with Volkswagen Motorsports LP2 and 7th with the 216. And then the Rising Panda, the 47 car in 8th. And Fisher Motorsport with the 14 Dallara, which was having a great run, currently ran into issues and they basically had to pit for repairs, rounding out the remaining runners.
Delta Racing runs for GT Pro. Fisher Motorsports is 2nd. Torque Racing runs at the number 3 spot. Kinetic Racing coming down to pit road as they'll be in the number 4 spot. And then, of course, it'll be Taishera for DS Racing Esports team in 5th. And then Andrea Lacoya running in the number 6 spot with Adrian Sevilla right now down and out of the race for the World of Sim Racing crew, which takes us to GTM.
So at GTM it's currently being led by the Go1 racing car, the 19 car with the 017 Volkswagen Motorsports car in 2nd, and then Dogs on Web DS Racing in 3rd, and then both MSP cars currently sitting 4th and 5th, with the 34 and 5th, and the 34 and 4th, sorry, and 33 and 5th, with Dangling Performance the 6th. 7th is Digital Chicane off in the S's Racing is 8th, and the Digital Chicane 80 car in 9th, and the remaining runners is Volkswagen Motorsports with the 016.
Wolfgang Wildenauer, of course, down and out, unfortunately, and then, of course, the 515 was not allowed to start this race due to not making a warm-up lap earlier today. And so that will then take us to the end of the first 6 hours of racing. 4 hours are left on the racetrack, and we are going to work to continue to work ourselves deeper and deeper into this race. We're going to take a step back. We return. It's more racing action on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome back to Green Flag TV. We are into the final 4 hours of the VSCA Sports Car Championship. Ryan Walker has bid us farewell, and Scott Rankin has hopped into the broadcast booth just as Nicholas Goen going for the driver's swap, jumping into the car for Josh Goen. He is back out onto the racetrack. Well, it's got Stefan Nobes for Fisher Motorsports, the GT Pro category that is in. But Scott, it's been an entertaining first 6 hours of this race, and still 4 to go. And right now, it's the battle between the MSP teammates. That's the one to watch.
Yeah, I think this is, this is a really interesting phase of the race right now because we've been green for so long right here. This is the part where you're really testing the drivers. This is where fatigue starts to creep in. We've been, live and we've been racing for 6 hours and 11 minutes. There's been a lot of green flag running that we've seen. And you can just see there's just a couple marks and just a couple cars. There's a couple guys that are probably just starting to make a little bit of mistakes. But, in GTD, we're looking at 40 seconds from third to the race lead. In the GTPs, we're looking at just over a minute. The battles are reasonably close together. Even in LMP2, we've got 2 cars within 4 seconds, right? That's a phenomenal little battle that's going on. Just have a look at the closeness up and down the field as well. It is really, really tight.
Yeah, it really is, and I mean, this race is going to enter a whole new dynamic as we continue to fight our way deeper into the night as well. We have started to hit that point where the sun is creeping ever closer towards the horizon. The sun shining pretty much direct into drivers' faces as they come down through the S's. And we nearly had a 6th incident there with the prototype punting a GT Pro or GTM car off at turn 3. When you come down the hill, that sun shining directly into your eyes, that's not an easy thing to have to navigate when you're trying to run down through a tight section of racetrack like that.
And manage traffic. I think that shot just gave us managing traffic. I tend to drive a lot of prototypes around here when I'm racing myself, and one of the biggest things about prototypes is that it's difficult to really see the turn-in point for particularly turn 3. And from a prototype's perspective, they're wider cars than the GT cars as well. So when you're trying to set up and make the space to make a move through that section of the racetrack, it's difficult. Add the sun into your eyes. Have a look at the marbles that are offline and whatnot as well at this point in time. Like this is, like I said, the fatigue. You're just adding all of these little psychological factors in the mix right now. So, should there be another a full course yellow period? That I would expect we're probably coming up on one in the very near future. And I would say the drivers are probably sitting there and going, well, we should be expecting some sort of a full course yellow to pack the fields back up again, and perhaps go green to finish this race. It's about setting yourself up for those periods right now. That's probably the single biggest thing, is set yourself up for success at the back end of this race. So right now it's, maybe the aggression level needs to be toned down just a little bit. You're in this sort of race management phase, and that's probably the biggest thing to keep an eye on at the moment.
Of course, another thing drivers are going to be starting to do is sighting braking markers. They got to start to pick those little pieces out so they can know where they're at on the racetrack a little bit earlier. This track does have quite a bit of night lighting elsewhere, particularly down the pit straight, and I believe there's a bit of it down near the bottom of the S's as well. But there's still a good chunk that is shrouded in darkness still, and sunset is only about 30 minutes away. So this is something that if you're going to sight those braking markers, you really got to start doing it soon. Or if you have a driver that's going to be racing through the night, it might not be a bad idea on your next pit stop to get them in a little bit early so that they can get themselves ready and properly geared up to run in the night.
Yeah, it's one of the things about managing endurance racing, isn't it? It's just making sure that you're set for the conditions. One of the benefits, one of the big differences that the sim, crossed over to the real world is you can trap. You've got all of this opportunity. You don't have to worry about burning up a car. You don't have to worry about fenders. You don't have to worry about splitters. Did you know one of the most expensive parts of these race cars is actually that front splitter, getting the aero devices, because they hit the ground and they do scrape away at the ground quite a lot. They're quite an expensive bit of gear. But that's one little thing to consider. Maintenance on the cars, fuel, tires, and those sorts of things. Sim racing, we actually don't have to consider that. One of the biggest things is that, I need to do nighttime practice because I'm thinking about doing a nighttime stint or a sunset stint later on in the race. Jump in the car, set the conditions up, go. Right? So, there's a lot of teams out there that'll have drivers that have certainly done those sorts of conditions, done the work. because that's just considered part and parcel. When you consider the very, very best teams, the amount of time and the amount of prep work that goes into these sorts of events, they're running the race 3 to 4 times over, is their amount of practice and prep work.
So I did not know that the splitter was actually one of the more expensive parts of these race cars. I thought it would be like if we're talking like just a singular part, because obviously the engine is a culmination of a bunch of different parts. I thought the steering wheel might have been one of the most expensive parts. Isn't the wheel in these things like 10, 20, 30 grand thereabouts?
Sure, but how often do you break a steering wheel?
Depends how often you crash.
So, I mean, you know, look at it this way. The one of the reasons that it's one of the more expensive parts and it's going on all the time is the front downforce of the car. And generally, for a lot of these cars, a lot of the downforce across the car is actually set up by the air at the front of the car, right? So you've got a lot of devices that are sort of maneuvering the air. So it's quite a critical component to how the car actually operates. If you have a bad or a very sensitive front splitter that is very difficult to get working properly, you've got a car that you're going to struggle to set up. So a lot of work goes into the front. There's less work that goes into the rear. The rear tends to be a lot more simple because it's just about diffusing the air about again. But everything about how the front end of the car actually activates and how the car turns is all set up by the front splitter. And have a look at the curbs that are going on around this place. They talk about it. Being an Australian, I do a lot of reading, obviously, on supercars and whatnot. One of the things that they were talking about, the differences between previous generations of supercars and the Generation 3, which don't have on our IRC yet, but should be coming in the near future, was the amount of work that's going on the front end of the car. And if you talk to the guys that are talking about NASCAR as well, they're spending $20,000 on a splitter. And again, it's just because you've got all these really, really tiny but yet incredibly important strakes and air moving devices around there, and they rub off. And the thing is, when you grind the car, when you're running the car, you're hitting the road, and there is, you know, a lot of abrasion going on that surface. You can't reuse it. You want to start a weekend, you've got to put a fresh splitter on it. So they, you know, they've got to sort of scrap it and go again.
Will Robertson hopping into the car for Mayor City's Performance's number 34 entry, as well as that Eugene Maltsev for Going Racing in their leading GTM machine is into the pits. Maltsev hops out, and they're going to put Chip Michaels back into the car. Okay, I haven't talked about it a lot today, but it's been nagging on my mind. Can we talk about how awesome of a name Chip Michael is? That is news anchor name right there. Like, that is something you would see on cable news at like 6 p.m. prime time. You know you would. I mean, that is an awesome name, Chip Michaels.
Yeah. Chip Michaels, what a guy.
It's the type of name you would like see. It'd be like the first draft name in a movie script for a news anchor.
I would just like, I mean, everybody in town would be like, yeah, I know Chip Michaels. I know who Chip Michaels is. You know.
Yeah, it's a recognizable name.
Guy everyone wants to know. So, yeah, that's so cool. Can I just say I love this racetrack. I really, really love this racetrack. It's so tough and difficult to drive, and the shortness of the lap. When I'm talking to my buddies about, I was actually talking to, we were trying to convince a guy to come do the Petit Le Mans with us this weekend, and I said to him, this is the most intense race of the year, and I love it because it is that. You don't come out of Petit Le Mans by just being quick. You've got to be physically fit, even in the sim world. This is the race whereby I feel I've actually got to go and do some jogging and some cardio work to prepare myself for, because of the intensity of the lap. Yeah, sure, you get a little bit of a break down the back straight, but you're overtaking cars, you're bouncing over curbs, that feedback's coming through the wheel. I actually work out my upper body in preparation for this race. And I love it so much because it is such a mental, physical, racecraft challenge.
It really is a driver's racetrack, and I think you are 100% correct. It's a track that it feels long, but it's a lot shorter than it does. It's a very deceptive racetrack as well. I think what does it is that long S's and then all the way back down this little run down to turn 6 and 7. I think that's the other thing that makes this track feel longer. It looks longer than it feels because this is an extremely high-speed track as well. I mean, this chicane And those two turns right there, those are the only like real low speed corners on the racetrack. Everything else, you're talking medium to the point where you're feathering the throttle to get through there. There's not a lot of braking going on around this racetrack. It is extreme, it's flowing. It does throw an extremely unique challenge at these drivers that you really can't find anywhere else. And that's why it's often regarded in people's usually top 10, top 5 lists for the best racetracks, if not the world, then at the very least in North America.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you really think there's probably one other circuit that gets close to the way that this place feels to drive, and that's Laguna Seca. So at least, you know, both of those circuits in the States, right? But you're 100% right. It's just there's 6 braking spots on the track for 11, 12 turns, right? So you're only braking at half the turns. You're on the gas so often. And the big thing is bouncing over the curbs and everything that's going on. And the criticality of the decision-making skills to decide your race is unlike any other. But I also like that because in terms of things, from the driver's perspective, it's brilliant at keeping you awake. You cannot go to sleep around this racetrack. If you're going to sleep around this racetrack, it's over. You're in the fence. You've got to get a fatigued driver out very, very early. But you talk about places like Le Mans. I have fallen asleep on the straightaway whilst driving at Le Mans because the track is just so often that you're not doing anything, right? Whereas around here, you can't do that. You even on the straight, you're looking at what GT3s am I trying to pass, you know, or if you're in a GT3, who's in the rear view mirror, what prototypes I've got to think about, is there an adjustment I'm thinking about, am I trying to set up for a pit stop here? That means I've got to make sure that coming out of the last corner, I'm all the way over to the right-hand side of the track. There's just so many decisions that are going on. It's just such an intense race. Like, there is no break.
And it makes the battles so thrilling to watch. We got another one developing here between Vulture Motorsports and Rising Panda Racing. Maxime Leonard really hounding Jason Ahrensberg for Vulture Motorsports there. You saw at the top of the hill, Vulture ran just a little bit wide when they were coming up through turn 3, and that has left them vulnerable to attack from Rising Panda.
Yep, set it up. Make sure you're smart about how you approach this. Now make sure that you late apex this corner. Get the drive out. Didn't quite get the run that he was looking for at a Rising Panda Motorsports, and that now means he's a touch slower down the straightaway, but he's got the slipstream. Now he starts to get to the point. Look how long down the straightaway it's taken him to get the overspeed as well. That's all generated by a lack of drive off. Is he fuel saving? I think he might be fuel saving. He's lifting off, or that Vulture Motorsports car is very quick. That's deep. That's so deep.
Well, they tried to wreck. They kept it out of each other. Maxime Leonard, he'll have to try again a little bit further down the line. How about this? You can see the little outline of the headlights. The high beams have just clicked on aboard these cars, and I think we have officially hit sunset.
Yeah, the circuit's definitely starting to get a lot darker now, so take note of those braking reference points now, boys, because you got another 15 minutes or so and you won't be seeing those bad boys.
Especially some of these faster corners where you don't have any braking markers, such as like what you get for turn 5. I want to say, I think it's frankly stupid that we call turn 5, when in reality that should be like turn 9, with how many left-right switchbacks that just aren't counted as turns. And it bothers me to a new level. Like, it bugs me so much.
Well, I mean, they call the crest at turn 2, right? And then the right-hand is turn 3, so...
Yes. But then, you know, you get turn 4 immediately after, and then the right, left flick is not turn 5. You know what? I'm going to prove it. We're going to ride on board here with, we're going to ride on board here with Ahrensberg as he... Oh, maybe not. Here we go. They got a battle on. Look at Rising Panda getting the drive, using lap traffic as a pick.
But that's Petit Le Mans. You've got to set it up. You do use the lap traffic as a pick around here because it's so important to do so. It's your opportunity to build the drive, to build the run. You've got to use it to have a crack.
All of those corners we just passed, by the way, weren't turn 5. That was turn 5 right there. I don't get it. I genuinely do not get it. Well, I'll try to track down another car that we could use as an example here. Right. So this is turn 4 right here. And then this. Not 5, not 5, 5. There's no logic rhyme or reason behind that. But Kulaga comes down to
I'm gonna hold this against you to the end of time, though. This is gonna come up every time we commentate together.
Oh boy. There we go.
Good move.
Yeah, that was a great move. I mean, talk about a run there from Rising Panda.
Well, that's what we said. You have to set it up. You know, you've got to sense opportunity. It's not just a racetrack that's in the hands of the drivers as well. It's a thinking man's racetrack. If you're going to get a move done, you do use traffic around here because it's your best opportunity. If somebody's going to lift out and let lap traffic go, that's or, you know, let faster classes go. That's an opportunity for overtake. You don't get many of them, and the overtaking difficulty around here is one of the highest ones. Even if you dive bomb it in on someone, you're going to wash wide. Best overtaking spot's the chicane, right? So, but the next corner's a right-hander. So, you know, you go from left to right. So getting it done is incredibly difficult. It's setting it up through traffic is the real key to getting an in-class overtake done. This is just mirror LMP2 cars now on their second part as well.
Not wrong. A couple of them are getting a little bit closer here. That's one of the GTPs that's just ducking through. But then this is Nicholas Gowen and Piers Stockton. Piers Stockton has been the pace setter in this car all day long. I have been waiting for this battle to close in again. It's been a fight I've been waiting on. They got separated through some unique pit strategy early on. But ever since then, I've been waiting for them to close up together. So here's the story between these two, Scott. Nicholas Gowen is running an extreme low downforce setup. Piers Stockton was directly in the draft. Like, we're talking nose to tail, and Gowen was still pulling away. Meanwhile, Stockton has set his car up for all the high gears. So even if he had a 6/10 gap, by turn 5, he is right up the gearbox and at risk of running them over. His best attempts have so far been trying to enter turn 3. His strategy is to try to get by him in 3 at the top of the S's and then try to break away down the hill, because we've seen him actually get around him at turn 6 and 7, but when he's done that, Gowen is just blown by him like he's standing still.
I mean, it's also a setup as well. 6 and 7, when you get the overtake done, you're going to compromise yourself through the run onto the back straight. So there's a little bit of that in it as well. The other thing to consider is when you're running the lower downforce setup, you are weak on the brakes. You definitely do not have the same braking capacity as another car. So, you know, that creates vulnerability. The other thing about a lower downforce setup around here is it actually takes away lapped car or other class overtaking opportunities. So picking off GT3s becomes a lot harder.
I want to take a ride on board here with Stockton. For those that haven't been kind of tuning in when these guys were last going at it, kind of really watch how Stockton reels going in here, especially when they start to fire downhill through the S's. Might get some help here from lap traffic, but already that corner alone, he just gained about 0.07 of a second in that one turn. Now lap traffic is in the way. Gowen's going to make short work of that BMW, and that's going to check Stockton immediately up and break up the fight.
And the seeing and soaring of the traffic as well. No, you have to go back out there. You'll have to earn it back once again, but you'll get an opportunity. He definitely looks faster. Stockton definitely looks faster. He looks like he's got the pace, but like you said, getting the job done. You've basically got to be effectively, you know, nearly alongside and with the run coming off of the run down the back straight away. So setting that one up is going to be difficult. And Rising Panda got the job done, but not disappearing down the road either. So, you know, still an opportunity for Vulture to stay in this battle for 7th and 8th.
And Maxime Leonard doing a decent job on keeping his car in good order, but Jason Ahrensberg has been charging from behind as well. So really trying to reel this gap in. There was quite an intense 4-way scrap between Harmoning, Manicus, Leonard, and Ahrensberg a while ago. That battle has since broken well up. Danny Fonte, the overall race leader, comes down to pit road right as we cross 3.5 hours to go, and we're only a half an hour away from the second bout of points being awarded for the Sprint Cup.
That's important as well. Keep ticking points over. So the interesting factor about this is going to be who's really keeping an eye on the end of the race, and safety cars do. Oh, the battle in the LMP2s. It is neck and neck as they head down the back straight.
Ripping it down.
This might be an opportunity.
I don't know. He's been this close before and it hasn't worked. He's not going to go for the move this time either.
Traffic might be the key here.
No, he's pitting. He's trying to get him on the undercut.
No, I think straight up, I think he is out of fuel. So I think that's on strategy. The difficulty being, Gowan at the moment is he's about halfway through the fuel stand. So depends how good that car is on tires, but if Stockton can come out and put the lap time together, nope, gonna do a driver swap.
And Christian Kemprager, another driver that's been pretty darn good in that car all day, is now hopping into the race car. That is going to add a few seconds to the stop, though. And Nicholas Goen did just change drivers under that last stint as well, so I don't see them going for a driver swap this time around.
Completely covered by the fuel, so driver swap's not a critical time element here. You certainly got to get the swap queued up nice and early in the pit stop. You delay it, or you have any issues getting the previous driver out, it can tick over.
No run to the pits yet for Nicholas Goen. He will stay out on the racetrack. One of the battles. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Expecting that Goen car in about 13 laps, so I think they're on lap 308 at the moment, so expecting them about 321, 322, somewhere around there.
That'll take us back to one of the more distant battles, but it's one that's been trying to close in. It's for second in GTM. Aero Irixoy for Vulture Motorsports, staying in front of Nuno Barbosa for the DS Racing Esports team. So Ford versus Ferrari on this one. 1.8 seconds currently separating them. It looks like Rexoy is starting to build a little bit more of a gap up the road.
We'll talk about how excited I am to see McLaren in this series next season.
Oh, no.
Love that car. Brilliant racing car. And the engine sound of it. Oh, perfection. They've done a really, really good job bringing the FAF Motorsports McLaren to life in the sim. And, you know, the difficulty being as well, the McLaren was the oldest GT3 that was still running. So it's good to see the package be completely updated.
I can understand why the VSCA administration decided not to introduce that car, because remember, they had already made one change. They brought in the brand new Corvette and the brand new Mustang, and they made that decision back at the VIR race, the last Sprint Cup race. So I can understand why they wouldn't want to bring in a brand new McLaren GT3 as well and have another new car to shake things up for the last two races. I think that was a good idea to wait for a little bit. You've already had the choice to get one car swap. Don't give them another that they can potentially use to try to game things on. It was good. It was a good decision.
Final race of the season. Like, why change things up for the final race of the season?
Yeah, exactly.
The problem with the McLaren at the moment is it is very, very quick, and it is requiring a significant amount of balance of performer adjustments just to bring it back in line with everything else that's going on. So a lot of difficulties. League administrator, you need to monitor this sort of stuff excessively in advance and sort of keep your finger on the pulse. So ultimately, that when new cars come out like this, it's not a cut and dry decision whether or not to add them. I mean, look at the change that we had to the Audi package with the Evo. What do you do with that? Because it's effectively the same car, just with the upgraded aero model changes to the car. The engine's still the same. You'll see a couple of fuel mapping changes, a couple of engine changes.
Rexoy stopped middle of the racetrack. That was just shy of turn 6. What was that all about?
Is that car fresh out of the pits? I think they might be on cold tires still.
just stopped.
That's a hardware issue. That's a hardware failure of some description. I'd say his screens have gone black.
That, you might be right, because you saw him pull over to the left, and in doing so, he nearly cleaned out other cars, which that doesn't seem like something you would do if you knew where you were at. Especially with slamming on the brakes, you probably thought it was in the grass.
Probably. I mean, the reaction, that's difficult, right? And again, talking about fatigue, it's not just car fatigue, it's driver fatigue, it's also PC hardware fatigue as well, because you know, we're putting some stress and strain on graphics cards, CPUs, cooling systems.
So I actually have a funny story about what happened at the 24 Hours of Daytona with that. You talk about software fatigue. About 14 hours into the race, SDK stopped locking car numbers. They just went invisible. So we had to completely restart the whole dang program so we could get our car numbers back.
Happens.
Yeah, it's a real thing.
So as an update on that one, the driver of the Mustang that's Urexoy is apparently drives in VR. And the other thing about having a VR headset on your head is that the VR headsets are a little bit more temperamental, a little bit more prone to having issues like that. So if that's the case, there is a good chance that he had, even if it's just a minor momentary freeze as well. Sometimes you do get screen freezes. And the other thing about VR is it's not great for endurance races. Could you imagine, right? We don't have to sit here with helmets on. We don't have to do that. But could you imagine sitting in VR for, you know, doing a 24 hours a Daytona? You're sitting in that for probably 4 to 6 hours.
I can barely do it for 40 minutes. I mean,
You'd be in trouble.
Wait, here's the thing. When you have a helmet on, you know, the weight is surrounding your entire head because it's fully encasing. You know, VR, it's a big, heavy piece of plastic weighing exclusively on the bridge of your nose and the front of your face, because oftentimes the head straps are garbage. That's just the way it is. So it's, or at least my Quest 2 is. But I've seen that they've been making like VR glasses now where they can do stuff like that. I think it's only like Bluetooth right now. You can only like connect it to mobile devices. But if they bring that to PC gaming, that is going to be a game changer, especially in the endurance racing community.
Yeah, I think it will be. Breathability is a big part of that. But the other thing about VR is if it's glasses, part of the reason it works is having the blinkers, effectively. I don't really have another word to describe, but the shrouding around the goggles themselves, because it helps you sort of focus in on the lenses. So there's some extra adjustments and bits and pieces there. But yeah, and the other thing to consider as well is VR headsets run incredibly hot. Well, they tend to run quite hot as well. They need a fair bit of cooling, but it's extra heat on your face. So you know, you can liken them. I think you made a good comparison comparing them to racing helmets, because the heat gets sort of trapped against your face as well, which, you know, just another thing. I'm actually really short-sighted, so when I do wear my glasses, which is not all the time, I'm not contact lens at the moment, I've got thick lenses, and having them sit on my face all day is very heavy. Puts a lot of weight on my ears. I generally get pain in my ears after wearing glasses all day. But it's just part and parcel of doing that sort of thing. I imagine VR would be quite similar. Again, just more fatigue elements, things that are taking your concentration away from the road and the race in front of you.
Well, we had Ryan Kaprowski up here a little while ago looking to give us a chat, and well, now we got one of the other drivers, not from the Digital Chicane crew. This one comes straight from Vulture Motorsports. We were just talking about one of their drivers having an issue, but that issue does look like it is resolved, and he is back in full force. We'll bring Eric Kulaga up into the broadcast booth. Eric, I think the first time we've had the chance to talk to you guys all season long, but it's been a solid run from you so far, your entire team today. Kind of talk us through how your Petit Le Mans has been going across the board.
Yeah, thanks for having me in. This is my personal first race with the team this year. It's my team, but I haven't raced with them. Their other drivers wanted in, so I sat back and I jumped in today, and it's going very well. Errol just wanted me to tell you guys that his VR freaked out, and that's why he dead stopped in the middle of the track. He didn't want you to think he was a complete moron. He just letting you know.
He jumped in the car with you. That makes him a moron of some description, doesn't it?
Yes, completely.
Don't worry, I talk to my teammates the same way.
You got to be a little wacky to be in our team, so we're all good. We're all together.
I mean, you know, we were just talking about the toughness and the fatigue of this race, but I think parts is one of those bits and pieces. Like, I love this track because it's so physical. How are you guys sort of dealing with the race at large at the moment?
Yeah, you know, for us, we like to do these endurance races. Like, I feel like ultimate pace is not my strong suit or a lot of our guys' strong suit, but we're consistent. We don't make mistakes. We adjust, adapt to damage, incidents, yellows, things like that. So I think strategy and being adaptable is like one of our strong suits. So it fits in well with this, and the league is so well run and so policed. You know, the manners out here are amazing for iRacing. So that's a kudos to the organizers and stuff.
It's nearly a different vibe when you jump in endurance racing, like league racing, endurance racing versus officials. I mean, we've all had it, right? There's less penalty, right? But you make a mistake here in this, and you take another car out. There is some consequences to that, which you know it brings the driving standards, it elevates them. But I think the other thing is you don't join a league to endurance race unless you want to. You really, really want to be here.
Yeah, it's the officials you see a lot of now. I feel like after COVID, it's been a lot more accessible, and people just they jump in and they do like 15 races a day, and people who work and stuff and have families and things, and they don't have the time to do 15 races a day. They do 1 or 2, and then they get taken out and they get mad, and they're like, well, this is serious to me. And so this league is a great environment for that kind of attitude, is where you're taking it seriously and you want to do your best. You want to be competitive. You want to have fun.
You know, you don't want to impact somebody else's race when they're
100%
preparing for this as well. So
yeah,
look, I mean, I love it. I've been around VS. I was lucky enough to be in race control of VSCA in the very first season, and I like the product. Right, it's at the end of the day, it's getting out here, getting the opportunity to spend a weekend driving. Okay, look, there might be pretend race cars, but none of them treat them that way.
Dude, when you're in that car, man, it's serious. And that guy, you're like, that
serious.
Guy's a jerk, man. What's he doing? And you're like, my wife comes up, she's like, what are you doing? You're playing a game. Like, this is serious.
It is. I mean, it's not like that, but it is still serious.
Yeah. No, it is. It is. It's good to be competitive, get the juices flowing. It's it's a great way to spend a weekend.
It is. Yeah. I mean, we could be out there causing trouble, causing mayhem, destroying things. Instead we're inside being nice and well, maybe not so quiet, but
yeah, exactly. No, thanks guys for having us, and thanks the organizers. This is a great series. We love racing in it, so we'll be back next year. Hopefully we can keep this run going. I mean, this is going well for us. We got good pace in the car, and we're just gonna try to keep it clean and see where it shakes out.
Curiosity here, class-wise for next season, are you still planning on running the GTM and LMP2, or are you looking to change things up?
We're a little undecided. That depends on what our driver ratings are. We're definitely going to do another GT3 and an LMP. We'll see if we do 2 GT3s, or maybe if we have a gold, maybe we jump up. We don't know. We'll see.
All right, well, Eric, it's been a pleasure to be able to talk to you. Congratulations, by the way, on one of your cars running in the number 3 spot right now in GTM, and still a long way to go. We'll see if they'll get a podium today.
Thanks, guys, man. Have a good one.
Jump down there and tell him to drive faster. It could be Petit.
Yeah, he's getting swarmed right now. I got to go help him out.
Eric Alaga from
Thanks,
Ultra Motorsports, you're very welcome, good sir. So, we'll continue to move things on, and there was a few exciting things that were going on in the midst of all of that. Among those, you had, you had Ada Campbell going off the racetrack. Thomas D'Ambrosio has just jumped to the pits, which that's interesting because they never came into pit road for that driver change, which tells me they just had a tech problem.
There was the 80. You're talking about the 86 car as well as in pit lane in the LMP2. They were around a couple laps ago.
No, I was thinking more about the 69. It's one of the GT Pros. This was that incident right now here, actually.
It didn't look like any contacts. I think he's downshifted a little bit too early, and the rear's come around on him.
Yeah. And this is Aiden Campbell having a bit of a slide out of turn 5, and couldn't really tell if he hit the wall from that angle. I don't think he did. the camera didn't come to a sudden stop, which I think that clears him of any contact with the wall. Maybe just a tiny kiss. I don't think he hit it though.
Just the Ties are doing a great job out there. He just wanted to go and show them some appreciation.
Yeah, there you go. He did lose himself about 20 seconds doing that though, so I'm not sure if the car appreciated that.
Or the team.
This battle for second has picked up a lot as well in GTP. Nicholas Pedersen and Marco Villela right now going for between MSP and DS Racing.
Is it me or have they made a little bit of time on Martinez as well? I thought that lead in GTP was out about 1:05 not too long ago. So it looks like they made 7-8 seconds. If they keep that up over the remainder of the race, it'll be tight. But I don't necessarily think they'll get back to him. They'll need some assistance with a full course yellow or something like that to get there. But, you know, opportunity.
It's a bit of a broad spread in terms of how many laps have been shown there. I mean, if we could take a look back and show you the last 6, potentially. I mean, you gained 1.8 seconds for Pedersen, but 2 laps prior he had lost 2.
That's aggression down through the S's. So he is moving on with traffic. I think it's traffic affected. And what you just saw was him trying to respond to that and going, okay, I've lost a lot of time. One of the easy things to do from a driver psychology point of view is you get frustrated when you get into traffic. And, you know, I was actually teaching a really, really good friend of mine to do racing here a couple of years ago for Petit. It was actually his first special event. And there was another driver who was on board with me earlier who was doing his very first special event this weekend. And one of the things about it is he gets very, very frustrated in traffic because he's got the raw talent, he's got the raw pace, he's quicker than everyone around him, but he kept losing time in traffic. And what tends to happen, some drivers respond to it well, some drivers recognize, okay, there's not much I can really do about it. Other drivers, all of a sudden they get frustrated, their intensity level goes up, their aggression levels go up, and then mistakes happen. And then you're over pushing. And what I just saw from Martinez was him trying to be overly aggressive with the traffic through the S's, and he lost time as a result. Not gained time, lost more time than if he was a lot more passive. One of the things you can do in and around the traffic, just, you know, again, look at this decision making. Where does he place the car? Where does he park the car? Shows the nose, but has to back out again. Using a little bit of smarts, if maybe he just backs it off, sets it up, gets the job done on the straight down here where he can really use the legs that this car looks like it might have to get the job done, then you might gain a little bit more time. If you can't gain the time back, save some fuel, extend the pit stop out by a strategy. Just being generically aggressive at Road Atlanta does not work.
You see him take to the inside, and job done. Well, pass there for DS Racing as they blitzed by Nicholas Pedersen and the Mayor City's Performance crew there, coming out from, coming down the back stretch towards turn 10, I think that is?
Yeah, 10A, 10B.
Taking a look at this one from the outside of the racetrack. Just was much more confident on the brakes there to make that pass happen. And Pedersen didn't fight that out all that much as well. I think they're thinking long term.
Yeah, that's smart. They probably took a look at that one and went, yeah, he's quick. The smart thing to do in those sorts of situations is you go, all right, I want you to show me that you're going to go for the move, and then you back out. And that's the big key.
11 minutes to go before we will tuck away another batch of points for the Sprint Cup. Kind of again, in terms of the overall championship, the way things are looking, the number 3 Porsche needs to finish within the top 3 and that they are secure. So, you know, they're 2 laps ahead of 4th, let's be honest. They pretty much got that championship locked away. It's a similar story for Digital Chicane, who just need to finish this race, and then they've got themselves with a good championship in hand, bar any disqualifications. Right now, I think Goen and Rising Panda, those are 2 teams that are right now really tight for the championship. The 18 needs to win the race, and that would need to rely on Cam Prager and his crew finishing 3rd or worse. Not an impossibility still with over 3 hours of racing left. That said, if Cam Prager finishes 2nd or above, he should in theory clinch that championship, regardless if Goen wins or not. GT Pro, again, a bit of another weird one. It was between the 88 and the 84. They were kind of trading the points lead back and forth for the last little while. They are only 28 points behind the number 84 Porsche. The problem is that the 84 Porsche got disqualified before the race even began because they registered with the wrong car. So they're out of this race immediately. So they've gotten second at least. They are 215 points behind behind the number 44. But right now, Fisher Motorsports, they're not winning this race. They're only in second, 27 seconds behind. Not an insurmountable gap, but they are right now not quite where you'd think they might have been. How likely do we think it is that this championship can swing back the way of Kinetic? Because it would take a lot to get them into a championship position.
You just gotta, all you can do is be out there, put yourself in the right positions, and ask for a little bit of luck, you know. So it's, if you're sitting there and you're not out there throwing your best down, it's never going to come your way. And is it possible? No. Is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? No. But you know, what are you going to do? Sit down, throw in the towel now? Oh, you got 3 hours worth of racing left. Last half an hour, if you're still too far back, absolutely throw in the towel, start celebrating. And I think the big thing to do will be obviously to shout out and congratulate the other teams on their performance. But right now, no, man, you've got a championship to get out there and keep trying to win. The worst thing they can do, though, is get aggressive and get ridiculously aggressive. Right now, they've got to sort of balance themselves in and target a strategy way back in, but where they're sitting right now, they can't sort of be too aggressive.
So I have realized I'm completely wrong, by the way. Points are awarded at 4 and 8 hours, and because we're counting down, not up, I apparently cannot do kindergarten math, so I completely miscounted that 10 minus 8 is in fact not 3, it's 2. So we still got an hour and 7 minutes before we'll close out those final points.
Hey, when you're paying me for the commentary this weekend, remember it's 8 plus 4?
Hey, now.
Right?
Hey,
not minus?
That's cold.
Look,
that's cold.
Look, I'm just trying to weasel myself into some extra cash, all right? You know, I'm going to use everything you do to my advantage.
I don't blame you. I would do the same. I've done the same when I was working at McDonald's.
Can we at least say that Nolan was at least loving it? Is that a slogan in the States? What's McDonald's slogan out there?
I'm loving it.
It is I'm loving it? Okay.
I don't see how you could love, being held up in a drive-thru for 25 minutes, but I mean, I guess that's just a me problem.
Hey, look. Put some music on, put some tunes on, chill out, relax.
I just watched a Family Guy episode. I watched a whole Family Guy episode, start to finish, while I was waiting in the drive-thru at McDonald's. I have actually done that. It took that long. I don't know why it took that long, but it took that long. Dennis Dinisio's had a problem.
Oh, 4 wide in the first sector. We just had a massive accident with one of the cars rejoining the pit. I think Chip Michaels was in it. There was a huge moment. Someone was rejoining from the pit lane. That's Stu Leslie, who's down in 9th and a long way off the lead lap. I think he's 8 laps off the lead of the class at the moment. But
he was one exiting the pit road. Oh, man. Just got clobbered.
Why were we going 3 wide in the first sector? Let alone, 4 wide. You can't do anything.
I think that's the better question. It's like 4 wide. I mean, there's nothing you can do when you got a car coming out of the pits. But why were they 3?
Yeah. Again, what did I just say? Decision making, fatigue.
Here we go. Well, this will be the answer right here. This is the run down the front stretch. Oh, MSP went wide. They went wide, checked up, and then the LMP2 just tried to get too greedy with that.
That's where you just got to back out. Who was the LMP2 in that one?
That was the GSE car, I'm pretty sure, that we were just looking at on the other replay. Well, not quite.
They've got damage to the right front, that LMP2.
It
Yeah,
was
talking about front-
Denicio.
Yeah. Talking about front splitters being expensive and important for downforce. He just, where do you go? Did he know that there was a Mercedes there? I don't think he knew the Mercedes was there.
He might have assumed it backed out. That is a wild incident, though, all throughout. It's like one more look. The Mercedes was Will Robertson. This will be on board of the rear wing of Robertson here. We'll be able to see this whole thing develop to his inside. So right here, he overshoots on the exit, and that just causes this massive stack up.
Well, see, the problem is with a Porsche, if he checks up, the LMP2 is into him. He doesn't have a choice, right? So he's at least got to try and take that run somewhere, because if he hits the brakes, he gets turned himself. So, and the other thing is, from Dennis Denicio's perspective in the LMP2 there for GSE, is I'm going to say that's fatigue related, because if you have a look, this does sometimes happen when you drive, and me being an Australian, I do a lot of driving in generally reasonably good hours, but when I'm driving with Australian teams, I tend to cover a lot of the graveyard shifts. I had an endurance race one year where I had somebody try to tell me, okay, what corner is coming next at the Nordschleife, because my brain was so fatigued, and we had nobody else available to drive. We only had somebody who could spot for us at the time. So he spent 3 hours coaching me around the Nürburgring. I could still hit the corners, I just didn't know what was coming, right? So the brain does weird things in sort of fatigue situations. I think what he's seen there is, if you have a look from Dennis Denicio's cockpit perspective, he can't see the Mercedes. He has no idea what the Mercedes is doing. He can only react to the Porsche that was ahead of him, so.
Neil Middleton has had problems of his own, so it's worth racing Porsches at an issue. We'll look at that in a second. I want to go with what you were saying here. Let's ride on board with Denicio and what he had seen through all that. And this time we'll go with the helmet cam, because like you said, I want to see just what was the visibility looking like. If I can find Dennis Denicio, there he is.
And the critical factor is in the LMP2 as well. Have a look at where that A pillar is on the left. I guarantee you he's got no visibility. So he can't really see the Mercedes. He just sort of sees the Mercedes here. Sees him go in. He's hidden. Everything's hidden. No.
No idea they were about to be 4 wide. Now, this is what happened to Middleton. 7.
Oh.
Count it, number 7 that has happened now. The GT cars just keep getting bodied through there.
Was it turn 3 again? See, I thought this was later on the S's.
In all fairness, he wasn't tucked up against the curb like the others were.
Why are we 3 wide? My thing is, why are we 3 wide in that sector?
That was the Fisher Motorsports GTP that went up the middle, and that's one of the digital chicane Ferraris that's in the mix. It's that aggression, like you mentioned, and now we got the Bravo Snow Shatton car off the racetrack at turn 6. It's not the first time they've been off at that corner. Oh, same deal. Too aggressive and just caught the marbles. That was Gabriel Peckley, by the way.
I mean, that's tough. You're obviously trying to cut your way through the traffic. Little mistake, not too much of an issue. But you're just starting to see it, aren't you, Nolan? The fatigue is creeping in. The fatigue in your mathematics? I crept it. One of the best guys to work with in endurance race broadcasting, ladies and gentlemen, is Nolan. You can just rough him up all day long. He'll take it. He gives as good as he gets, though. That's the best part.
I do pay you, you know. that could stop real quick.
I was about to say not for much longer by the sounds of things. I love working with Nolan. I love working with Nolan so much.
We're working together again on another road course race on Sunday, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yeah, good old Interlagos.
Yeah, love some Interlagos. I've been driving a lot of Interlagos this week, actually. So some idiot decided to lose his A-class road course license, so I spent the entire week trying to get it back so I could do some practice for the Petit mall. I got it back and then never drove a race before we started the race. Cricket, man, I was so destroyed yesterday. We had a hot day here, and I've just moved regions, so I've moved from a colder region with no humidity to a warm region with a lot of humidity, and it is taking its toll on me. I drank 8.5 liters of water yesterday, still dehydrated.
Jeez. I'll be better
Don't
now.
take up cricket, man. Stay out of cricket. Don't do it.
Well, good thing I'm doing this full time, so that's all I can't. Michael Fowler has gone off the racetrack. Fowler, one of the Vulture Motorsports cars. He is one of 2 that they have running in GTM. One of them's up in 3rd, the other one, he's seen better days. It's 9 laps off the leaders and down at 9th after some problems early on, and this is just one more to add to the pile. Just too wide. That's such an easy corner to underestimate as well.
It is. That incident, just running wide there, that used to be a gap. As soon as you dipped a tire in the grass fence, you were never saving it. So, you know, grass update, everyone can sit there and complain and whatnot about the grass update, but Road Atlanta is absolutely a better track to drive with it.
Okay, to be fair, it is better now. They did tone it down a bit. When it first came out, it was atrocious. Like, we're talking, I saw a car sliding slowly through the infield. When it reached, like, 10 miles an hour, it did a barrel roll because it crit the grass. So, you look at me and tell me that makes sense, but... yeah, in all fairness, it was really bad when it first started off, but it has been significantly toned back. And I think it's a lot better now, especially with the sand physics. I feel like before, the grass was fine before, the sand was awful. The sand was like ice, and it did not have any stopping power behind it at all.
Well, Australians are kind of disappointed because our favorite activity is to, used to be able to jump
the Bathurst jump.
Yeah. So we've lost that. But...
there is an alternative. There's apparently a Phillip Island jump. It's about as spectacular, arguably more so.
I'm going to have to do some research now.
It's off of turn 1 on the left-hand side. You can just, fire it straight down the pit straight.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to have to put that one into circulation because all the Aussies missed our Bathurst jump. There was before the sand update came in, there were literally farewell parties to the jump.
I know. I was a part of one of them. It was great.
It's
what you should do. I forget. I think it was the late model series that we were doing with the Beer League, season 6. Go back and find their race there with the Phillip Island jump. Because, go back and watch that race from Phillip Island. Because I think they're the ones that I didn't know was there. Somebody in there found it, and they used it to full effect.
I don't know if you've ever seen it, but some of my favorite racing, like when I'm just looking for a meme race or something different to do, is the stadium trucks at road courses.
Surprisingly good fun. I've
It's
tried.
really good fun.
Yeah. You can just
Because-
throw a truck on and just rip around, have some fun with it. Completely
Well, the best
ignore
part
track
is-
limits.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, slowdown penalties mean nothing to those trucks. Circus Gilles Villeneuve, actually, is a really, really good one. Because you just jump like a chicane, straight line chicanes.
Okay. Bit of a cold take here. iRacing needs to add stadium super truck layouts. I mean, they have the jump from the Urbandale Figure 8, right? Take that asset, copy and paste it onto tracks like Montreal and other places, right, where the trucks run in the real life, like Long Beach, and you're good to go. That's all you need to do. Just copy and paste. It's fine. You
Can't do that. We're a simulator.
But they race that in the real world, Scott.
I'm aware, and I agree with you, but I guarantee the decision-making process can't do that. We're a simulator. Which, I mean, it's, it is what it is, right? I think here's the duality of sim racing. We have effectively created a platform here whereby we are attempting to be mega sim, and we're attempting to be meta hardcore, and people put the time and the effort and the work in, but, spoke to Eric and you know, everything that's going on with their weekend, and you can just hear it's about love, right? It's a passion project. It's about relaxing and having fun. And I've had the joy over the last 12, 18 months or so of sitting in around and witnessing a lot of the professional V8 supercar drivers in the sim racing world, and everyone is still having fun, right? You got to let your hair down at some point in time. That's the benefit. Car racing guys, they let their hair down. They go and do silly things. That's how we ended up with Boss Bros from IndyCar, right? So, you know, we're going to do something with the racing to make that happen as well. And it's just doing something silly.
Do you think iRacing's ever going to bring in more rally-esque or hill climb stages onto iRacing?
Probably not. I don't think it suits the platform.
I mean, okay, here's my thing. I wish what they had done is they had gotten a layout like Pikes Peak, something that's completely asphalt. Because while yes, you can run other cars, it's meant for rally cross cars and rally cross cars only for Mount Washington. I think they should have gotten, for one, a shorter hill climb, because there's plenty of very famous hill climbs out there, like Goodwood, for example. And then you can still have like a proper hill climb race. But you don't need to stress so much about, oh, is this car going to make it through the dirt section that it is so clearly not built for, because it's actually a Formula Renault 2.0. You know?
I mean, the alternative is to just go race Indy cars on dirt ovals.
I heard
I've done
it's
that.
surprisingly effective.
It is actually. Fun fact is that some of the shorter ovals reverse in the Indy car is nearly as fast as going forward.
Doesn't make sense to me. But
I've also raced Porsche Cup at Daytona Rally Course. I think I hold the world record on Garage 61 for that at the moment, actually.
I saw somebody hosted a race once where they were doing dirt street stock races on the Daytona Rallycross course. And they only had like 3-lap heats.
But see, you know, this is all the fun sort of stuff that we get to do with this platform.
Got a new driver going in, by the way. Mario Cavallucci is back into the car for Vision 1 Motorsports. Looking like Villela will stay in the car for DS Racing Esports team as we cross over the 3 hours to go mark. 52 minutes and 40 seconds before we tag away some more points for the Sprint Cup. I know this is
sure?
correct now.
Do you want to triple check that?
I don't need the triple check.
Okay. All right, I'll take your word for it, but just want
I
to
don't like how you
remember at home.
hesitated there. You
If
hesitated
you're
way
wrong,
too long.
Are you sure about that? I'm allowing you to check it right now before you commit.
Unless they have changed the rule book in the last 8 hours since I last read up on it, no, we're good.
I like the fact that I'm making you not trust your own thought processes anymore. That's, you know, mission accomplished.
It's been a long day.
I
I mean, I've been up since 5 a.m., okay? Like, it's been a long day.
Me too. Actually, I've been up since
really?
4 a.m., so...
Okay.
Yeah, I woke up at 4
you
a.m.
had
to go...
the iRacing race.
Yeah. It's 8 a.m. now. I've only been up for 4 hours.
Sam Vaughn
But,
coming down to the pits for Tri-State Racing, seeing if he's going to hop out of the car. He is entering from the number 4 position. Right
Let me say off
now,
the back of time points as well. It's really what I love about endurance racing is getting to race with people across the world, right? Most of my friends are in the United States, and I'm stuck over here in Australia. I love that. And then I've got an idiot that I work with that does broadcasts from Canada. I have no idea who that guy is.
I could not imagine. I did spot a few friends of mine for the Daytona 24 a couple years ago. And we have like one of our British friends that came out, and he was doing pretty much the entirety of the night stint, like just full tilt, so they could all get some sleep because they were handling all of the day stuff. Remy Lowe's hopping into the car, by the way, for Rice Panda Racing. Sam Vaughn staying in the car for Tri-State. But let me tell you what, when it was just that British guy and I in the booth, and he started having computer problems, we were sweating bullets, and I was frantically trying to message everybody else. He's like, you need to get on, like, right now. His computer's about to die. And we ended up going 4 laps down because of that, which didn't shame. But it is what it is.
Some of the most panic-inducing moments during racing is, particularly being the Aussie, is that crossover period, right, where I'm doing all of the overnight stuff, and you're like, I desperately need to pee. There's 5 laps before I'm supposed to get out of the car, and the person I'm supposed to hand over to has not woken up yet.
Oh boy.
What am I going to do about this? And yeah, I mean, that happens just about every event. So you know, it's a thing. But I do want to point out there's been a change. So we've actually sort of been, whilst we've been talking away, there's been a change. Loesch managed to get that car at the 18 in LMP2. The 46 machine did move to the lead of LMP2. They've just now done their pit sequence. So those two cars are about half a stint away from you. Did they come into the lane? Gowan Racing's... Somebody's off sequence here. Gowan Racing only did a half stint.
And they
So
pitted on lap
these two cars-
323, and Loesch came in on 338, like about 2-3 laps ago now. So they're about 15 laps off sequence.
Yeah, but the Gowan Racing machine's only done a 15-lap stint, and then they came into the pits. So they've done a half stint. Well, yeah, I think what they're trying to do is get themselves back on the same strategy as the 46 car, so that what happens now is that 35 seconds you see on the timing tower now becomes an actual number that they can drive to. So it just means that they can sit down and go, hey, we know that we've got this gap, rather than going, we think we're going to be in the lead by about this much. But the difficulty with that is that you also need to make sure. The problem is, I think the timings are out for what they've just done, because they've just pit. There is 2 hours and 50 minutes to the end of the race. It's about a 40-minute stint for an LMP2 car, which means both of those teams are going to splash and dash. If they wanted to do that, they should have met it up time-wise to make sure that they were on sequence. And Gowan just said they were serving a drive-through actually for incident points, so they're actually not back on sequence. Which means they will fall further down. They'll be about 20 seconds off the lead at LMP2 once they pit, once they're back on cycle.
We've got a lot of these seating cameras kind of hanging around, and it does a good job of really showing this track is a lot more lit than your typical road course. I think, you know, two road courses that are obviously pretty much lit all the way around. You can run without headlights. Daytona and Homestead that we've raced at. But look at this racetrack. I mean, look at that. That entire backstretch is lit up right now by stadium lights. Same around here. I honestly believe if you had your headlights completely knocked out, you had nobody around you, you could still do a whole lap around here and see it almost completely fine. It might be difficult in some sections, but you wouldn't be able to, you wouldn't see that much of a drop off in terms of visibility. Because this is it's one of the most well-lit racetracks that's not an oval road course hybrid that is out there, I would think.
No, yeah,
Oh, yellow flag, safety
caution.
car.
So I was just gonna say, I think we're sort of in that realm where another safety car would be really nice to see for the teams. This is going to adjust the strategy. The thing is, the Rising Panda Racing car have just been through the pit lane for their actual stop. Gowan Racing needs to take a fuel stop here, and it's going to be a long stop, so they're going to shuffle their way back down. The other side of the coin is we're also going to see potentially get a bunch of cars back on the lead lap here in terms of their strategies as well. So this is bad for the 51 car who leads LMDH. But both of the lead cars in the GTP category are about due for a pit stop anyway.
So, this actually brings to a close the longest green flag run by far that we have had all day long. We had our first green flag run went until about an hour and 24 minutes in. We went about another hour and 40 minutes after that. And the last yellow flag came out 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 38 seconds into this race. This one comes out 7 hours and 17 minutes in. So we effectively have ran half the race now under yellow flag. That is the longest run we are going to be getting all race, hands down.
The safety car's just come out and picked up our leader too. And at turn 1, so everyone else is sort of catching up. One of the difficulties of these, the full course yellow, is the fact that if you're stuck behind a GT3 and you're in a GTP, you're just stuck there. You got to do his lap times. But yeah, this is awkwardly timed for a few teams.
Especially I would imagine going. who had to come down and serve a drive-thru a little while ago. Well, I mean, that gal was going to be annihilated then anyway, but it does help some. It helps quite a few people get a lap back.
I think there's a bunch of teams that were just off sequence. I'm really interested to see what happens to the 048 at the moment in LMP2. That I think they've got potential to get a lap back here. GTPs, we're looking at the 42 car that sits in third place with Blaler behind the wheel at the moment. They're looking to try and get a lap back if they can, but I just don't think they're going to time this nicely. GT Pro, I think we're going to see... Well, right now, actually, this has fallen at a really, really bad time for the GT Pro class because Delta Racing GTD have got a lap on everyone just because of where we are on the pit cycle. So that might actually lock in our GT Pros.
GT Pros have really been split up big time from this whole thing happened there. I mean, there's only 3 of them ahead of all the GTMs. John Goodwin's in the middle of that, but he's several laps down. DS Racing is several laps down. 2 of them have retired. Oh, no, DS Racing is back out on the racetrack. Hello, Thomas D'Ambrosio. So he is back out onto the racetrack, but, well, that's it. Third safety car period of the day. We will take a step back when we return. It's more action on Green Flag TV. Welcome back to Green Flag TV. Second round of wave buys taking place. Just about 2 hours and 34 minutes left to go. We are still pacing under safety car number 3. The VSCA's third annual Petit Le Mans. Bit of a close call for Raphael Lippi of the Bravostone Shafton crew as they have this moment approaching the field.
Yeah, just caught themselves out. You know, one of the biggest things, you don't have to push hard on the safety car. You just got to be, you know, there and thereabouts realistically. And obviously just pressing on a little bit too much. And there might have been a checkup at the same time, right? So that's the tricky part. You don't have all the information sometimes. So I'd say there's probably a little bit more going on in that one.
So we'll be restarting this race with under 2.5 hours left. At this point, we are into effectively sprint race territory, right? Because most sprint races this season, bar one, about 2 hours, 40 minutes. Do you think that changes the mentality of some of these drivers, knowing that?
I mean, absolutely it does. So, you know, the good thing is from here on, you can probably say there's probably not going to be another caution period, right? We probably now had the last one of the race. What that means for you as a driver, though, is it's go time. There is no more opportunity. This is everything right here. So you've just got to go for it now.
Of course, it is not a case where we cycle everybody through to the front. It is just the first driver that is a class leader will lead the way. Right now, that is Remy Loesch in the Rising Panda race. Behind him, you've got Matthew Rice, the Go-In Racing crew. GT Pro driver of Mateus Carvalho just behind him for Delta Racing, and then Alvaro Martinez is just behind him. So most of the class leaders are relatively close. I remember on the first restart, you saw the GTP runners started from the back of the field. There was a GTM leader that led us off. It was a wild restart.
I mean, that's racing, isn't it? You know, time yourself, be in the right spot at the right time, be aggressive when you need to. But you're right, and we've already talked about a few times. You know, it's difficult to manage traffic at this racetrack. This is probably going to be one of the more important restarts that you're going to have, because this will be the final restart, very, very likely, of the season. You know, there could be a little bit more going on. There could be one more opportunity, but very, very unlikely. So, you know, set yourself up. It's go time. Have a crack and see what you're capable of. Big thing to you, Nolan, is if you had a choice of what car to be driving in out there, what would you be driving today? Would you be driving an LMP2?
I don't think I would. I like the LMP2, but I don't trust myself with it for a full endurance race, right? Same with the GTPs, as fun as they are. I think it'd be drawn to the Mercedes, honestly, mostly.
Is it that sexy V8 growl?
No, it's the stability. When I was, and I know it's obviously a different car now, but when I was, the last like real proper multi-class road course race I've done with this was for the majors Daytona 2.4, and it was just like 2-3 years ago. But I went with a Mercedes GT3 just because it was one of the most stable, planted cars at the time, and I could be confident with it.
It's a completely different race car now these days. It's a lot looser. But yeah, I mean, when I was teaching people to drive GT3s, I completely agree. I direct them towards the Mercedes because not only did it have a lovely growl, it made you feel powerful as you drove it, because you put the foot down and the engine would respond and give you a lovely, lovely roar. Oh, gets the juices, gets the motor running. But you're right, stability is the big thing. Now it's probably more of the Ferrari. The Ferrari tends to be where people lean. You can get, if you get a really, really good setup and you get a planted BMW setup, that tends to be the way to go. But I tend to steer people away from the Mustang and the Corvette. But and GTPs are a very, very difficult beast to master. Some people really respond to them and the tire model in them exceptionally well, and others, they struggle. So, you know, one of the benefits of the platform and where we stand at the moment is, you know, there's such a breadth of options. So yeah, people can really, you know, go, I feel comfortable on this tire platform, I feel comfortable on that tire platform, and drive that.
Absolutely, right? It's super interesting to see how this is all going to end up working out. I cannot wait to see how this is going to, how this race is going to pan out. And, well, we'll find out here as the green flag drops. And we are away and racing once again. So far, no problems throughout the rest of this field. Looking like an extremely tame restart, probably the tamest restart we've seen all day.
So updates in terms of the classes and who's back on the lead laps. We have managed to get an additional GT3. The My Skin Labs DS Racing GTP is now back on the lead lap. Porsche coming down pit lane. That looks like a drive-through penalty.
It is.
So I mean, if you're gonna get one, this is the most appropriate time, because the additional side effect of that, don't have to deal with traffic. Cycle yourself through the pit lane.
In terms of the class leaders, 1.8, 1.7, 2.9, the closest one between the GTM runners. No surprises there. It is quite frequently one of the more closely contested classes in the VSCA Sports Car Championship between Matthew Rice and Carlos Miguel Duarte. So going versus DS Racing, two Ferraris scrapping for the lead.
A very cool thing with the GTM at the moment as well, there are 6 cars on the lead lap for that class. So it's 15 seconds covering 6 cars. So they're going to have a frantic final 2.5 hours.
also got Rafael Lippi after his problems under the safety car, trying to claw his way through the order. He's cutting through some element 2 traffic, going 3 wide in the turn 1. Haven't seen that work too much as of late, but they're going to make it work this time. That puts him into the top 10 overall, but still has to go past 2 more cars that are 26 seconds up the road before he'll be able to fight it out properly with the rest of the drivers within his class. And now a 3-way fight for the lead in GTM.
That's what we want to see. You know, this is really spiced this battle pack up, and they're going to get aggressive and have a look at the Mustang getting involved now as well. Vulture were looking for the opportunity to get themselves back in the fight. Now they've got that opportunity. Have a look at the horde of traffic that's caught up through this, though. It's basically GT3 stay on driver's left, our right, and prototypes on the right-hand side of it. Our left.
Jack Hedgecox comes down to pit road, and then huge lunge to the inside as
Whoa!
Oh boy.
There was a Porsche just went around out there, exit of 10B.
And that's Thomas D'Ambrosio. And he had help. He had help with the 3rd place runner in GTM.
He was offline. It was a really, really difficult spot. So I think he's made a mistake on the brakes down there.
To be on board with Eric Soy. Wow. Saw them kind of get a little hooked up. They both wobbled, and then Eric Soy straightened out, and the Porsche never did.
Tricky, tough. That's also cutting your way through traffic. That's restarts. So only you are in control of everything that's going on. Gowan Racing have just been back through the pit lane in LMP2. I wonder whether or not Hedgecox might have picked up another drive-through penalty.
I don't think so. I think it was a stop and go because he entered the pits and stopped for about 2 seconds and then came back out. So that's a stop and go penalty that he just did. And the 555 Vulture Motorsports car. He's got problems. He's got big technical problems. You saw him blink out, he dropped it forward, and he flashes back in, and he's there. So that's the DS Racing car that's had a problem.
And they've got a lap to get this car back to the pit lane. That is a destroyed race car.
I mean, that's where it comes in, just going straight. And you see the wheels are turned hard right. That is either a VR failure or that's a wheel failure. It's one of the two.
I wonder whether or not they didn't have damage before that as well. So
well, they definitely did, but not to that extent.
Yeah, something definitely dramatic is going on there for sure.
By the way, update on what the penalty was for. It was a passing a GT3 on the restart penalty. 46 went way early. That'll do it.
Just starting to come a little unglued at the back end of the race, unfortunately.
Right there, you saw him make that pass on that GT3 as he came down the hill. So that's what happened there. So the Rising Panda, they say he went very early. That's at least Gowen's claim here. We'll take a look again. And there you can see him up over the hill. I'm curious here. Let's see when did Rising Panda start to go? Well, they're already going at the bridge there. That is really early. You're not kidding.
It's smart though.
I'm gonna check the. I'm going to check the bulletin again, because they usually have a designated restart zone that you can and can't go. That must have been pushing that limit. Well, we still got this battle on for second in your GTM category.
I think it's really, really important that, so if they've timed it correctly, and of course we're going to take a procedural check-in, but if they've timed it correctly, that's smart. And the reason for that is, if you've got somebody who's right on your tail in your class and there's no traffic in between you, you generally want to go as late as possible, because then you're controlling the zone, you're controlling everything that's going on. But when you've got traffic like that, that is a significantly off-pace car, you want to go as early as possible. You want them to create the barrier, create the hold-up. And not only have they created the hold-up, they've created a procedural potential breach for the Gallon Racing LMP2. And that's triggered a penalty for them. And there's 3 cars back on the lead lap in LMP2.
And to clarify, that was a legal restart. The restart zone actually starts right from where the pavement starts at the entrance to getting under the Fox Factory Bridge. So that was a completely legal restart.
Well, hang on, because the 46 car went on the exit of the chicane. So you actually haven't picked up when they've gone. They're already going. Yeah, he went on the exit of the chicane. I was watching the restart. It was 10B when he went.
Well, we'll take a look again. This time we'll back it way up.
See, watch this here.
They went in turn
Keep
A.
going there.
You're right.
Yep.
They jumped the start. Big time they jumped the start. My apologies. They did. That is not a legal restart. No, sir. That is absolutely going to be a post-race penalty. No doubt about that.
Something that they'll need to be aware of. Keep it in their back pocket. Like, you got to be aggressive on the restart. You absolutely have to try and make as much as you possibly can out of that.
I don't know if I would have done that, though. They're in a critical position. They have to finish in the top 2. You know, the lowest penalty people have been given is about a 30-second penalty. That is...
Now you gotta go.
That's a lot of penalty for not a lot of time gained, if you ask me.
Well, I mean, now you just got to go hard. I mean, they triggered the issue for the 18 car as well, so they have generated some advantage out of it. Now they've got to find the extra 12. If they can find the next 12 seconds and push that margin out to 30 seconds, it could work in their favor.
It could. That's still a very risky strategy, and I'm not sure if that's one that I would have agreed with.
Still a cheaper penalty than changing, coming up with a device that changes your front bib ride height.
Yes.
Hashtag F1 drama. What I love about being a race fan, interacting with racing fans.
Yeah.
How many times do you get to talk to people right across the globe that we're all drawn together by this same thing, and it's just car racing?
Well, every day for me, because I do that online whenever I...
But, you know, you can talk to NASCAR guys, and they're starting to come around to Formula One. You can talk to sports car guys. They're starting to take in a little bit more NASCAR.
Yeah. It's always nice when people try something new and they end up really liking it.
I don't know about really like. Always nice. I want my niche back. Get out of my niche.
What, you don't like competition in your niche?
It's my niche.
I'm able to compete.
I like my quiet corner, okay? I worked hard to create myself a quiet corner. I don't want anyone in my corner. I like my rock. I like living under my rock. Please leave my rock.
Vulture Motorsports under fire from MSP. This is for the GTM race lead, and they're being checked up a little bit here as well by one of the additional chicane Ferraris. That's a lap down. Aaron Beaver trying to make the pass on Vulture for the race lead. Correct, Soy? Going to be in a defensive battle here all the way down that long backstretch. Down the hill. Who's deeper on the brakes? Rice got the nose ahead. They touch! Pushed over to the right, and Beaver forces the issue and makes the move.
I mean, time to get aggressive. If you've got anything left in the tank, you got to start pulling it out now.
Talk about roughhousing that one a little bit, though.
Well, I mean, rattle the cage, right? Psychologically, create an advantage. Do what you can. Don't let them have it their own way. If you sit down and you take it lying down, the race is already over. You've already lost the first battle.
He's on board with Beaver. Just slowed him up. I mean, you could really tell there that Rexoy was really trying to force him out there by trying to get him to back out from pinching him into the curb. Because he was going for that apex, and Beaver wasn't having it.
Yeah, but that's it. Deny him, you know, do whatever you can. That's the big key.
So Jason Burney and Marco Villela right now on a big charge. They're in the battle for the number 2 spot for MSP and DS Racing Esports team at the GTP field. They're starting to catch up to some more lap traffic as well, which could definitely play a big hand in how this fight plays out. 0.4 of a second between them. As they rip it down the backstretch. You've also got the fight for third between Romaninski and Robertson that started to develop.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this race develops over the next, you know, now under 2.5 hours. It's going to be a challenge, you know. The lights have certainly come on. You're talking about illumination. Well, have a look at the headlights that are illuminating the track at the moment. There is so many headlights going on around here. It's still such a full lobby, full session. Most of the very, very little attrition. Most people are hanging in this one.
And the big reason for that is because of the full course yellows. It gives you a chance to get a lap back. I really love the fact that they have that in there. If you get a yellow flag, you're guaranteed a lap back. Like, that is such a great system because it keeps people in the fight. Otherwise, if you crash, you're already a lap down. What's the point if you don't have a chance to win, is what most people would say. And that's why those official servers, they tend to, you know, depopulate the longer you go around. Not here. At the 24 Hours of Daytona, even 21 hours into the race, you still had all but 4 out of a near 50-car lobby. Still in the race and still gunning for positions.
Yeah, that's the big key. That's the thing that keeps people coming back to VSCA. You know, what is the difference? What is the appeal? Why would you as a driver want to be here? And it's the big thing about full cross yellow procedures. You can have an incident, you can still get yourself back in the race. You can pick up damage. You can go to the pit lane under a caution, pick a lot of that damage back off. You know, there is a lot of opportunity, and I think one of the bigger things when you have a look at racing in the real world is that, you know, things happen. Endurance racing, things happen. This isn't a sprint race where you can just, you get in an incident and that's it, your day's done, you know, everything's over. You get in an incident, okay, how do we get ourselves back forward? It's a completely different mindset. It's going, you know, what is my biggest opportunity to make sure that I can finish this race in a good position? And then the other side of that coin is, hey man, I've got 6 teammates that I'm driving along with. I've got 2 teammates I'm driving along with. I'm having fun with a bunch of buddies. All of that's relevant. I spent the last month doing prep work, doing setup work. I ain't giving that up. I'm gonna hear and I'm gonna race it out with my buddies.
It's wild sometimes the amount of prep work that goes into these types of races. I mean, there's again, that same group of my friends that run the 24 Hours of Daytona, they are already beginning their prep work just for Daytona. 3 years ago, they were prepping for that in September already. It is insane, the level of work that goes into trying to prepare for those races to make sure it is as good as can be. Oftentimes because, well, you got drivers that are trying to set up for all conditions, right? I mean, you can build a car that is perfect during the day hours. It doesn't matter, though, if over half the races run in the night, right? So you got to make sure that you always. That's the thing that I also love about endurance racing. It is not always about setup. Not always. Sometimes it is. But almost always, you are never, ever going to get a perfect setup. You're only going to get the best compromise because everybody's driving style is different.
Yeah, and some people will feel more safe, more secure. And then it's endurance racing as well. So not only do you have to be comfortable with the setup, sometimes you can pick up a setup for a sprint race. It's a little bit more on edge and just go, okay, half an hour, 40 minutes, I can handle that. I can drive it up and against its limits for that period of time. You can't do that for 10 hours. Someone's going to make a mistake. And then there's tires to consider. Looking after the tires, big factor. GT3 cars, you cannot overheat the tires. Once you overheat the tire's gone for the rest of the stand. You got to spend, you get one really quick lap out of the tire, and you got to spend 5 laps bringing that tire back down. You can't afford to overpress the tire. You got to look after them. So there's a lot of that's going on.
The VSCA Sports Car Championship's already gone out, and they put their schedule out for 2025. And I was taking a look at it a little while ago, and it was a pretty darn good schedule. I mean, obviously, they try to replicate the real-world IMSA schedule as much as possible, but right now, the schedule that they've got put down, you got the 24 Hours of Daytona right after the World War the 24. That's the obvious one. You get the Sports Car Grand Prix of Long Beach, the 12 Hours of Sebring, Course de Monterey, making a surprise. That surprised me. I thought they might move away from that race after, what happened this time around at Laguna Seca, but they decided, no, we have faith. We're going to bring it back. So 2 hours and 40-minute sprint race around Laguna Seca. They're moving up the Virginia Sports Car Grand Prix instead of hosting the last race of the Sprint Cup. It is going to be right in the middle of April. Then the Canada Sports Car Grand Prix. We're seeing Canadian Tire Motorsports Park coming back. The Detroit Sport Car Classic at Detroit Belle Isle. And that's followed up by the 6 Hours of the Glen, the 6 Hours on the Brinks at Port Elizabeth, Indianapolis. One final sprint race at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin for Sports Car Weekend by the Lakes at Road America. And then, of course, we close it in October with Petit Le Mans. Now, we unfortunately will not be able to be covering that series, but they are still going to be back stronger and no doubt better than ever for season 4 and beyond.
I think the biggest thing is that, like I said, it was pleasant enough to be around at the start. And, these things don't survive without innovation, without a little bit of change. They look at things, they adjust, and, there's more changes coming again next year. They're moving back to staging zones for full course yellows. The procedure you just saw will change. Staging zones aren't wrong, aren't better, aren't worse. They're just different. They're a different way of attacking things. Everything. There's a lot of debate in the Australian community about full course yellow procedures are effectively virtual safety cars, and whether or not they're right and wrong for us. And again, it's not right, it's not wrong. It's just different. It's just a different way to go about it. And I've seen the staging zones. It can work. It's a difficult procedure to get right, but I think they've got all the right elements for it. I'm excited to see that back for VSCA. And then the biggest thing I think is having a GTM and UGT Pros. Why do we go racing, simulator racing in the first place is because we all want to experience that hero moment. And the guys that don't have necessarily the talent to challenge the GT Pro guys, the biggest thing is you've got to present themselves a way for them to feel a part of the action, a part of the fight. And what they've done here with how they've separated the classes and how they've differentiated themselves has been phenomenal. Because it gives us a way to track it here. It gives you guys a way to track it at home. And it's very well visually represented, and you can see where the battles are. You don't get that with other series. Is it limiting? Yes, but I think the proof is in the pudding. I think the product is worthwhile taking some of the limiting factors away from it. So I will say with the classes and what they've done here, phenomenal. You can't ask for better racing. The fact that we've got 6 GTM cars on the lead lap battle in the final couple of hours is immense for the series. That's a big win for the series. Something just happened to GSE.
I was about to mention, Christopher Seftel. It's showing that they crashed, and now they're nowhere to be found.
So he had a spin, and then something happened, and I'm not tracking him in the server anymore.
There's the spin. Did he only have 4?
I think he might have towed.
He didn't tow because he would have been in pit road by now. He may have quit.
Maybe done for the season.
That's a shame.
Yeah, awful shame. I'm sitting in an alright spot. Yeah, look, I mean, the race was getting worse and worse as it progressed, but yeah. Oh, they're disqualified. They got disqualified. Did they fail to serve a penalty? Perhaps? That car's disqualified. The 86 machine.
Did they hit the incident? They may have hit the incident limit. There is a limit now for how many incident points you can get in a
39
race.
incident points. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Gee, that's harsh.
I think that's the
That
first
is
time we've
very
seen
harsh.
that. I think we had one instance where it happened at Circuit of the Americas, but that was it. Let's be honest though, this is going to sound harsh, but I mean, if you're hitting that limit 2 hours from the end, you weren't making it to the end of that race anyway.
You could limp it around for maybe an hour and a half around here. You can't pick them up. 39 incidents for disqualification is very, very tough. That says the standard that they're expecting from everyone, which is also one of the reasons the racing has been cleaner. When you set a higher standard like that, there are 2 ways to go. Either you just forget about it and you're not even aware that it's a thing, or you're very hyper aware of it. And the driving position of some of the prototype cars, it's very difficult to pick up the curbing at turn 2. And the curbing down at the chicane are the 2 primary paces you can pick up your incident points. So making sure that you're extremely clean as a driver. I don't think they're the first one. And remember, the 18 car has already served their drive-through. It was 26 incident points. And they served that, what, half an hour ago? So they've got 13 incident points in the last 2.5 hours on.
It is a very high standard that they set, but it's like we were speaking to Kalaga earlier, right? That's the type of set standard that they expect from these drivers. They expect them to be, better than average. They expect this to be better than the open iRacing lobbies that they are actively competing with, right? They want to be able to boast that they have a high standard of racing. And while there have been some points of racing even earlier today that, show that sometimes those standards do falter a little bit, the whole cannot be underestimated.
No, and I think it's been awesome. It's what it does, and again, to people that everyone makes complaints, everyone says different bits and pieces. It's not wrong. It's just different. If you wanted to set a 10 incident point limit for the entirety of the race, I would drive to that. Personally, as a driver, is that a challenge? That's a challenge that you're setting to the drivers to say, hey, we are setting an extremely high standard here. Go out and meet it. And either they will or they won't. And the guys that get stung, of course they're going to feel bad about it. It does create a moment like that. But that's where you got to stand up. You just got to be better. It's a challenge. Either you rise to meet the challenge or you fall by the wayside.
About 2 hours to go. Now we are only 3 minutes away from getting this, from getting ourselves to the last endurance points awarded before the end of this race. The Sprint Cup Championships were all looking extremely tight entry today. We spent a lot of time talking about the overall championships, but the Endurance Cup, it's still been close as ever. The 88 DS Racing Esports team was ahead by 1 point entering today. They are nowhere now because of the race that they've had. So World of Sim Racing right here is in the catbird seat to take the Endurance Cup win in GTP. Rising Panda Racing, not a lot's been able to stop them. They've been on top all day long. So Rising Panda should be able to take the W for the Endurance Cup in LMP2. For GT Pro, they're up by 6 for DS Racing Esports team. That 992 car, though, is only in 5th right now. And I think this one could very well go the way of the number 44 Fisher Motorsports car, because the 84 is not present, and the 44 only 8 points out. For GTM, Digital Chicane, Nothing can stop them right now. They have been having a time of it. They got some good points throughout the first 2 runs, and frankly, it is impossible for anybody else in the divisional chicane car to take that win, because Screeching Moose Motorsports was the only car in contention, and they withdrew in August. The next car out, we're talking 24 points back. A mathematical impossibility.
I can actually tell you, I ran into that
Whoa.
Screeching Moose Motorsports car. Whoa, here we go.
Valilla with a very aggressive pit entry. Watch this slide.
Oh boy.
He's playing with fire
It
on that
went
one.
both ways. It went both ways. You don't want to slide it both ways. But hey, big props for this car. They've got themselves back on the lead lap and given themselves an opportunity. Martin's done a great job as well to get themselves, I think they were 2 laps down previously. They're back to 1, so unless they get extremely lucky and there is another full course yellow, which we're expecting there not to be, you know, they're locked into 4th spot. They're just hoping for some calamity to happen to one of the cars ahead of them. You know, I don't know whether or not we have seen our final drive-through penalties, because 26 incident points is not a lot around here for 10 hours worth of racing. I would expect that there is probably a lot of drivers who pick up enough 1x incident points that we could see a bulk of penalties come in these last 2 hours.
For reference, that would mean, for those that aren't watching, that would mean you would have to have less than 3 off-tracks every hour, let alone car contact, let alone just going for a self-spin. Just going off track 3 times every hour, that would be enough to get you the penalty. And we're not even talking like, you know, full 4 wheels flying off the racetrack. We're talking if you dip like 2 wheels a little bit too wide on the exit of a curve. You know, something that you can easily be bought for, especially at tracks like Spa.
Oh yeah, and the chicane here is a big spot to pick them up. You can pick them up on the outside the final corner as well. You can pick them up. Rising Pen are coming to the pit lane at the moment, by the way. You can pick them up at turn 3 at the crest of the hill on the right-hand side. You know, there's just a bunch of different places. When you're overtaking cars after the turn 4 in that section that doesn't have corner numbers, that Nolan very much loves, the curbing both sides is very sensitive as well to the off track. So it's not uncommon to pick up, you know, a reasonable amount of off track point.
And in fact, there's another. Mark Romanitsky, sorry, going off the racetrack, and Thomas Mora did the same. He went for a full spin. This was Romanitsky just skating wide. And this was Mora's spin. Just, whoa, the 44! Just sneaking through there.
That was a 7.5 to get that one pulled up down the inside. He was late on the brakes. Oh!
Well, how do you do?
Can I get us DMCA takedown for came in like a wrecking ball, please?
No kidding. Daniel Gruber did a great job. I mean, you could tell with the line that he took, he saw that coming a mile off. He did a great job to anticipate that and react accordingly.
Well, that's good endurance car driving. That's just driving to what you know and what you think's gonna. Oh, 2 laps in a row!
Hey, didn't get lucky that time.
Well, there's a 4X.
Yeah, that'll do it. That was Pierce Stockton, one of the Rising Panda cars that just went off the road and tagged him. That's not pleasant.
And that was heavy wheel-to-wheel contact as well. That's contact you want to prevent. That is contact that is likely to give you damage.
Well, neither car coming to pit road, and they both look like they're driving in a relatively straight line, so I think they may have escaped that. Only just, though.
The 44 machine absolutely lets him know he is not pleased about that overtaking attempt.
What, was it a good headlight flash?
Oh, it was a good headlight flash.
You know, I don't blame him.
I think appropriate use of the headlights there.
Yeah, yeah. How do you think? Because oftentimes, if you ever want to if you ever want to express your displeasure in NASCAR, you just run them into the wall, or you just give them a little bump behind the pace car. How about a headlight flash like in NASCAR? You just like stick a flashlight on the windows. Oh, well, there goes Stevenson. It's a weird incident to have happen there.
It really looks like another malfunction in some description. He was offline on the run in.
Didn't get loose.
Sure. But there was no attempt to turn the car. He pulled it up to a complete stop before he turned it.
He did a good thing, at least, if he did have a tech problem, get it off the racetrack quickly, out of the firing line. But,
I think that could be an animal-related one or a child-related.
Yeah.
No, I'm busy right now. I'm driving a car. Please hop down. As my cat steps into the sim racing room and reminds me that yes, his claws do in fact need clipping.
I was about to go off on some tangent, but I can't for the life of me remember what it was.
Something to do with the angles and triangles? Something about the hypotenuse?
Oh, look out! Oh, boy!
Oh!
Mark Stevenson with a big off. He has found the wall. Look out! Oh, no!
Oh!
Just came on, and that clips the race leader for GTM. That's Aaron Beaver.
Oh!
That is game over for MSP's number 33 entry. And that could get Erexoy and Vulture Motorsports their first ever win if they can hold on to this.
Wow.
Would you believe I told you that is the second time we have seen something like that today? Not the same cars, but the last time that happened, somebody came up on the racetrack and it was a full T-bone. It just broadsided.
Where did that come from? So, I think we need to talk a little bit more about fatigue, because it is creeping in.
He's just trying to get himself back rolling in. I think he didn't realize, well, I mean, and his wheels in the grass. He did try to lock it down, but it was just too late. I think he underestimated just how close that MSP car was, and this is a risky thing as well with all these other cars still at speed that still don't know he's there. So they're coming over a blind hill, and he's still sitting in the racetrack.
Well, it's and the other thing is for him looking backwards, it's also blind. Well, he gets a little flash of the headlights.
Yeah.
Right? Have a look at the onboard here as he picks up the throttle.
And it just boom.
Oh.
Just nailed it. That is such a tough break. You mentioned the headlight flash, though. Let's take a look. Oh, I didn't see any. All I do know is that. And then...
Looks clear. It looks clear, doesn't it?
And then here's Tyler Campbell. Watch this. All of a sudden, there's a car. You got to make a quick cut to the left. But that was the same... Go ahead.
There was a yellow flag. There absolutely would have been a yellow flag out for those two cars, and that is one of those corners that as soon as I see a yellow flag, I'm mega lifting off because the car can be anywhere, and you are so loaded and so on the limit through that section of the track, which is how the incident initially happened. They just went a touch beyond the limit, and they went a touch beyond the limit. That's not a mega oversend into that corner. That is just missing it by a little bit. The
car that did that early in this race, this was at the daytime when this happened, it was actually the 992. Yeah, they did the same thing. Fabio Soares, they got a bit crossed up on the curve. They didn't go into the wall, but they did spin it out, and they weren't doing the flick spin around like Digital Chicane was. They just pulled onto the racetrack and got absolutely broadsided directly in the driver's side door by one of the GTMs. It was, in fact, the 93 digital chicane car, which is why we see both of them so far down the order.
Been a rough day at the office for a couple of teams, and yeah, the 992 one of them, and like you said, the digital chicane car, another.
I think digital chicane's lone silver lining of this day right now is the fact that they already pretty much had the points championship locked up entering this for both of them. So they don't have to worry so much about it.
Aaron Beaver's out of the car. I think the 33 car is done for the day.
It wouldn't surprise me. That amount of damage, that is going to be a long repair job. And by the time they do, they're going to be so many laps down. They're not going to be able to get back out onto the racetrack with enough time to get any of it back.
Beaver and Baker both left the server. They are done for the day.
We have really entered that point of the race now where if you crash, and it's a big crash like that, people are just going to start, dipping out. Because this late in the race, there's not much point to try to get all the damage repaired.
I think we've lost another GTP to incident point limit.
Thomas
I
Flora.
think
Whoa, oh boy. It's another little spin, but did keep it clean. Bravo Stowe Shatton is still in the pits.
About 50 laps ago, I think we lost the number 4 car. 40 laps ago, the number 4 car is done. No, Martin. Remember, Martin was sitting a lot further up, but that GTP has hit the incident point limit.
Oh my goodness.
So that's Thomas Martin and Neil Forbes, and I believe Patrick Raw was spotting for that team. But they've done 387 laps. And so that's only happened in the last 5 or 10 minutes. So like I said, there are cars hitting the instant point limit. And that number 4 car was what, I think sitting 6th at the time?
Well, that right there was where they dropped out, and that was about 3 minutes prior. So we'll see if we can back this up. This was at 8:09:24 for the timer. Just going to back this up real quick, see if we can't track what it was that caused me over the limit. I don't think we're going to find. Oh, there we go. We just found it. It's just an off-track 1X. That's all it took. Just got too eager trying to get around the Dan Performance GTM car.
But you got to drive when you're getting close to that limit. You got to drive different. You have absolutely got to drive different. They just didn't adjust to the situation that was in front of them.
That's a tough break.
I mean, think about the number 18 car right now and the situation that they're in. Remember, about 45 minutes ago, they took their drive-through penalty. Do you think they've made the adjustment that they need to make? Because they're sitting in a great position, and they're running down Stockton again. They are in a position where they might be able to win this race, but aggression will get them nothing.
It's tricky. It's a huge balancing act right now. And I feel like Stockton is starting to back off of it because they might be getting close to that limit, which is why they're not pushing as hard. They're trying to play it safe here. Remember, all Rise Panda Racing has to do to win this championship, they just need to finish in the top 2. They do not need the win. So, honestly, if you're close to that limit, I'm telling them, just give up the spot when they get to you. It is not worth the risk of going for last-minute glory when you can take the big prize at the end of the night by sacrificing just one more winner's trophy in the last race, right?
I mean, it depends what their overall goal is. If their goal is the championship, but you're a racing driver. At the end of the day, your goal might be the victory today. You know, and if that's the case, then the aggression level maintains where it is. But you know, that's racing. You've certainly got to, as a team, manage your expectations, manage the psychology about the decision making, because right now you've got to make it a decision. A lot of people talk to me about, you know, and I talk to a lot to people as well on the flip side of it about being a racing driver. A lot of people say to me, Scott, you know, I keep finding myself in these sorts of situations where I've got no options. And well, you've put yourself in that situation. So that means there is a decision somewhere that you've got to make. If you keep driving the same way that you're driving and nothing changes, well, of course nothing's going to change. So you have to actively make a decision to be a better driver, to put yourself in different situations. If you constantly find yourself in situations where bad things are naturally just happening to you, it says that, yeah, you're potentially doing some things wrong. You will get unlucky from time to time. That's racing, that's life. But make better decisions earlier and be conscious of the decisions that you're not thinking about is the big thing I say to people. Every time you do something out on track, there was a decision that you made, a decision to place your car on a specific piece of the racetrack. Talking about the full wide situation we had earlier, there's a very, very good example of that. There was a decision made there to place the car in a compromised position that didn't come off.
Got a lot more.
And you can say, yeah,
Go ahead, sorry.
Well, you can say, yeah, we're unlucky. You know, we didn't necessarily know where the car was or where we're placing ourselves, but you still made an active decision to be aggressive. And the biggest thing I say to people, I have no problem with people making mistakes in racing. If people take me out in racing, my approach to it always is, if you apologize and you commit to being better, that's it. I'm going to drop it at that. You know, make your mistakes. We all come to this. None of us here are professional race car drivers. We're all amateurs. If all you do is make an adjustment and commit to being better, I cannot fault you as a driver. All I can ask is that you improve.
Well, Kyle Lowe from Digital Chicane is apparently an actual GT3 driver.
Okay, he's a little bit different.
He's the exception to the rule.
Josh Gowan just said, yes, we are driving very scared. They're making the adjustment, right? They're thinking about it. Sometimes, you know, sometimes by driving timidly, you can actually force yourself into extra incident points because you're not taking the same braking markers. You're turning in, you know, you're backing your lap speed down a little bit. You're turning in a little bit earlier. You're not carrying the same level of pace. You've got a little bit more grip on the So sometimes it can actually swing the other way. So it's just, all right, be aware of it.
Reverse psychology with Josh going into the YouTube chat.
I am absolutely not. I can tell you this is something that's happened to me in real life, is I've had race wins locked in back when I was racing motocross. And I knew that the next guy behind me was probably a good 5 to 6 seconds behind. So the last lap, I backed my pace right down. And I said to myself, okay, nice and easy. We're just going to take this home. We can't gain a spot, can't lose a spot. You know, this is where we're going to finish. Because I was slower, I dropped the bike in the sand section because I didn't have enough pace to keep the bike up there. I lost the race. I used to as a kid. Yeah, I raced motocross all the way up until I was 18.
Oh, I learned something new about it. I always pictured you as being, you know, somebody to go into like the... Try to delve into like the go-kart section of things instead of motocross.
Motocross is what we did. Santa put 2 Pee-wee 50s under the Christmas tree in 1996, and the rest is history.
Fair enough. I used to race
Including...
bicycle motocross as a kid.
So did my dad, actually. That's how it started. Yeah, including an Australian national championship in 2000.
Nice. I only did one regional championship, and I got a 3rd place trophy because there was only 3 of us in my category, so I got a prize for finishing last. So that was... I still don't view that trophy as very legitimate. You know, 3rd place by default doesn't feel very good.
Actually, I'm back at home. I'm back in the circumstances that led to me living with my parents. And we still have the front mudguard off the national championship winning bike, as well as we got gold medals and a giant ass trophy for that. So yeah, there's a gold medal sitting in my lounge room at the moment with my name on it.
Hour 43 to go. We're in the end game now. Here's Danny Fonte hopping into the car, taking over from Alvaro Martinez, and I would expect Fonte to be driving this thing straight through to the end. So the World of Sim Racing crew, they've been doing a great job so far, and they are right now, I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. They're a minute and a half ahead. There we go. That's better. 24 seconds is more reasonable to say. So they're a minute and a half ahead, but somehow Bernie's not a lap down. And Pereira is definitely not well, he might actually be 2 minutes behind, but he's not on the lead lap. I can promise you that much. So evidently some timing system still getting updated from the last pit stop cycle.
Yeah, the 42 car was in the lead lap up until this pit stop, so...
In fact, well, there they are, right in front of them. So they are on the lead lap right now by maybe about 100 feet, but they're not 2 minutes ahead. Should update once they cross the line, actually.
I think we've lost another GTP.
Really?
The 88 machine is done for the day. The Bikes Online DS racing car.
They've been done for a while, haven't they?
Yeah, they have, but yeah, they're done for the day. But they're only 24 laps off the lead, so, you know, that's relatively recent. I think that might have been a penalty as well.
Probably, yeah. They'll get you.
So it's happening. And it's this last part of the race as well. It's all coming to a head. And the difficult part is, how hard do you push right now? You know, if you're one of these teams, let's take a look at a couple of really, really interesting cases. I think the number one car in GTP, they cannot gain a spot on the road. They cannot lose a spot on the road. So let's make sure we don't hit that drive-through penalty incident point limit. We might just inherit ourselves a podium out of this. LMP2 has a completely different story because there is a world where the 048, the 11, and the 123 can actually pass each other on the road. So they've got to drive a little bit differently. They've still got to maintain some pace. So they've got to push a lot. So that there is a very strong chance that there's going to be another drive-through penalty or a disqualification come from the LMP2 cars. Then you have a look at GT Pro, and again, the same sort of story evolves. The 67 and the 6 car both can't really gain or lose anything out on the road. So again, no incident points. Let's see if we can inherit something. And then GTM has now got 5th places. Remember there was 6 cars on the lead lap when we went back to green flag racing? Well, now there's only 4, and the next car is 4 laps down. So again, if you're the 93 machine, look after your car, keep yourself alive, don't take any incident points, and again, there is an opportunity to inherit a podium, because have a look at, there's a 6-second gap for the lead, and there's a 6-second gap for 3rd place.
You talked about the triple in the LMP2 category, where they could realistically still find themselves in a battle. They're not even that far away by endurance racing standards. Talking, if we look at Mario Capellucci, always might butcher that name for Visual Motorsports. Right now, Manicus is 15 seconds ahead of him, and Marcelino is 17 seconds behind. So they're relatively evenly split as well.
Yeah, it's tight racing up here too. So, you know, this is going to come down to, I think this will be traffic affected to the end. It's going to be. So yeah, I mean, it's going to be heads up racing, right? It's going to be keep your head up, keep yourself alive. It is very, very easy for LMP2 cars to lose 2 to 3 seconds a lap clearing GT3. So just timing of things, this could be a little bit of a luck related battle.
We're closing in on about the hour and a half mark to go in this one. Scott, what do you think? Who should we take a ride on board here with?
I reckon we got to take a ride on board with a 34 car. Robertson Mercedes. I think we have to, because they're in a great position. And just have a look at the traffic management that they've got to deal with throughout the course of a lap as well.
Well, take a look on board with Will Robert. Well, he's in the pits. So.
Oh, never mind.
You were saying.
This is what a pit stop looks like, ladies and gents.
Yeah, they're going to bring Tamer Elbag onto the car for the final stint. So Elbag going to get back out on the racetrack. We'll take a ride on board with him once he is out of pit road.
But remember, you know, this is a challenging section of the race for these guys, because Elbag is going to climb into this car, and his goal will be push as hard as he possibly can. Furexo is behind the wheel at the moment. You know, he's only got a 6-second buffer. Does he press on hard? Does he try and just, you know, look after the car? And these teams, the funny thing about incident points is no one knows what the risk level is like for anyone else. No one has any idea what the incident points are going to be. We could just be sitting here and all of a sudden we lose 3 cars in a lap. We don't know. They don't know.
Well, we'll see if we'll lose any as we give our voices a rest, and we'll ride on board for a little bit with Tamer Albaga as he leaves the pits. He's going to take this Mayor Season Performance number 34 to the end. Back in a moment.
So the Irishman walks into a bar.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're live?
Yes, we are.
Oh. Oh.
You did
No,
that
that's
on
a bit. That's a
purpose.
bit. For everyone. Yeah, I did. That's like the third time I've done that, but not to you. So I knew that was going to be a new one.
Okay.
I'm not going to make a joke that's going to get kicked us off air. But I made you think it for a minute.
Yeah, I started sweating just a little bit. Tyler Campbell having an off a few laps ago. This is what happened to the Grizzly Motorsports driver. Off the road, high speed. And then he just took it out wide. Then Ryan Kaprowski and Nicholas Goen looking like they've had an issue. Same place through 6. Going to the inside in 7. Goen just loops it. And Kaprowski had nowhere to go. There you see Eugene Maltsev going off the road just behind, avoiding it.
Incident points, by the way, for multiple drivers out of that one, so not irrelevant.
One driver that is out, Pedro Vargas. The NGC Esports crew are done for the night. They were still on the racetrack when we last checked in on them. Not so anymore. Trying to find out what happened to them. This would have been...
I believe this is DQ for incident points as well.
I would imagine so as well. We'll just see if we can't track down what it was. They were one of the cars that was looking to be, still within a shot to get some points back, but I don't think we'll be able to. Yeah, it doesn't look like we'll be able to track it down. Just too far back in the list to be able to take a look. But, well, you still got some good drivers out there on the racetrack. We've actually lost exactly half of the GTP field. Still got all but 2 running in the LMP2 field, and well, it was actually going to be all but 1 because, well, 39 car, they registered with the wrong car. So they were DQ before this race could get started. All but 2 running in GT Pro, and all but 2 running in GTM. So really, GTP has taken the biggest attritional hit today.
And the big thing about these cars is a couple things. The tires are actually quite difficult to manage. Bringing them into temperature is very difficult. Maintaining them in the right temperature balance is really, really difficult. Managing the electrical energy, now, with the electrical energy, it is a set and forget style system. So, set it onto a balance and you'll probably is the best way to go generally. But you can utilize the different energy modes to see if you can try and get an overtake done. But they're a very, very difficult car to manage, particularly in wet conditions. These cars in the wet tires just really, really struggle to generate traction, largely due to the weight of the car. So they're just a difficult car to get right. I for one, no matter, I've driven GTPs in a couple of 24-hour races now, and I still do not feel confident in any of these cars. Put a lot of effort trying to just get myself to a point where I could lap, and I don't like the cars. It's just a me thing, right? So, for me, the platform is difficult to drive, but that also creates a unique challenge as well for the drivers to take to it. And the other thing I think to consider is that when you get a prototype like this, they're incredibly sensitive to damage of any shape. They require all of the perfect airflow going to the front end of the car, through the middle of the car, and then to the rear wing and rear aero devices as well. And as soon as they get messed up in any way, they do not perform anywhere near where they should be. So they are quite a sensitive car and require a real finessey approach. And it looks like it's just been a tough challenge for a lot of drivers here today.
I always looked at the GTP cars, and I always thought they looked like extremely nimble, right? But they looked like extremely light, extremely fragile. Like it's like, oh, the wind's now changed directions by 3 miles an hour. You're gonna spin around now because of it. Like it always struck me as that kind of car. The most prototype experience I have is actually driving the HPD. The old LMP2 car before we got to the LRP217.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I bought that car to run in LMP2 in the iRacing Le Mans series. And then the season after, they introduced the Lara and scrapped the HPD. So I wasted my money. So thanks, iRacing, for that. But as I see Chris Cabrera hop into the car, I love the HPD. It was a planted car. It felt like it was nimble. It could make those moves, but it still had like enough force behind it. It felt planted. I have bought one of the LMP1 cars. I bought the Porsche 919, and I did genuinely try to take it for a testing hit. I couldn't figure it out. Like, the amount of speed that I had to trust the car to be able to carry was way more than I was willing to give it. And I couldn't figure it out. And that's partially why I've never really jumped into these GTP cars, because, well, I mean, it's the new LMP1, right? It's not exactly the same, but, they're within the same realm in terms of speed. They are relatively comparable in more corner-heavy racetracks like this.
Oh, lap traffic disaster right there
Yeah, no
for LMP2. Second place was your outright leader in LMP2 just prior to that stop. I mean, the LMP1s I actually quite like driving them. They felt more connected to the racetrack for me than the GTP cars, but I think one of the difficulties with them was how to use your electrical systems, because it wasn't a set and forget style system.
Right.
You had to be on the button.
The Audi R18, one of them had a hybrid system. I can't remember if it was the Audi or the Porsche.
They both did.
They both did. Okay, well, that explains why I was so slow in the Porsche, because I didn't know it did. But the Audi R18, I tested that once in these test sessions. The hybrid, I was insane by how much extra speed it gave. But yeah, it's tough to manage. I mean, I am not...
The world's fastest track for engine as well.
I'm not afraid to admit that, in games like F1, 22 and all that, I am that person that will keep the ERS mode on auto. Because I can't figure it out. It's not my thing. I can't figure it out. I have respect for those that do. Because that's how you are effective with those cars, right? You know how to utilize that. I'm not one of those people. That's why I prefer my GT3s.
I'm going to give you my hot take on the iRacing take on the GTPs, because you've got to remember there's a little bit of a different take in the GTPs from real life. You got at the pit stop they charge up, right? So the whole idea of the GTP is that they have a battery that you consume nearly the same as a fuel tank. So it's a little bit different. It's not your primary source of power. The other thing that I don't like, and I think iRacing is starting to come around to it, and they've done a really, really good job with the new IndyCar push-to-pass system, is, timed battery push-to-pass style systems, right? The new IndyCar system is just going to cross to, I think it's a 2-minute timer, or across the duration of the race that you have access to. So you can now use that system at road courses as you need it, rather than just being a 10-use activation and everyone didn't use their push-to-pass style of the race. It was literally a sit on those things until the back end of the race, otherwise you were super vulnerable. So, yeah, look, I don't like the GTP energy system in iRacing, because you have 4 or 5 options for the deploy. You have like a recharge, you have attack, you have balanced are your 3 primary ones, then you have a quality mode and a complete switch the system off mode are the other 2. So I think the 3 modes for generic racing are build, balanced, and attack are the 3 modes. And that's all well and good, but it really... And you can only switch them so many times a lap. It's not like you can sit there and be like, oh, I want the electrical energy right now, so you press the button and you get it to try and make the overtake. So in terms of racecraft, the system's not brilliant at the moment. I think they're going to get there. I do have a feeling that style of a system is planned, whether or not there might be a button system or whatever it is. But electrical racing into the future is a really, really interesting thing. Take a look at Formula E and what they do, right? Where the racing in Formula E is the best place in the field to spend 3/4 of the race is third. You don't want to be leading. You don't want to be 18th. You want to be 3rd or 4th, because that is where the best positional... You need track position, but you also need to conserve the battery so you can push hard in the last few laps when you know that you're good to go. But if you're leading, you burn too much energy. If you're too far back in the pack, you're not close enough to the front, and people are going to check you up, and you have to burn more energy to get a little bit further forward. So, it's that racing to me is at least a little bit interesting. It's nearly as if the tires aren't a factor. You basically take NASCAR tire racing as it currently sits, and you make that about fuel deploy, but it's energy instead of fuel, which is really interesting. But yeah, I mean, you know, I think we're gonna get there. It's an iterative process, right? Something I do know about that's happening that I'm gonna let you guys all in on is that I do know that iRacing is working on a new engine, complete overhaul. I have no idea when it's coming, but when you sit back and you consider the fact that we're sitting on an engine that's been in operation since what, 2005, they've been working on this engine. It's done a great job. It's done a phenomenal job.
Jason Ahrensberg. Whoa,
Oh.
boy! Bit of a how do you do there from Jason Burney to Ahrensberg as he was forced to kind of cut across. I don't think Burney he didn't know where to go. Oh, that'll do it. You saw Ahrensberg get a touch loose, and that unsettled Burney's rhythm.
Ooh, we've got a meatball flag for the 216 car.
No way. That little hit did that? You're joking.
It depends where it is. It could be engine, it could be internal damage. The LMP2 is quite vulnerable. The floor of the car is exceptionally vulnerable.
Wasn't that hard of a hit? That wheel ain't straight, though. Not 100% at least. Yeah, that car's got some crap to it. I cannot believe that.
Yeah. And to make matters worse, he missed the boom as well. See,
I was not expecting that, I'm going to be honest.
All of this is race management.
Oh, that's just bought Danny Fonte even more time as he continues to duck around this field.
You excited for a new iRacing engine?
If it brings me Dirt AI, I will be happy. You know I've been ranting about this for over a year.
If you guys want to see a man that is dirt racing mad, Nolan is absolutely your guy. But
Flow Racing,
yeah, maybe.
I make it a habit to watch every single race. I'm not even kidding. It keeps my week busy.
And you're already a busy man, so. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, going into the fence, but yeah, I've held to take. They should do one of two things: put the World of Outlaws game on PC, or give me Dirt AI.
Yes, please.
I don't care which one. Give me one of them, and I will be happy. I don't know if you've seen the Dirt community that I see. I might come catch some flack for this. They are rabid over there. I haven't. It's an interesting place. I'll say that much. But Jack Hedgecock's hopping into the car. The final hour and 13 and a half minutes. Yeah, I never.
So this is an interestingly timed stop for this team.
Yeah.
So the critical factor is that the stints in the LMP2, right, being about 40 minutes. So they're underneath the hour and 20 mark, and they're 6 laps, let's say, under the hour and 20 mark. So their next stop's not a full pit stop. For Kemperisher, they're 7 laps into a stint, so they're right on the number. In actual fact, the Rising Panda racing car cut their previous stint a lap short. They only did a 30-lap stint. They came in a few laps early, and I think that might have been to get Kemperisher in the car.
Please don't tell me it's actually Kemperisher, and I've been saying it wrong the entire season.
I have no idea. I read it off the graphics, and that's what I came up with. But yeah, look, I mean, for Rising Panda Racing, if they've missed that marker by a lap, they've got fuel saving to do, and they're tight on that number. So I think they may have come a lap early. If they'd have gone a lap longer, they wouldn't have lost anything. and they would have been a lot more safe on their numbers. But that's a risk they're taking.
So long as that 46 car finishes in the top 2, they'll be fine. That's all they need. They just need to finish the 46 car in the top 2 and they're safe. Which basically means stay on the lead lap and you're safe.
Yeah, still work to do though. That's their goal to the finish, so important to know.
See that yellow car back there? What do you think that model car do you think that is? Right back there. It's where the marshals hang out. See that? Right back there?
I do.
What do you... Toyota, maybe? Honda?
Well, I'm gonna say it's an iRacing coupe.
It's an iRacing coupe. I like that.
They couldn't get the license, so they made up their own.
Probably. It'd be really funny if there's like just some random, like, randomly scanned car, like some like Ram pickup. That's just at some random short track because it just happened to be there and it accidentally got scanned and nobody noticed. That'd be really funny. It's like a little Easter egg, like how you can find Dale Jr. at every track, apparently.
Yeah. Update from sprint quali. Hamilton out in Q1. But I believe that's sprint qualifying, not qualifying for the race this weekend.
Oh.
And Colapinto made Q3 in sprint qualifying too.
Nice.
He's having a great debut. He is doing there was no expectations put on him, and he's done phenomenal. Fortune Motorsports is still in the pit lane.
Well, somebody wasn't happy about Daniel Fonte lapping them. That was, that wasn't the safety car, I can tell you that much. It was Eugene Maltsev for Going Racing. Not too happy about being lapped coming out of the final corner there.
Hey man, at this point in time, jump on the headlights. Why not? Rattle a few cages. Who knows? Might take somebody out. Might get you a few spots.
I still wonder what a headlight flash would look like in NASCAR. Like, is that just when you give the old one-finger salute, or are we talking about, they would like take their cell phone out and just like tap the flashlight button while they're holding it out the window net?
I like to, under caution, pop alongside of people, put the clutch in and rev my engine a few times. That tends to get the job done. That's my favorite move.
See, if this is the real world, you would get bonus points if your exhaust pipes are on that side and you manage to cold roll them.
Get to set the rocket panels alight. I think we're just in a little bit of a holding pattern. 46 cars lost a little bit of time back to the 18.
I mean, we really are in a holding pattern right now because right now the only gap for an actual position in terms of, between classes, that's under 10 seconds, you're looking at the GT Pro Race League. That's the closest gap anywhere right now. Everything else is 10 seconds or more.
And I think it's actually interesting to note the 46 to the 18 in the LMP2s. Right now, if you consider their final pit stops and that the 18 is going to go, 6 laps longer, 7 laps longer on their final pit stop because we've got one more round of pit stops left. That's maybe 3-4 seconds. So that margin is effectively down to about a 5-6 second margin.
Delgado is losing a bit here to Gruber, in the GT Pro Racing. I mean, look at the last 3 laps or so. Gruber's been closing in. About half a second on 376, 10th and a half, 2 laps to go. Almost a full second last lap because of traffic.
So with the last 5 laps averaged, he's lost about 2.5 tenths. So he's losing about a quarter of a second a lap. Could be track.
Well, the gap just dropped to under 2 seconds. There's no lap traffic between them. I think this is on pace. He just closed in another 300s in that corner alone.
Could it be fuel saving as well?
Possibly.
Because we're coming up close to the hour marker, right? You need to be right in around 1 hour to go. You've got to make sure that you get 7 minutes worth of fuel here. Oh, caution flags out!
My.
No way! No way!
The The LMP2s aren't going to be safe to go to the end if they come down to pit road as well, so it's up in the air for them. But this has just blown the whole race out of the water.
I think the big key we got to keep an eye on, because this gets a couple cars back to lead laps in a couple classes. So we're going to end up with 4 LMP2s in the lead lap. Potentially. You'll end up with 3 of the GTPs back on the lead lap. No way that just happened, Nolan. No way that just happened.
I'm glad that just happened, because I was about to start asking you what you had for breakfast this morning, because I was running out of things to say.
Breakfast fruit bars. You know those bars that are like they're like a, it's not like a croissant, but they're like a baked good with fruit
like
jams
granola
inside.
bars with cranberries in them?
No. They got like a fruit jam, fruit paste inside.
That sounds revolting.
They're amazing. Think about a sweet jam. Like, consider it like a croissant with like sweet fruit paste in it.
I don't really do cooked fruit. I do raw
You're
fruit.
a sad, weird little man. What's the quote from the first Toy Story?
Pumpkin pie is still... Is pumpkin a fruit? Pumpkin's not a fruit.
Has
Is it a vegetable?
seeds.
Yeah, but it doesn't grow on a tree. But blueberries are a fruit, and they don't grow on trees. I'm looking this up. Hold on. Is pumpkin... is, shut up. Is pumpkin a fruit? It is a fruit from a botanist's perspective, because it's a product of the seed-bearing structure of flowering plants.
Oh, so that's the differentiation.
Vegetables, on the other hand, are the edible portion of plants, like leaves, stems, roots, bulbs, flowers, and tubers. I don't know what a tuber is. I'm not going to look that up. So I guess I do like cooked fruit in the form of pumpkin pie. I'll take pumpkin pie.
Yams are like a tuber, I think. And I think
I'm sorry, what's a tuber?
yam. Y-A-M? Yams?
I've heard of a yam. I have unironically never ever seen a yam in my life. We got one car to the gravel?
Okay,
Or to the safety car. How have you done that?
potatoes. Potatoes are a tuber.
Oh, easily. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Mashed potatoes. Yeah, I have that all the time. And okay. Exit stage left, I guess. It's a bit of an awkward trip back up the Pacey line to find his spot. Unless he just got the wave around. He may have just gotten the wave by. Nope, he's just getting back in line.
This is gonna spice this this last section of the race up though. Oh no wait, no my apologies. Remember how I said Hamilton was out in Q1 for the sprint race? My apologies. Sprint race is already done. That was actual qualifying. Lewis Hamilton qualified 19th.
Hey.
Oh, here we go. Wave bys are underway.
Yep. First round of wave bys are underway. Pit stops likely not going to be too far behind. We'll take a break. We return. We'll be back with more. The final hour on Green Flag TV.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Getting set to go back to Green Flag Racing from Road Atlanta. Less than an hour racing to go at Petit Le Mans to close things out for the VSCA Sports Car Championship. What a wild trip it has been all day today. And it is only going to continue to intensify the closer we get to calling this season a wrap this afternoon.
I got another one for you, Nolan. A Canadian walked into a broadcast booth.
And he's me.
Yeah, that's it. That's the joke.
I don't know if I should be insulted by that or not. My brain is like doing the calculations. Like, does that count? Does it not?
Ooh, that's an even earlier. No, it's not a restart.
That's the pace car.
Well, it's off. We're clean to go back racing any time from now.
Hop into it. We are back. Jack Hitchcock's out by about a minute 20? A second and 20. 1.3. The real fight right now for the overall race lead with Fonte and Pedersen cutting through traffic with only 0.8 of a second between them.
I think we've got 5
Oh no,
LMP2s
goes
that have actually
around!
left.
Going Racing goes around. They're going to be dropped out of the top 5. And that, I think, just cost them a championship. They needed to win this race. And with this spin, they have effectively annihilated any chance of that happening. And the worst part, it was all self-inflicted.
The car does get loose. Up and over those curbs, the LMP2s, particularly on cold tires, do get quite loose. There's a lot of wheel spin. So watch, as he picks up the throttle here, a little bit of a wiggle, and he's just sort of catching it, still catching it, still catching it. Great awareness, great heads-up driving, though, to prevent that from getting a lot worse. Could you imagine if that had turned into a massive wreck at the head of the field?
Yeah, no kidding. I was about to say, the field did an awesome job to avoid what could have been a monster of an incident. Rossman is into pit road. So
That's a drive-through penalty.
It has to be. You'd imagine, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Stefan Rossman comes down to pit road. Jack Hitchcock has dropped all the way down the field from 1st to 5th. Rising Panda Racing leads with nothing to stop them from taking the championship for the LMP2 category.
And Nolan, I'm looking at a couple of these different categories right here and a couple of different classes. And have a look at their margins now. 8 seconds in our GT Pro. That's going to see, and so the benefit for the guys, the 67 machine, is they're at the end of the queue, so they've got less traffic to deal with on the restarts. So these margins will actually get a little bit smaller here.
All of the GTM runners are also not too far away. I mean, there's first, there's second, third, and fourth. All the cars on the lead lap, only 3.5 seconds separating them. So these are battles that could also pick up pretty soon, especially the fight for second where it's only half a second between Tamer Elbaga and Eugene Maltsev.
This race isn't over. This race has all of a sudden changed with that late safety car. Everything has changed with that late safety car. We were just sort of discussing in the break as well. What this will do is all the teams that did come down to pit lane in the GTP and GTDs, so both your Pro and Am cars, the benefit for these guys is they can make it home quite comfortably now on fuel. There will be no fuel saving. But the LMP2 class, they've all got a splash to go. They've got a half stint to go. So what it has done is it's effectively neutralized the strategy. Everyone's on the same strategy right now.
The LMP2s are still going to have to pit for fuel one more time before this race is over. GT Pro and GTM, they are secure and safe to go the distance. GTP, we were still thinking they were going to have to come down for one more as well. But it would just be a splash and go for them.
Did you see Thomas Marcelino actually flashing the lights there? That's a battle for position. That is not a battle that he can flash the lights and say, hey, you're lap traffic, get out of my way. No, you gotta pass him legitimately.
Yeah, this is not just any battle, right? This is the fight for second in the LMP2 field. So they're battling for podium spots.
The other thing to consider is inside the final hour. Oh!
It's Justin Delano, the 016.
For one moment, I thought that was the 017 car that leads GTM.
Nope, not quite. It's hard, though, when the numbers are so close to each other. But no, Jeff Carollo continues to lead the way.
Marcelino's gonna have a go here. He got on the lights. He flashed him. Is he deep?
Look at
no,
that.
He pulled it up.
De Boer flashed him right back. He's doing it incessantly.
I think he's got a right to stay on these headlights now and keep flashing.
Yeah, he's giving him a taste of his own medicine there with that one. I think he's kind of cut it out now, but I kind of showing him, was like, hey, how does it feel? Further down the field, you got a battle for fourth development as well as Mario Capolucci fighting it out with Jack Hedgecock's Going Racing, trying to salvage something from a race that's just been turned on its head.
And the other thing is, don't forget that 18 car, they took their penalty, what, 2 hours ago now? Hour and a half ago? Somewhere around that marker. So they have got probably less than 10 incident points to get them home in this final 45 minutes. And they're going to try and overtake cars at the same time.
Now, how aggressively Capolucci defends here, I think depends on how close they are to getting their own penalty. No defense move made. Going takes the spot.
And both of those cars were deep on the brakes there. You see how wide they both ran as they entered the chicane. Lap traffic's going to get involved here. And this is 4th, 5th, and 6th on the road together, but unfortunately, Leonard is 2 laps down.
You'd think he was on the lead lap with that move that he just tried to make. Here we go, battle, by the way, for second as well. Down the hill, MSP trying to take this one away as Going Racing's GTM entry round the long way. Exit of the final chicane. Elbaga's got it back to the inside. Maltsev can't do anything about it. He's going to look for the crossover. Down the pit straight towards turn 1. Trying to lunge it in, but Elbaga shuts the door.
And this all just plays into the hands of Vulture Motorsports. That margin was down under 3 seconds. It was down under 2 seconds at one point. Now they've lost a second just with that one fight. They've got to get the elbows out. They've got to get aggressive. They've got to try and resolve this one quickly. If they want to win this race in class, they've got to resolve it in the next lap or so and then start going to hunt down Carollo. They've got to give themselves time to put some pressure on and try and get the overtake done.
So 0.3 of a second now between this pairing as they work their way up to the top of the rise. It's not the only battle on the racetrack, as in the middle of this whole mess, you got the overall race lead that started to come to fruition. Two more cars fighting down the backstretch and into the chicane of turn 10. Two tightly packed battles on the racetrack, getting into it at the exact same point. Nowhere for Vaughn to take this. He's going to go to the inside. That gives up a lot of time, though, to Pedersen, who's down to just a 10th and a half.
But now how's he going to get this job done? Remember, we talked about the electrical systems on board these cars as well. Benefit of being under a caution period, they've had some time to try and recharge the electrical systems. Now, when you flick the car back over to balanced mode in terms of electrical deploy, the problem that they've got is it will deploy back down to about a 50%. The system is designed to try and finish the lap at about 50% consumption. So what will happen is it'll pick it up above that 50% and then drop it back down to 50% at the end of the lap. And the car will take a read of how much electrical energy it charges up through the lap, so it knows about how much to burn each and every lap. So when they recharge these systems back to 100%, it then, you know, over the course of 3 or 4 laps, it will bring it back to 50% naturally if you're in that balance mode. Have a look at Pedersen, though. He might just flick the system on over to attack. Why not? If you can get ahead, all of a sudden defending becomes a lot easier. And if you don't get down to 0% on the battery, you're actually okay. If you can get it to around 20% when you get the overtake done, your lap pace isn't horrible. It will be slower for a couple laps as it rebuilds that back up to 50%, but it gives you an opportunity to try and get the overtake done. And with the shorter lap times around here, the shorter laps, it gives you an opportunity.
Meanwhile, Hedgecock's fighting his way through into third, and Rain DeBoer for Scours S Racing did not bother fighting that one out all that much, just let him have it. Elbaga, Maltsev, two drivers that continue to remain nose to tail, line astern, with one Fisher Motorsport GT Pro car just behind. 0.3 of a second between Elbaga and Maltsev now, as they fight their way back towards turn 6 and 7.
And just remember, Nolan, we were talking about these guys 3 or 4 laps ago. They were 3 seconds back from Carollo. They're now 4 seconds back from Carollo, so it's trending in the wrong direction. They've got to get on the aggressiveness. They've got to start making this move and make it happen quickly.
Cam Brager going to get around Tamer Elbaga. Still no move made in this position battle. They're trying to fight their way through these hills, though, and it's a very sprawling racetrack. They're doing their darndest trying to keep themselves in complete control here. And there you see Campbell coming to pit road. That's the Kinetic Racing car. He may have just hit the incident limit because he is down to pit road, and these guys should be good to go to the end.
No. So this one's a drive-through penalty for another incident. So they've been penalized by race control for something that's going on out on track. So not a drive-through penalty for incident point limit, but certainly a drive-through penalty for an incident.
Oh, okay. Interesting. No hard, no foul, it looks like. He'll be back out on the racetrack. Meanwhile, drivers like Elbaga and Maltsev continue their big battle runs. You've got Capalucci and Rain DeBoer also in a heads-up grudge match.
I think just DeBoer is just not up to speed. Whatever's going on with that car at the moment, they've just not got pace. And relative to everyone around them, they're losing a lot of time. Gowan Racing at the other side of this one, Nolan, not out of this yet. Remember, we've still got one more pit stop left to come. They're only 10 seconds off the race lead at the moment. The tricky part is going to be, what does the race pace look like? And they've been trading lap times to race leaders in the LMP2 class. If I'm in Pedersen's shoes right now, I'm switching this thing over to build mode. I want to try and get the battery up to 100%. If I've closed him down and I can maintain that pace, let's get the battery up. Let's build that battery all the way up. Let's have a crack. Let's do something, because it is so difficult around this track to get an overtake done on pace. So you got to do something a little bit different. If you can give yourself a little bit more electrical energy deploy to run down that back straightaway, that's enough to get the job done. That's all you need. You just need a little extra bit of something. And it could be building that battery back to 100%. He could be sitting there and thinking about that in that number 3 Porsche, and they may do it later on.
So you're right on board with Capalucci closing, hunting, making the look. Double file, sparks fly as those floors hit the pavement. But that's going to put the number 11 car up into 4th.
Expensive to replace the front splitters, expensive to replace floors or race cars, but if you can get a race result, you'll do it every day of the week.
Yes, sir. It's a very strong drive that they're featuring on one another here. Once again, I mean, it's a shame we won't be able to cover these guys past this season, but I mean, this race, it's been a phenomenal championship finale, and I still cannot think of any better way to have closed out this race. Grizzly Motorsports is in.
Do they have enough fuel? Is this a drive-through? I'm just going to take a quick look at this car. That's a drive-through penalty. So they're incident point limit. So they're good to go. They're not going to pick up 13 points in this final hour.
Don't tempt fate. It's possible. But you would have to have things going horrendously wrong in order for that to happen.
Still possible. You're right. Oof. 110-1 for the Gowan Racing Machine at the moment. Hedgecox is firing. He has got pace. He just took 3/4 of a second. I think he took more than that on the most recent lap out of Marcelino ahead of him. So they'll be really disappointed with the 18 machine, given how much pace Hedgecox has got at the moment. And remember, we just said overtaking is the big difficulty for these cars. Is you can get close, and then you sort of stall out the dirty air. You kind of really difficult to get the job completed. But they've got enough pace to be leading.
Oh, off guess number 83, Patrick Boyler, just having a bit of an excursion through turn 1. As well as that, the top 2 that were down to about 0.5 of a second, they're now cutting through a bunch of lap traffic, which has started to get in the way as well. With both Pedersen and Fontes, they do whatever they can to try to make up ground here. Pedersen is steadily reeling this gap down. Or at least he was. Now it's kind of stagnated. But you can tell he is really pushing hard to try to catch Fonte. He wants to close out his championship by not just taking the title, but by winning the finale as well.
I mean, they've been there and thereabouts. It's been about strategizing your way forward over the last couple of hours, and now they've put themselves in a reasonable position. So, you know, it's time to get the head down, time to see what you can necessarily do. Cutting the way through traffic is such a supreme skill that you've got to master to be, you know, in the primary class, and they've done it well all season long. That's why they're champions. But right now, you know, look at the difference. He just cleared. Fonte got clear of the traffic earlier. He's pulled a second on him. So, you know, this will show what the pace looks like for this number 3. If they can clear the traffic and then take time out of them, you could say, okay, out on track, this number 3 car, I want to see if they can get the job done out on track. If it maintains from here on out, you say, okay, yeah, the 51 had their measurement. Well, traffic worked out quite well for the 3 car that time by, though.
Yeah. Still got this other battle that we've been keeping tabs on, the fight for second. GTM, Elbaga, and Maltsev having a time as they work their way down the battle for P2, down to the back straightaway.
I love the fact that we've got 4 separate classes to go battling out on racetracks. You know, take a look at Hedgecox as well. He's now brought that margin to lead LMP2 down under 10 seconds. So he is continuing to turn quick lap times. And you got these guys. They're fighting it out. GT Pro as well. And the GTPs. You got to keep your head on a swivel in a race like this as a commentator, because it's going to come from anywhere.
No kidding. And it'll always come right where you least expect it. That's like the rule of thumb. You know, saying, oh, we're looking at these guys that are dicing it out. You know, they've been like going back and forth. They've been beating doors for the last like 10 laps. This is where the incident's going to come from. And it'll come from something completely innocuous on the other side of the racetrack. Every single time, like clockwork.
That's it. Oh yeah, let's keep an eye on the GTP lead. Well, the GT Pros are, you know, it happens. I'm gonna turn my head to the left. Well, it went right. You should have turned right. It's the way it should have gone.
Bit of an aggressive lunge being made here from Goen as they take to the inside of Thomas Marcelino. They couldn't get the job done on Tri-State though, as they lunged deep into turn 6.
But he was deep. He was very, very deep down there at 7 at the back end of the hill. Then he didn't get drive off. And remember, we said Hedgecox has got this straight line speed. If he's going to get it done, this might be the best opportunity that he's going to get. They get the nose ahead, but they're on the wrong side of the road here, Nolan. Switchback. Switchback is on. Gets the nose ahead into the final corner. Might get the job done. If he doesn't get it done here, there's a chance he gets it done on the front straight. Gets the job done.
Good show there. Goen Racing
Not
finally
done.
takes the number 2 spot back. But as good of an evidence he's having, he needs Kim Prager to finish 3rd or lower. He's into the grass. That's a bold. Oh my gosh, that's always risky, especially since we know how close they are to being disqualified from this final race.
I reckon they've got less than 5 incident points left. They are running this one right on the limit. They can take 4. They can take 4. But that 5th incident point, that's game over. That will be day done. So I'm hazarding a guess at this point in time. But just on the way that they've been racing, there's no way they've got any more than that. And on P2s, final stop of the day.
Julian Manicus hopping back into the car for Scours SS Racing. Capalucci stayed in the car.
Oh, no.
Provision 1.
Got an update for you on the 1-2-3 car that sits 3rd in LMP2. With that battle, got their drive-through penalty.
Oh, no. Such a shame.
But you remember how we were talking about you've got to manage the race? Well, that's a part of managing the race, and they just didn't manage it correctly. I mean, the other side of the coin is, if you're sitting in the 1-2-3 machine's side of the garage, do you know that Hedgecox has taken the incident points? Did they accept a drive-through penalty on the basis that they know pushing Hedgecox a little bit further might get them disqualified? Alternatively, should they have just backed off and maybe not fought that one too much? Different teams, different approaches. They knew they were on the limit. They probably knew they were going to hit the limit. So we got 13. Instead of looking at the drive-through incident point, I think they're looking at the DQ incident point and going, okay, we had 14, 15 incident points to work with. Let's burn a few of them up here. Let's take that drive-through.
Elbaga Maltsev. Oh no!
Oh!
And around goes Travis Linscomb Hatfield in the back of the field. Dropping it as he'll spin himself out. He got help. You can tell. He got a little tip. Question is, why who? It's by off of the S's. I thought for a moment it might have been from their sister car.
Save that for after the race.
This battle for second is closing in as well.
Hedgecox is in now. Well, that will be for their final pit stop. I wonder whether or not they're coming a touch early so they can split the final stint in half. Because you do burn through the tires in the LMP2s.
at this gap here. It's closing still. MSP defending on the left. Going, having to go around the outside. Maltsev fighting it out with Elbaga. Elbaga over onto the left-hand side and takes that momentum and just clings onto the spot.
He had to cover it. He had to cover it. I think he's vulnerable. I think he is very, very vulnerable right now. You can just see Maltsev is just like, all right, left, let's force him to cover. If Maltsev can carry the pace here, or look for the switchback, get on the inside of him up at 3 at the crest of the hill. That's what he's trying to look to do. Right now, to set an overtake up is really difficult here. We talked about the difficulty in overtaking, but now you've got to set it up, right? If you can't get it done because the braking zones are just so short, well, now you've got to force this guy to cover, which means you've got to be close enough and force him just to put the car a little bit offline, loses a little bit of momentum. So what he's trying to do, Maltsev, to get this job done, was when he was looking for that opportunity off of the last corner, that was his best maybe opportunity that we've seen thus far to try and get the job done. Then he's probing down towards turn 1. It forces Elbaga to run a little bit narrow. Okay, his job then was to try and switch him back at turn 1, get to the inside, which was the outside for the kink at the crest of the hill at turn 2, but the inside at 3. From once you're on the inside of somebody at 3, you control the car that's on your outside, and you get so much better of a drive. Here we go.
Look. Couldn't go for it. Come on. He was not going to get that job done. No way. I think what he was trying to do there, he was trying to scare Elbaga into a mistake. He wanted him to try to think he was going to go for that, and then that would scare him wide and out of the way.
And every time they do this, Carollo just gets further and further away. That margin, when they restarted the race, there was nothing in that margin. It's now 7.5 seconds. And the thing is, Maltsev, I think, is the quicker car. Maltsev has, I think, got the ability to run these guys down. But he can't do it whilst he's sitting behind.
Goat Racing has had a very successful time here in 2024. Don't forget, would have swept the first half of the season had it not been just a little bit of bad luck at Texas. But Elbaga having to fight against the first race that the Goat Racing GTM car is present in. And he's still doing a pretty decent job of it as well.
And now he's going to fire himself back up, get himself ready and have another crack. Is it just me as well, or is the number 12 GT Pro starting to come back at our race leader as well? I think they're incredibly close in terms of lap times. I think there was a fair bit of time lost from the 44 car in the most recent lap of traffic. I think that 12 car is certainly getting closer to the 44 machine. The difficulty is the 44 machine is the last car in this train right here, so he's getting held up now by this battle.
And all of this is taking place now with under half an hour left to go, not just for this race, but for the season. So these drivers know they are turning right now the final laps of the 2024 campaign. If they want to have some kind of momentum to go for them, they got to make that move now.
Here we go. This will be an opportunity. So LMP2 traffic runs down the inside and forces Elbaga to run wide. He doesn't get the exit that he needs. This is probably one of the best opportunities Maltsev's going to get.
He's trying to close in with the slipstream, but I think Elbaga's running a little bit of a lower downforce setup, cutting over to the other side of the racetrack, trying for the long way, cannot do it. He tried. I just don't think he tried hard enough.
This is entertaining racing because again you've got the 44 machine that's just sitting back here watching this. You've also got the number 6 car that sits in 21st overall. They're in 4th place in their class. I mean they're 4 laps off the pace, so you know this race isn't relevant to them, but they've got their class leader in behind them. They want to stay 4 laps down. Anything happens, you know, they want to be close enough that they can pick up the pieces. Oh, another big mistake from Elbaga. Huge mistake from Elbaga.
The problem right now, I think that the Fisher Motorsports car up there of Jay Van Bepelen has. Oh my goodness! That's
Oh.
we're on board with Vitor Delgado right now. They're only a second behind, and up until then, they were closing in pretty quickly. So by staying back and watching all of this, Bepelen is backing himself up towards second place here.
But he's got nothing more he can do. He's racing these guys. What do? Do you sit down and you say, hey, you've got to get out of the way? No, you can't do that because this is a battle for position. So this is just race management. You've got to be aggressive from Bepelen's point of view because you've got to cut your way through the track. But that's risk you don't want to be taking. You want to just be managing the pace at this stage of the stint.
I think the good news is that now there's a bit of a buffer zone between Bepelen. Like the car behind him, that's Maltsev. Maltsev had a big issue of his own with a lot of lap traffic, so he has dropped back a ton. He's down to 1.7 seconds, so now Bepelen can focus a little bit more effectively on just keeping the Delta Racing BMW behind him.
Yeah, and from Maltsev's perspective, I think Maltsev is going to let these guys go because his best opportunity comes from forcing these guys to go and have a crack, and Carrera is going to cut his way through. Maltsev's best approach to this situation is to let these guys go, let them go and have a crack, and try and rattle the cage of Elbargo. If he can do that, he's in a great spot. In the meantime, Elbargo's not been fought for a couple laps. He's actually taken some time back out of the Mustang that's in the lead, a Corolla. See, it's not like his pace isn't good. His pace is okay, but it's only okay, right? He's taking some time out when he gets clear air, but he's just not getting enough of an opportunity. Was that Bepelen just having to get defensive with lap traffic there? I think it might have been.
I'm not surprised. There's a lot of lap traffic in this one little section of racetrack. You know, this section, this has got to be really, psyching out a lot of the GTP and LMP2 traffic whenever they come up with this group, because there's a lot of battles going on in this little section of racetrack here.
Yeah, and it's full position for a lot of these guys as well. So here comes Carrera, just had to lift to let the 11 machine in. And Maltsev's let all these guys go.
Delgado within 9/10 of a second now. This could prove vital here if, yep, there it is. The 44 being put a little bit offline, and that lets him close in by 2.
Just race management this is the trickiest part of the day. You've driven the wheels off this car to get into this position. You're giving yourself every opportunity to win and take out a class win in Petit Le Mans. And you get to the final hour, and all of a sudden you're just in a brick wall. There's nothing you can do. You can't go forward. You can't go backwards. You're just stuck in this huge pack of race cars. So you're sitting there as a driver and you're going, I'm quicker than this. I can drive away from this guy. I think I can win this thing on pace alone.
Oh no! Rising Panda Racing's into the pits!
That'll be their final stop of the day, I think. I think this is scheduled. Which means Marcelino should be not too far away. Yeah.
Oh boy. I had a freak attack for a minute because I thought for a moment we were about to see Ken Prager lose the championship. Marcelino has not come down to pit road. He'll take up the race lead. Where does Hedgecox come out? Yeah, Marcelino's not going to hold on to the lead, granted. Okay, Prager's out of the pits. Here comes Hedgecox up over the hill. Not even close. So Prager's got to run a good race, and then they'll be able to get to the end.
Prager's got to run a clean race to get to the end.
Easier said than done at this place.
Could you imagine if he gets disqualified in the final race of the season to lose the championship? Their race is no longer against the cars around them. It's not against...
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
We just lost the 34.
The 44 machine just got DQ'd for incident point limit.
Bepelen?
Bepelen just got DQ'd.
You're kidding. There's no way.
No.
What about Albaga? Because the 34 just dropped out.
No. My apologies. It was the 34.
Okay, that's what I thought. I wanted to make sure. It's like,
Cruchy running.
I was on the track still.
And I heard it was I heard 44. It was 34. It's okay. Oh.
That is big though for MSP.
So why was he fighting so hard though?
I don't think he was. He got a little bit of a tap from behind. That's all it was. He got the smallest tap from the Delta Racing BMW, and that did the trick. That's all it was.
If he was so close to the instant point limit, why was he fighting Maltsev so hard?
I would have no idea. Maybe he thought it wouldn't come to that, but it did. It's on board of the BMW. Just little tap, not even any damage.
That's a 2x. That's absolutely instant points in that contact.
There wasn't even any damage to either car. Here's Marcelino for his final stop of the day.
Race management, Owen. That's race management. If you're gonna fight and you're gonna, drive exceptionally hard and you're gonna take risks, you have to accept that outcome, right? They're putting themselves in some pretty difficult positions, and they've accepted that outcome. That's tough racing.
That's just blown one of the fights that we were having completely out of the water as well.
Well, the tricky part is now, can Maltsev start to run down Carollo?
An ever-important question.
It's going to be a tight fight between Marcelino. I think he's going to rejoin right in front of Capellucci.
He has. There's Capellucci right behind him. Only 7/10 to separate the two.
Oh, you spend all day working up for this point in time.
Final 20 minutes, too.
What happened to Pedersen? Wasn't Pedersen right with Fonte? He had a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. That was on lap 461. So that was about 3 laps ago that he served that. That's fine. He just needs to be able to make it to the end now. He needs to finish within the top 3, and he's got it secure. Right now he's in second. The next car behind him is 41 seconds down the road. There is absolutely zero reason for Pedersen to take any kind of risk.
Yeah, so for them, championship target is get to 4 laps from the end. I'm measuring for our GTP drivers. We're expected to get to lap 480, so they'll as soon as they cross the finish line to start lap 477, they have got the championship locked in.
"16 minutes, about 14 laps, give or take, maybe less for the race leaders in GTP. They're just looking to close this thing out strong. The way it stands right now, when you look to the championship situation, Pedersen would be able to certainly take the points lead, and he would be able to take the points win in the overall championship, while World of Sim Racing Team, by taking a W this afternoon, would be able to steal the points win in the Endurance Cup away from DS Racing Esports Team. You look to the LMP2 category. Rising Panda Racing currently leading the way. They're looking to clinch both titles by taking a win this afternoon. GT Pro, it was all up to the 44 of Mapellin. Right now, for the Endurance Cup, the 44 was 8 points out. They needed to get 8 on the 992. That 992 car is 15 laps down, but is in the top 5, so will still score another 2 points here at the line. So it's a question now of were they able to run down enough throughout the 4-hour mark and the 8-hour mark in in terms of the overall championship, they've got things pretty well locked up in hand. And then, of course, that just leaves Digital Chicane, who has dominated the points ever since Screeching Moose Motorsports took themselves out. The only car that was even close to them was their own sister car. But even that car, it was mathematically impossible to overtake them for the teams, for the Endurance Cup, sorry. And they are going to be able to take a walk-off here with Kyle Lowe potentially being one of the last cars to finish for the GTM category for Digital Chicane at the number 93 to take the championship.
Can I see a wheel drop as they walk off? Not a mic drop, comfortable bat flip. Pull the wheel off the hub at the end of the race and give it a flip.
I don't think they have the incident points to do that. So basically what we're saying here right now is the way it stands, all of the championships at this point, they're pretty much locked up. No question about it. The only one that I think is really in question is will the 44 of Jay Van Mepellen take up the top spot for the Endurance Cup at the end of the night. That's the only championship I think that is in question right now.
I mean, great race. Run it quiet, being quick. And you want to have a quiet race more than you want to have a quick race. If you have a quiet day at the office, you can always just about find yourself on the podium in endurance racing. You got a quick day. Might be in and out all over in 20-minute adventure. But,
so I'm just going back. I'm looking through the 4-hour marks of this race, and I'm checking this through the stream DVR here. I think. Okay, so Seoul right now, the gap goes down to just 6 points in the Endurance Cup between them and the 992 at the 4-hour mark. And then for the endurance, for the 8-hour mark, the gap then closed again. That time it closed down to 3 points. So right now, they would, I think, take the championship, and I think they would take it by 1 win on countback. That is my assumption. That's my guess. Don't quote me on it.
well, the last time we pulled the calculator out tonight, we were scoring points at the 7-hour mark. So.
Hey, listen now.
Who was the car that was leading the race at not the most recent restart, the previous one? Was it the 46 in the LMP2s?
I believe it was.
So remember, there'll be an investigation into that restart after the race as well.
Oh, you're not wrong. That was a wild restart. I mean, that car was just gone right out of the gate. It was Remy Loesch. Now, somebody did point out that typically those restart violations are done in race, which is true. It wasn't the case for Kemp Prager. And right now, a 30-second penalty, if they get one for that restart violation, that would put them down to 4th, and they would not win this championship. So while it's unofficially in the hands of Kemp Prager, it's not a guarantee, unless you saw that they served the drive-through that I didn't.
I haven't seen them serve a drive-through, no. So
I didn't think
and
they
we would
did.
have seen them penalized.
I've been watching for it, but I could have missed it, so I wasn't sure.
Is that Capalucci's drive-through penalty? I think it is.
Yep, Vision 1 Motorsports.
I'm just keeping an eye on the entries list, just looking for any more retirements.
This battle between Mepellen and Delgado. Down to just 0.6 of a second, make that 7 now. But it's a gap that has shown signs of closing. only 10 minutes on the docket, I feel like McPellan, if they're looking for that Endurance Cup championship, they might be feeling a bit nervous because I don't think they take that title. They finish in
The
second.
51 car. The overall leader is just coming to the lane. I think this might be a splash and dash.
Oh, interesting. They are coming into their pit stall.
I'm sure this will be fuel only. Pedersen's on the start-finish straight right now.
Fonte's out of the pits, though, and he's off the limiter.
Oh, you know what? Pedersen's going to be really, really tight on him.
Oh, that's close.
Pedersen got held up by traffic.
That's close. Looking for it. Fonte beat him out.
Oh, he's covering too.
He's got to get up to speed. He's got to find that rhythm. And you know what? He's got to find that rhythm fast because Peterson wants the lead.
He's going to cover. But if he had to pit, does Peterson have to pit as well?
Oh, the joys of a fuel mileage race and the closing minutes of an endurance race.
Oh, he's got him. No? No, he didn't get the drive.
Oh, boy.
Oh, the switchback, though.
He's got a lot of draft, though, all the way down that straight, coming down the hill. This could still go the way of Nicholas Pedersen here. Will he make that chop? He's looking. He's not going to commit, though. I think he had to back out because of the off at the S's Ferrari that was right there.
And that'll cost him a lot of time, and that's probably all the time Fonte needs to get himself back in a rhythm.
Ooh, that was a close one, though, and Fonte had to have been sweating bullets with that.
And I just got an update that there's an outstanding protest on the 46 car for that restart, so that one has not been dealt with yet.
Okay. I'm surprised that hasn't been dealt with, I'm going to be honest. I mean,
We've
that's
had a
usually
couple
something they
safety
take care of
cars.
pretty quickly in race.
There's been a few incidents that they've been looking at, so
Ah, okay.
I do wonder whether or not race control haven't had the opportunity to have a look at it.
Yeah, they haven't caught
Which
up,
is-
perhaps.
So there's two ways to look at it, right? You can sit down and say, that's such an important moment to the outcome of that result in that championship, we've got to prioritize that. But what that says is you're actually devaluing and deprioritizing the other incidents, which is,
Yeah.
you know, you can say it's so important to the race, we should really deal with it as soon as possible. Or on the other hand, we're just going to deal with everything in order.
I feel like you have to deal with everything in order because you can't devalue the other incidents, right? I mean, if you do that, that right there shows a clear bias, and you cannot have that.
You can. I mean, you can because it's trying to resolve things out on track, right? Is the key, and it prevents it from devolving into something that's you know, handled off the track, which is you want at the end of your season like this as an admin, you just want things to be really, really nice, clean and tidy, and resolved, because then you can go on about you. You don't want it to drag on for the next couple of months. So there is a case whereby you say, is it biased? Yes, from a clean race and champion, and the fans want to see things decided out on track as well. So there is a case whereby that's valid. Yeah, it's just a difficult one to manage, and I don't know what the approach is. I would say they're going to handle things in order. Would be my take. Pedersen's not happy about that traffic, I guarantee you. He'll be feeling frustrated.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's a tough situation, but yeah, like you said, they have procedures. They're sticking to them. I like that as well. So we'll see how things are going to pan out with that. That might be one that might come down to post-race review. We'll see. I mean, a drive-through penalty, how long does it take to drive through here? Because it doesn't take all that long. Would it take the 27 seconds that it would take to drop him behind Marcelino, or the 28 seconds now?
Drive-through penalty, I feel like something around 20 seconds.
If he can just finish in second with a penalty like that, he should be fine. 5 minutes to go. Be a great question to ask after the fact.
Wasn't Manicus in about a 30-second range as well? So I feel like he's just dropped out of that. So that may help them.
Well, if he finishes third and Hedgecox wins, then Goen takes the championship. Meanwhile, the battle for GT Pro lead is still on as well. Joao Vitor Delgado is still right behind Javen Mapella. Mapella has not been given a chance to breathe all race long.
He ain't gonna get one before the end of this race either.
Oh no, God no.
And Danny Fonte just set a purple sector from turn 2 all the way to turn 6. So he is pushing on in the GTP lead.
Pedersen, by the way, as well, just set the fastest lap of the race overall for the car directly behind him. So no wonder he's pushing. They're both pushing.
So that says to me that Fonte's carrying a little bit more downforce as well.
Not like this would, disrupt Pedersen's chance to win the championship. At this point, Fonte's just going for the last-minute honors of winning the Endurance Cup at the end of the day.
I'd just be taking the result out on the track, honestly. At this point, you fought all day. Let's leave it on the track. Let's do what we can. I think one of the most important timings is if that penalty, if what you're saying is correct, and a 30-second penalty for the restart infringement is a thing, then Prater's got 3 minutes to find 2.5 seconds. Well, now it becomes 4 seconds because of traffic. So if just the way that things seat and soar within the LMP2s, he's just cleared a bunch of traffic. So he's actually clear to the end of the race from here. He will not catch any more traffic to the end of the race. Whereas Marcelino is going to hit that huge pack of cars in the final couple laps. So there is every opportunity that Marcelino falls outside of that 30-second margin.
0.3 of a second between Mapella and Delgado. Problems behind for Carlos Miguel Duarte. Coming down the hill towards the turn 10 chicane. Oh, don't break on the grass. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
Whoa.
Are 2 cars DQ'd? Did we just lose 2 cars?
I think we did. Oh my gosh, you're kidding me. Oh, and Delgado just went off the racetrack. So there goes our battle for the lead. It's just dropped off by a 10.5.
The 016 car just got DQ'd, so I can see that's a new one. And the number 1 car is DQ'd.
There we go. That's 2 of them. That tracks.
But the number 1 car will still finish 4th because they've got enough laps up.
So Duarte, in fact, what he was all doing there. Oh, Thomas Marcelino's around. That's the 3rd place runner. But what that says right there, Duarte did not crash. He did not get involved. He saw that coming, and he was actually slamming on the brakes and going in way deep to try to avoid whatever's happening, which is some great heads-up driving. And considering the netcode probably still would have cleaned him out with him being disqualified in that nature, it was probably the thing that just saved his race.
How important is it that 1, 2, 3 car though? We're just talking about it. They were in position to potentially nick that spot. They're now over 40 seconds. So if it is a drive-through penalty, it doesn't matter. Compression wins the championship now.
Yep, that right there confirms it effectively. That was it. That was the championship deciding incident right there for LMP2. Meanwhile, Fonte takes to the line. 1 lap to go in the VSCA Sports Car Championships 2024 campaign.
1 lap to go. 10 hours worth of racing. Multiple safety cars. Well, we had 4 safety cars on the day. 4 full course yellow procedures. He had to reset himself. He's had a hard charging Pedersen in the final hour. Really come and test his mettle. He's had to manage the racetrack. He's had a splash and dash to do at the tail end of the race here. You know what? That's why Pedersen fell away from him earlier on, because he was saving fuel. He was trying to cut that pit stop out. And you take away that drive-through penalty for the 3 car, they'd be on top of the world right now. They'd be winning the final race. But no, won't be.
Such a wild ride for everybody in this field. Unbelievable charge. Danny Fonte coming into the final corner. Fonte, World of Sim Racing team, they've had some highs, they've had some lows. They'll end the season on the high. They win Petit Le Mans. They will win the Endurance Cup while Pedersen takes the GTP overall championship in 2024. And then, of course, deep in the field, Nothing to stop Christian Kemprager and Rising Panda Racing from sweeping the final races this afternoon in the Endurance Cup and the overall championship for the LMP2 field. They'll come off of
Great show.
No kidding. They'll come off the final hairpin. What a comeback. It was not a good start to the year. Gowen's pace faltered where it counted, and Kemprager able to survive the odds. Further down in the field, Jay Van Mepellen will work his way through the final couple of corners. He's looking to pick up the championship provisionally for the GT Pro category as well as the Endurance Cup. And the 44 will take it home. Fisher Motorsports stands atop the boards for the overall championship of GT Pro. How about Vulture Motorsports with their first ever win in the VSCA Sports Car Championship in the final race, taking home a great drive, while ahead of them, Kyle Lowe drives Digital Chicane to 2 championships in the Endurance Cup and overall.
Great final round. And remember, we were talking about Maltsev and what he'd be able to do in that GT3 when he finally got clear of the 34 machine, and it turns out he was able to take some margin. That margin grew out to about 10 seconds. He took 4 seconds out of it. So, you know, that 34 machine, they tested the limits, they found the limits, and they went a touch beyond them. Disqualification, too many incident points across the course of the race. But that battle was really, really important because that just protected the 017 machine to victory for Vulture Motorsports. So, great job by all around. How good is endurance racing? It came down to the final couple laps, Nolan.
It really, really did. And, well, time for the final time on Green Flag TV for us to take you through the final results of racing action this afternoon. And we'll look, of course, to kick things off with the GTP category. A hard-fought race for Danny Fonte. He'll take the Endurance Cup, while MSP looking like they're going to clinch the overall championship with that one. DS Racing Esports team finishes on the podium. Grizzly getting disqualified right at the buzzer. They'll finish in 4th, with Team Hardcore finishing the race in 5th. And then NGC Fisher, Bravo Stowe Shatton, DS Racing Esports team, and HAC Racing all not finishing the race for one incident or another, or disqualifications in the most attrition-filled category of the night.
What a race this one was. This season soared all night long in the LMP2 category as well. Rising Panda will climb and take it in the final race of the season, albeit with a question mark over whether or not there might be a penalty applied post-race. The line honors are a little bit of a question, but the two teams took it to each other all night long between the 46 and the 18, and that you've got to respect. Unfortunately for the Tri-State Racing Machine, they were in contention to potentially change the final results of the championship, and a spin very late on will rob them of being potentially promoted to 2nd place. Will secure them 3rd place. It says a lap down, they're about 45 seconds behind our race leader. Vision 1 Motorsports and Scores S's Racing round out your top 5. 3 to 10, Rising Panda, the second of the cars, the 47 machine, 3 laps down, did finish the race, as did the Vulture Motorsports and Fisher Motorsports machines, and then we get into the retirements. GSC Racing Esports picked up one of the early disqualifications, and one of the first cars to finish their night off due to a penalty, and Fisher Motorsports all the way back at the start of the race. They had a very, very brief run in this one, and unfortunately for them, it was a night where they couldn't recover.
Fisher Motorsports are able to sweep this race, while the 84 car, the de facto winner of the championship, was not able to be present this afternoon. The 44 car will win this race in their honor, and in doing so, they will take up the victory for the Endurance Cup as well. Delta Racing finishes in the number 2 spot, the last car on the lead lap. Kinetic Racing, a hard-fought fight for them, but they'll be relegated to 3rd. Torping Racing was in 4th, 5 laps down. 14 down was DS Racing Esports Team's 992, a tough break and a tough way to be knocked out of the title with incidents early on. And then, of course, North Sim Racing, World of Sim Racing closing out the field for the GT Pro category.
Finally, final standings for the GT AM categories. Only one race all season, but boy, it was the last one, and you celebrate just a little bit harder at the tail end of the season when you go home with a little bit of champagne. Gowan Racing are going to take out P number 2 ahead of Dangle Performance. This was just a phenomenal battle to keep an eye on these drivers all night long. We had 6 cars on the lead lap in this category with about 2 hours left to run, and from there on, things started to happen. Digital Chicane finishes 3 laps off the lead. DS Racing Esports Team 7 laps off the lead. The second of the Vulture Motorsports cars unfortunately would not make the line. Incident point limit ended their race at 11 laps down. Often the S's Racing at 14 laps down. Maya SimSpeed Performance 17 laps down. Trouble nights at the office for a couple of those cars. The Digital Chicane 80 car, 54 laps off the lead, unfortunately, of the race. Saw an early retirement for them. Maya SimSpeed Performance, the second of those cars as well. 33 machine, 81 laps off the lead. And then it's in the very, very early retirements. Real Pixel Motorsports and Wolf Motorsport Racing. Unfortunately, for the Wolf Motorsport Racing, lack of following racing procedures. The penalties are harsh, but that's why you listen to your stewards.
What a wild race that we had here this afternoon, and of course we'll get the chance here to give a chit chat here to all of the drivers that will take home the trophies here this afternoon, and we're going to of course kick it off first and foremost. We don't have the World of Sim Racing team out with us just yet, nor do we have Nicholas Pedersen. Hopefully we'll get in touch with them further down the line. So we'll start it off with the man that drives home the W for Rising Panda Racing, pending that one penalty. It's good to always take that final win. And of course, it's great to be able to take championships with them as you lock out the Endurance Cup, Christian, and you lock out the main championship as well. How does it feel to be talking to us up here in the booth after that?
It feels a bit surreal, to be honest. Pushing for an hour, getting pushed by Jack Hedgecocksy all the way in the number 18. Yeah, I had to give it my all at the end. I got a bit lucky because the wind direction changed and our car suddenly started to work better than it did all race. Yeah, and I was able to bring it home. Yeah, it's surreal.
You had a big fight with the Going Racing crew all night long. It was a hard-fought battle as well. They had that low downforce trim. You had the high downforce. It was really a battle of the setups there, and it was one that came down not just the pit stops, but also some luck with some safety car timing. I mean, kind of talks through, especially the first half of the race where you two could not get away from each other.
Yeah, talking setups, we were a bit torn on it. We knew if we finished second, we potentially, given penalty points and the penalty standings, could win the championship as well. So we opted for the safe option with traffic, and you kind of could see that on the last restart where Jack lost the car in the S's. That's kind of the reason why we put the big wing on the car this time around. Yeah, the first half of the race with the high temperatures was a bit tricky because the tires were overheating. And we had a fuel rig issue, an issue at the pit stop. We had to drive around slowly to get the car refueled afterwards again. So we had to pit twice. And we got lucky afterwards. After that, because there was a Focus Yellow shortly after, so we were back at that. And our goal for this race was to try to clinch the Endurance Cup at the 4 hours into the race, at the 6 hour mark, which we managed with clever strategy. We underfueled the car, or we fueled it just for the 6 hour mark, and that flushed us in the lead. And we were able to bring it over the line there. And yeah, afterwards it was a battle against a battle with yeah, dull knife. Because on the straights it was a bit painful, especially with the wind from the north, basically blowing into our face all down the straight, which made our setup choice a bit painful. But yeah, it worked out at the end, and I'm super happy. Yeah.
Well, it's a huge win for you guys today, and of course, it's going to be a big day, no doubt. We return in 2025, and of course, we'll wish you the best of luck when things swim back around in January, and who knows, maybe we'll talk to you again one day on Green Flight TV.
Sure. Can I give a quick shout out?
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, shout out to my boys from Rising Panda Racing. Hard work all year. But also shout out to the number 18, They pushed us all year, and we all got better and quicker. Especially Jack pushed us all the way. Kudos to them. Was a hard fight until the end. I hope everyone had fun watching it. And yeah, thanks guys for broadcasting, and to the organizers for organizing. Maybe see you next year.
Christian Prager takes home the Rising Panda Racing LMP2 to a championship this afternoon, unofficially, of course. We'll wait to see how things pan out. That'll move us down to Jay Van Mepellen, who is currently standing by with Scott Rankin as the winners of Fisher Motorsports this afternoon and the GT Pro champions.
Jay Van Mepellen, it's a pleasure to chat to you here tonight. I mean, this has been a tough, long day at the office for you guys, and you've really worked hard in that final stint as well. There was so much traffic to deal with, cutting your way through the GTM field whilst you're also trying to have a race for line honors in the final race of the season, mate. I mean, wow, what a final couple of stints, what a championship. Talk to me about your 2024.
Hey guys, how you doing? Yeah, man, it's been a long year. It's been a pretty successful year for our whole team. Just like to first say thanks to Nicholas Soleil for building us an awesome setup. The car was on rails and it was quick. And then like to thank Ben for having us on the team. And then just like to thank the teammates, Manny, Steven, Daniel, everybody on the team. It was a major team effort today. So yeah, it was tough the last stint. And we were fighting with one incident point to a drive-through, so we had to keep it clean for the last hour and a half, 2 hours too. So
just talk us through a little bit like that, because it wasn't just, keep the car clean, keep everything clean as well. You had to drive your way through the GTM traffic, let alone try and hold off the charging second place car behind you. I mean, the mentality of that, was there frustration? Talk me through your last 90 minutes.
Yeah, there was a little bit of frustration there. But it's hard when the cars are pretty equal to pass, right? It makes it real difficult. So, but yeah, some of the guys were real good. That I flashed a couple times, and then they would get out of the way. But yeah, overall it was frustrating, but it was good. Hard but good.
Mate, finally, congratulations. Like you said, you've given all those shout outs. Congratulations on winning the championship. Congratulations on the Petit Le Mans victory as well. Go enjoy that one with the team.
All right, thanks guys. Thanks for your support this year and broadcasting as well. Take care.
And finally, Nolan's going to be chatting to our champions all the way down in the GTM split. And this is going to be a popular one from behind the wheel of that Ford Mustang.
It is, of course, a very, very big day for Vulture Motorsports as Errol Rexoy. I apologize if I've been butchering that name all season, by the way. But you're able to come home with an absolutely incredible drive, and you helped to bring the Vulture Motorsports 017 Ford Mustang to its first ever win. Now, it might just be the first win, but it's a big one because you get the bragging rights of, hey, we won our first race going into the off season, and you get to hang on and ride that high all the way through until the roar before the 24. How are you feeling after this race today?
Oh man, we're over the moon right now, and for our first win to be Petit Le Mans is just that much bigger for us because we're all big Petit Le Mans watchers, so it's a big deal for us.
Overall, this race was one that you had to really work for your lunch money for on this one. There were some highs, there were some lows. You found that car to the bottom, to the top, and luckily it finished on the top for you guys. Talk us through the work that you've had to do throughout your brief tenure here in VSCA and how you've managed to find yourselves on top now.
Well, I gotta say first, give a shout out to our setup wizard Amir, who has handed us a race-winning car for the last 5 rounds, and it just took us that long to get it to the winner's circle. So big shout out to him. Shout out to all the guys on the team. Jeff, especially today, Jeff Carollo, who flipped the car in qualifying and still managed to put it on P5 with no nose. So, just everybody doing their all and giving their best and not giving up. And at the last 2 hours or so, we were down to our last 2 incidents before drive-through. So we were just trying to keep it clean. And also a big shout out to the prototype drivers today. They were really cool, lots of respect. So yeah, big thanks to them too.
I guess one last thing before we let you go. What's going to be up next with the Vulture Motorsports crew entering 2025?
We're definitely coming back. We're definitely coming back. Multiple car entries. Which ones those are, we're not exactly sure. We're definitely going to maintain our presence in the GTM. We're eyeing a GTP car. It's going to depend on where some of us end up with driver rating after this, if enough of us qualify for that. So yeah, but you'll see us in force. You'll see the Vulture. You'll see the wake of Vultures in full force.
Well, we'll wish you the best of luck then when you go racing in 2025. Congratulations on taking the first ever GTM win of the VSCA Sports Car Championship for Vulture Motorsports. And, well, we'll see you whenever we see you next on Green Flag TV.
All right, guys, thanks. And big thanks to my teammates again. Thanks, guys.
Your Exoid taking home the #1 spot. Well, one of many drivers that helped to take home the #1 spot this afternoon in that category. But I cannot believe I'm saying this, but that's it. That is the season. It's over from the VSCA Sports Car Championship. A wild season indeed here, Scott. And again, it's a shame we're not going to be back for 2025, but who knows? Maybe plans down the line will pan out more better for both of us. But I can tell you right now, this championship, it's in its infancy, right? It's only in its 3rd season, and already they've had some great racing this year. I see only good things for 25 and beyond.
Yeah, that's the thing. And I mean, the popularity of the category. The thing is, the drivers will come and go, but you can already hear that there's a lot of happiness from a lot of the drivers. They're saying, hey, this went really, really well. I want to come back. I want to drive again. We're already looking at ways that we can qualify. We want to run in a different class next year. So they're excited to come back. And there's a lot of energy about the series. And, 4 different categories means that you get 4 different champions each and every year. How cool is that? The racing we had today was perfect. It's seed, it's sword. It was the perfect endurance race. That's the way I want my endurance racing to go, Nolan.
It's no doubt the way everybody wants their endurance racing to go, and it's the way endurance racing here is going to keep going into the future. But, well, for us, we're going to have to say farewell at this point in time, but don't go away. We got more coming up tonight on Green Flag TV. The SRA Mini Stock Series in less than half an hour sees the green flag drop for the Concord Speedway. I'm going to hop off and immediately prepare for that race and take you through about 135 laps around Mini Pocono. And then, of course, a doubleheader with the Classic IndyCar Series and ASRL coming on up tomorrow. And, of course, we'll be back with all of our regular programming as well next week as well. Want to give a big thanks to, of course, the Twin Bush USA once again, Joel's Real Time, and all the other sponsors for the VSCA Sports Car Championship and all the hard work they've done to keep this series going throughout all of this season. Want to thank VSCA for having us on board for what has been an absolutely awesome season to call from January right down to the end of things in the middle of October. My name is Abdullah Ramble alongside Scott Rankin. If you want to find us more about what we can offer you, check us out today on www.greenflagtv.com. For the last time, it's farewell. We'll see you later.